Okay. So team, last time we went with planning. Okay, I spoke about agenda. So over here team, I spoke about planning and scheduling. Okay, resource, automatically the cost will get calculated. If we decide the resource cost properly in resource sheet, then we will be able to find the cost of our resource. Now today we are going to talk about tracking, correct? But before I talk about tracking, what we'll do is we will take a quick review. It will not take much time, but we are going to have a lot of learning. So whatever we have done in the previous session, I'm going to take a quick review what we have done. Okay, and this flow is very much important for us team. If you are preparing any plan, so we need to follow these steps, correct? So I'm not talking about the concept. We are assuming that we already know what is open node, what is network diagram, okay, what is resource usage view, what is resource view. So we are assuming that we already have the concept, we already have the linking, how do we work with finish to finish, start to start, how do we put the lag time, how do we put the lag time. So we are assuming that we already have that concept, and now after that we are following this particular flow. I hope all of us you are with me. Okay. So team, what I will do is I'll just prepare a plan, the same plan I'm preparing, and I'm redoing all the steps one more time. Okay, so that the concept will get clear. Now before that team, I want that you can just take a snapshot of this flow, or maybe if you know, that will be great, so that we will understand these steps we need to follow. So whenever we are preparing any plan, we have to type the task. After that, we have to say auto schedule. Then we do the WPS, which is very important. Now it seems to be very simple in our project, but when we are working with your own project, you have to think 2 times, 3 times to do the WS properly. At times, we don't do the WS properly, so we can cut, we can paste, we can again indent, we can outdent. Okay, if we don't have the WPS properly, we will not get the correct duration, we will not get the correct work, the correct cost. So WPS is very important, right? Then we'll talk about the task duration, then how do we link the task, and then once we link the task, we'll have to check we should not have any open node in our project. Open node, that means you have done one activity, and after that you are not making use of that activity. Okay, so maybe the successor is not there for that specific activity. Okay, if you think that that is the last activity of your project, you have to link that activity to the last milestone. Okay, so those points we need to take care. Then these 2 points we can do at any point of time. Whenever we have to change the start date of project, we can change, and we can set the project calendar. I already spoke about project calendar, okay, task calendar, and resource calendar. Correct? We will do it practically. Okay. Then I spoke about resource sheet, so we have to create the resources. Then we will assign the resources. Once we assign the resources, okay, we realize that the resources are getting over allocated, couple of them. So how do we remove the resource over allocation? Those steps also we are going to follow. So what I will do is I'll just do it from the scratch team. Now I'm opening a project here. I'm opening a project application. This is a blank project we are opening. Okay. Now at times team, what happens is we already have the list of activities which is there with Excel file. Now I know that whatever projects you have done so far, you might have done in MS Project directly, or you might have written the task in Excel. So what we can do is, if you have the task in Excel, you can copy the task from Excel and you can paste it. 2 columns are very important. If you have your project in Excel file, so 2 columns are very important. Number 1 is task, and today guess what would be another one? Duration, right? Okay, WS anyways you will have to do it over here, duration, right? Okay, now the duration if you have, great, otherwise you say start date and finish date. Okay, my suggestion, don't copy the start and finish date over here, because if you are going to copy the start and finish date, what will happen? Constraints will be there, right? So my suggestion is, if you have start and finish date in Excel, do the calculation over there, find out the duration. Maybe as you have a very simple date, maybe you can say 2 date minus form date, and you will get the duration, right? So bottom line, you need to take 2 columns, task list and the duration. And if you set the project start date, automatically we are going to get the dates over there. So team, as of now, I have all the activities which is there in Excel file. So what I will do is simply I will copy these activities. I'm going to say Control Shift down here, Control C is to copy. I will open project, and in project here, team, I'm just going to paste that. Okay. So if I'm going to say Control V, if I'm going to say Control V, I'm able to paste all the tasks over there. Right. So I have copied and pasted over here. Now, if you have done the WPS, ideally we don't do the WPS in Excel, right? In Excel, we don't indent because in Excel we cannot do WPS. So you will have to do the WPS here. Correct? But only two columns are important, okay, which is task and duration. Now, over here, first of all, as I already spoke about, if we follow this flow, it will be great. So we have written the task achieved that. After that, we are going to say auto schedule. What I will do is I'll select all these tasks over there. Then I will click on task tab and I'm going to say auto schedule. So if I auto schedule. Correct? Now over here, as I said auto schedule, by default we are going to get 1 day and question mark over there. As of now, I'm not getting 1 day question mark. The reason is I have taken these tasks from Excel to project. Okay, so it is assuming that we already have the duration, which is fixed duration. If you are getting a question mark, okay, we have to type the duration. The bottom line is we should not have the question mark anywhere. But anyways, we have copied and pasted it from Excel file, so we don't have the question mark over here. But this is what the auto schedule. After that, what is the next step? WPS, right? So over here, arrange 1 day training is the title of my project. So what I will do is I'll select all tasks from task 2 to task 17, and we are going to indent them. Now we can see that this has become the summary task. We can see the symbol on the Gantt chart. This is the summary task, and under that we are going to perform all these tasks. Correct? And we can see that, if I'm going to minimize this title, so we are not able to see all the activities. Say, actually, I made a mistake over here. I have to take this also the part, so I can just indent this part, so that is correct now, right? So over here, I can see that arrange 1 day training is the title under which we are going to perform these tasks. Now, email to trainer, email to participants, email to confirmation from trainer, participants. These are the activities what we are going to perform. Preparing course material is one of the phases of our project, under which I am going to perform typing, formatting, printing, and once it is done, I can say my material is ready. So I am selecting these tasks and I am going to indent them. So now preparing course material has become the summary task, and under which we are going to perform these tasks. Now preparing training room is another phase of my project. So here I am going to say installation of computers, installation of software, room training, and I am going to indent it. So it has become the summary task under which we are performing all these tasks. Okay? So over here we have taken two phases over there, preparing course material and preparing training room. Correct? And this is the title of my project. Okay, so WPS, this is one part of WPS. Now what we need to do is we have to identify the milestone. So I'm saying, once we are saying typing, formatting, printing, I can say my material is ready. So I would like to mark this activity, or I would like to make this activity as milestone. So how should I make this activity as milestone?
Duration 0 days.
Duration 0 days, right? I'll go to duration column, and here if I'm going to type 0, we can notice here I should get the milestone symbol. And it is going to give me the date, on which date we are able to achieve this milestone. Now this room ready is another milestone, correct? And my project is over or training is over is the last milestone of my project. Correct? So we can see team, this is what the symbol of summary task we have, and this is what the task what exactly we are doing, and this is what the milestone we have. Correct? I hope team, okay, if you are not able to see on the projector, let me just change the color over here team. Now we can see team, this is, we know that Saturday, Sunday we are not working, so we can see that Saturday, Sunday we have a grey color or some orange color over here. Okay, on projector that's not visible very clearly. But we are not working on Saturday, Sunday because this is what the default calendar we have. Okay, so even if I'm going to schedule my project from 3rd Jan, we know that we are able to start our activity on 5th Jan. Because Saturday, Sunday we are not working. And why it has given me 3rd Jan over here? Because today is Saturday and it has given me the current date over here. But it is not a working day, so over there the activities are getting scheduled on Monday. Okay, so over here this is nothing but we have done WPS, work breakdown structure. Now if I would like to see the network diagram, we all know what network diagram, what we can take from it, network diagram. But if I just click on View tab, network diagram from here, so we can see team, this is what the symbol, we have summary task, these are the tasks actually we are going to perform, rectangle, and the diamond symbol is the milestone. So time to time we can come and we can check out the network diagram. As of now we did not link, so we don't have it a proper structure, right? But once we are going to link our task, we are going to get the proper structure. I'll take you back to Gantt chart. Now over here team, we have done WPS, correct? What next?
Linking.
So over here typing task, auto schedule, WPS, then task duration. Correct? Before we link, better you put the task duration. Say it is not necessary that we will we will be knowing the duration of all the tasks over there initially, but maximum task, if you can keep the duration, that will always be good. Now we never put the duration for the summary task, because if you put the duration for task, automatically the duration for the summary task will get calculated, provided if we have given the proper link. So now the next step is we have to do the duration, right? So email to trainer is 1 day, email to participant is 1 day, confirmation from trainer is 1 day, again confirmation from participant is 1 day. Okay, we don't put the duration for the summary task. Typing is going to take 2 days, formatting is going to take 1 day, printing is going to take 1 day, and here's a milestone is 0 days, is already there. Okay, preparing training room, again it is a summary task, so we don't put the duration for the summary task. Okay, installation of computer is going to take 2 days, installation of software is 1 day, and room ready, which is 0, and we are going to conduct a training which is for 1 day, and feedback we are going to take it for 15 minutes. Now we can put the duration in days, in minutes, in hours, in weeks, depends, right? So here I'm going to say 15 MIN. If I say 15 MIN, so we are able to put the duration in minutes. And now if you want to see, I can just let you know, we can put the duration, okay, we can put the duration in days, minutes, week, month, we can even say year, we can say in decimal also 0.5 days, assuming if it is 0.5 days, we are working 8 hours in a day, okay, so either I can say 0.5 days or I can say 4 hours, right? So, or I can say 4 hours, they are the same thing, provided if we are working for 8 hours in a day, right? So either you can say 0.5 days or 4 hours. So just to let you know team, we can put the duration in weeks, in days, in months, whatever we want. Okay, now over here, what is the next step? Is linking the task. Because if I don't link the task, all the activities we are starting it on Monday, we are working parallel. But over here, I am saying we are going to get the confirmation from the trainer only if we email him. If we are emailing him, then only we can expect the confirmation from him, right? So I am saying this particular task is dependent on this task, which is 2. Now we already spoken about the link, like finish to start to finish, lag time, lead time. So over here, I am saying confirmation from trainer is dependent on this 2, task 2. So the moment if I type 2, we can notice team, we have linked this task over here, and we are going to start this task. Then we have confirmation from participants. It depends on 3. So if I'm going to type 3, okay, we have shifted that task over here. Now ideally, we don't link to the summary task. We don't link to the summary task. Okay, I'll let you know why we don't link to the summary task. Say if you want, we can link, but it is a good practice not to link to the summary task. Now typing is dependent on these 2 tasks over there, 4 and 5. So over here, I'm going to say 4, 5. Correct? Formatting is dependent on typing. So I'm going to say 7 here. Okay. Or I can say once the 50% typing is over, I can start formatting. Like over here, if we have a typing, if you have to type 100 pages, once 50 pages are over, we can give those 50 pages for formatting. So we would like to work simultaneously with a lag of 1 day, okay, or with a lag of 50%. Okay, so this time we can say it should be 7 SS plus 50%. Okay, so over here, once the day 1 of typing is over, we can start formatting. Like we can see, we can start the formatting on Thursday. Correct? We are saying printing, once the formatting is over, okay, we can say printing, and once the printing is done, we can say our material is ready. So it is 9. So that is how we can see the duration has become 5 days because we gave the link over here. Okay, now again, preparing training room, we will not put anything in predecessor. I'll go to installation of computer. And installation of computer is depend on these two activities, right? Confirmation from trainer and from participant. This particular phase has nothing to do with this course material. Maybe one team is preparing course material, another team they are working training room. Internally they are not linked, but they are the part of this project, right? So here I'm going to say installation of computer is depend on 4,5. So here I go, I'm going to say 4,5. Okay. Suppose there are 20 people, they are going to attend the training. So once 10 computer installation is done, we can start installing software on the 10 computers, right? Okay, so we have to install 20 hardwares. Okay, so I'm saying once the 10 installation of computer hardware is done, okay, we can start installing software. So the bottom line I'm saying it is 12 SS plus 50%. Okay, then I'm saying once the installation of software is done, we can say our room is ready. So here I'm going to type 13, and conducting training is depend on two different milestones. Okay, one is material ready, which is 10, and another one is room ready, which is 14. So here I'm going to say 10, 14. If I press enter, so we can notice this. Okay, we have to perform this task once we have achieved two milestones. Now feedback I'm saying it depends on once we conduct the training, we are going to take the feedback. So over here I'm going to say 15, and once the feedback is over, okay, we are saying 16, so that the project is over. So we have a project which is for 6.03 days. Why it is 0.03 days? Because 15 minutes is for feedback. Now over here I spoke about, if you notice these two tasks, conducting training and feedback, and assume that we are taking the training in a room and we would like to have the feedback on the paper. We are not taking online feedback. We want the people, they should fill up the hard copy. So what issue we are going to face here? We can notice on the date. Okay, we can see that we are taking the training on Monday and the feedback is only for 15 minutes, and we are taking feedback on Tuesday. Practically, which is not possible. We cannot call the people only to fill up the feedback form for 15 minutes in next day. So what we want is we would like to carry on with this 15 minutes on the same day. Correct? To be very specific, if you want to know the time, like on Monday, we are taking training from which time to which time, so we can change the date format. And how do we change the date format? I just need to click on File. Here I will click on Options, and in Options we can go to this Display tab. We are there with General tab, and in date format I can go, and whichever date format you want to take, you can take. As of now, let me take the time format. So here I'm going to say 28 Jan. Let me take the daily theme. Okay, because will be so Wednesday 12:33. If I'm going to say okay, so we can notice we are taking the training. Okay, we are taking the training. Okay, from 8 o'clock. 8 to 5 o'clock, right? And once we have taken the training, the feedback is there on from 8 to 8:15 on Tuesday. Okay, so over here we don't want to come for 15 minutes to next working day. We would like to carry on with the same date, right? Monday. So in that case, what should I do? If you are able to read, right, what we need. I hope you understood my consulting, right?
क्लिक ऑन द ट्यूसडे, जाएंगे हम वहाँ पे डिस्प्ले में और उधर एडवांस में जाके करेंगे कि हम एज फार एज पॉसिबल एज finished as late as possible.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that this feedback is depend on conducting training. So even if we have this feedback is for 1 minute, what will happen? This will carry on for the next working day. So my concern is team, we would like to take the feedback on Monday itself. Finish to finish, right? So one possibility we said, what I can do is I can say 15 FF. But if I'm going to say 15 FF, you will notice that last 15 minutes we are working parallelly. Like we are taking the training from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and we are taking feedback from 4:45 to 5 o'clock. Now I cannot show it to the client, or I cannot show it to my manager that last 15 minutes we are working parallelly. Okay, because these are the activities which we cannot go with parallelly. We need to finish the training first, and then only we are going to take the feedback. Correct. So in that case, team, what we can do is another option we have. I can reduce the training duration. Correct. As it is for 1 day. Okay. So as it is for 1 day, I can take the training for 7.75 hours. If I'm going to say 7.75 hours, and we can see that we are taking the training from 8 o'clock to 4:45, and 4:45 to 5 o'clock we are taking the feedback. But over here, we have to compromise in the duration of training. Now my manager is saying we have to take the training for 8 hours, and after that you take the feedback. basically is asking me, you take the training from 8 to 5 o'clock and from 5 to 5:15 you take the feedback. Now if someone will say that okay, I can increase that time for that specific day on Monday, but I said there are 50 people working on this project, 20 people are the part of training. So if I could increase that time for this specific date, those 30 people, they are not a part of this training, they are also bound to work till 5:15. So I cannot increase that time for that specific date. So in that case, I spoke about, we have a very good concept which is elapsed time, right? E-minutes, right? We cannot break this task in between. So we don't have any concern what time we are finishing. So here I'm going to say feedback and I'll just say 15 EMIN, elapsed minutes. So if I'm going to say EMIN, what we will notice, we are taking the feedback on Monday itself from 5 o'clock to 5:15. Okay, and you'll notice, team, in your project you have many activities which we cannot break in between. Okay, we don't look in the end time. Like I gave you an example, if I'm taking a backup, I work till 5 o'clock. If I've started taking backup at 4 o'clock, I know that it is going to take 3 hours. I cannot stop the backup in between. If I'm going to stop the backup in between, my fear is the data will get corrupt, or even if it is not getting corrupt, tomorrow I will have to restart it. Okay, so I would like to carry on till the task is not finished, till the backup is not over, right? I cannot stop that activity in between. So at times, if you cannot stop the task in between, you can say 15 or E-minutes, right? So the elapsed time, ideally we are going to have in minutes or we are going to have in hours. We will never have elapsed in days. Maybe if you are not working on Saturday, Sunday, you have an activity on Friday and you want it to keep on going for Saturday, Sunday, that time you can say day, right? But my suggestion is you convert that day into hours, the unit, and put the elapsed in hours. So the bottom line is never put elapsed in days, right? Again, either you can take it in minutes or in hours. I hope we understood this part. Anyone, any question?
Elapsed hours also I can put hours.
Years, right?
In 4 hours I can put 4.
Yes. Yes. So we can say 4 hours.
One question. You have here the WBS, okay? And in one day training is the header of all the activities.
Right.
All activities. Yes. But what is the header of that particular, that for email to trainer, email to participant, confirmation from trainer to participant? उसका कुछ WBS ऊपर में रहेगा?
If you want ideally रहना चाहिए, right? मैंने दिया नहीं है, but यहाँ पे आप बोल सकते हो communication, right? Or the confirmation stage, right? Or the confirmation phase. So you can insert 1, 2 over there, and you can say confirmation. And once the confirmation is over, you can have milestone. So that WBS you have to do it properly, right? I did not do that, okay? But you can say that the communication or the confirmation, and once the confirmation is over, you can say you have achieved milestone. So as we have 2 phases of form, you can have 3 phases.
One second, sir. Actually, preparing course material है ना, preparing training लो, same उसी के पैनल में जा रहा है ऊपर वाला, email to trainer, email to participant. तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि what we feel कि जो ये जो WBS 2 बढ़ रहे हैं, उसी के header में पैनल में वो भी बहुत सारे important activities हैं, but it is not like that. जो आप कहना चाहते हैं, we have to prepare a WBS like communication, then it will be better in a presentable way or ऐसा होना चाहिए.
Yeah, but whatever actual things you have to take it. It is so over here what I'm saying is that preparing course material, like if I'm going to minimize it, I can minimize it, right, in that way. So over there we have this task. Yeah. Or maybe I'm saying that I'm the owner of this project, I'm preparing this project, but this preparing course material I'm outsourcing it, right? So maybe I have my activities which I can see very easily, and I have planned for him. Okay, so this activities I have planned for him. So whenever I'm going to have a discussion, I can expand it, and because I will keep on minimizing it. All up to you, right? So, but what you are saying is correct. So over here, I could have taken communication or the confirmation, and I could have taken a milestone confirmation is over. Oh, right. So that would be the better way. I did not take that. Okay, so let me change so we understood the elapsed time, right? Now let me just click on File, Option. And option over there, I'll just click on display tab. Sorry, it was in general tab. And let me take this date format only, where we have day, date, and month. Okay, now after that, I raised one question to you. Suppose if I'm paying 5,000 per day to a training room. Now we do require training room for 3 days, installation of computers for 2 days, and conducting training is for 1 day, because this preparing training room itself is taking 2 days, right? In which we are going to perform these 2 tasks over here, and we are taking the training for 1 day. So overall, we do require the training room only for 3 days, but we are hiring it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, right? So over here, I gave you one example. I'm hiring it for Saturday. Sorry, it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, right? Now, we have an assumption that we will not pay him for the non-working time, like Saturday and Sunday, we are not going to pay him. Okay. Now, still we are hiring the training for 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. However, we do require training room only for 3 days. So over there, first of all, we would like to understand why it is happening. Why we are hiring it for 4 days when it is required for 3 days. So that is the question we have over there. I hope you understood my question, right? Okay. So here we are hiring it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday we will not pay. But anyways, we are hiring it on Friday and Monday also. So we are hiring it for 4 days. So first of all, we would like to know ये 4 दिन के लिए क्यों जा रहे हैं? जब हमको ट्रेनिंग रूम 3 दिन के लिए चाहिए, but we are taking it from Wednesday till Monday. नहीं, लेकिन स्लैक ये हो क्यों रहा है? वो हमको समझना है. और ये स्लैक जा रहे हैं तो क्यों जा रहे हैं? या बोल रहे स्लैग इसका मतलब क्या है?
It is not the activity linkage is not.
This is very important to understand, right? Because this will really save the cost of a project. We can optimize the project duration. We would like to understand why it is happening, or even if you are saying slack, why the slack is going, or why the slack is coming up for whichever activity you are seeing.
Seventh, eighth, ninth, एक gap आ गया. Ninth Jan.
हाँ, 9 Jan फ्राइडे को गैप आया, राइट? तो वो क्यों आ रहा है? मटेरियल रेडी नहीं है, राइट? ठीक, हम लोग ये जो बोल रहे हैं कि जो ट्रेनिंग हम लोग लेने वाले हैं, राइट? This particular activity is depend on 2 different milestones: material ready and room ready. Now, for material ready, we are taking 3 days, right? And room, to prepare a room, it is only for 2 days. So my point is, we are done with the training room, but we have to wait till the material is not ready. And till both the milestones, till the material is not ready and the room is not ready, we cannot take the training, we cannot conduct the training. So to conduct the training, we have to complete both the phases, right? Both the phases, both the milestones. Now, one milestone we are able to achieve, but to complete this milestone, we have to wait. So basically, Friday, the printing is happening. The Friday, this task is happening. So we are not doing anything on Friday. You understand my point, right? So for that reason, team, we are hiring. So unnecessary, we are not doing anything on Friday. Okay, now could you let me know which phase is a critical phase and a non-critical? Which one is non-critical?
Installation of computer we can delay by 1 day.
Yeah, we can delay by 1 day. So that this phase is a non-critical, right? So the question is which phase is critical and which phase is non-critical? This phase is non-critical, right? Okay, and if you have to cross-check, how do I cross-check? There are 2 ways, right? Enter a column as total slack, one way, and the another way is I can go to network diagram. If I go to network diagram, this phase will be in red color and this phase will be in blue color. Correct? If I click on view tab, network diagram, so we can notice in this particular phase what we have, okay, which is in red color because it is a critical phase we have, and this one is in blue because now blue, it will just let me know that this is a non-critical phase we have, but how much slack we have, that we don't know. Right, so if you want to know how much slack we have, so what we can do is we can insert a column over here. I can right click, I can insert a column as total slack, right? If I'm going to say total slack, So we know that over here, if you have to save the cost, what we can do is we can postpone this installation of computer by 1 more day. Because even if I am going to postpone it by 1 day, it will not impact in the overall duration of my project. Correct? So what we mean by slide is, at the max we can delay this task by 1 day. So we wanted to save the cost of 1 day, we can save the cost of 1 day. If I'm going to schedule this task on Thursday, whatever I'm doing on Thursday, I will do it on Friday. So we are making use of training room on Friday. I hope you understood my point, right? So time to time you have to check out your network diagram if you have any slack, or maybe you can instead of always total slack. I'm not saying that having a slack is a bad thing or a good thing. It depends on how do we utilize that slack. Correct? If the slack is there, how do we utilize that slack in a better way, either to save the cost or to remove the resource organization. So over here, if you have to shift this task, installation of computer, to next working day on Thursday, what should I do? So the first thing, why it is happening, that we have understood. Correct? Now what is the solution that we have, that we have a slide over here. So if I want to shift this task to the next working day, I can save the cost. Now the point 3 is, how do we shift it to the next working day?
So 4 into 5, 5 plus 1 day?
Correct. I can say 4, 5, okay, plus 1 day we can have a lag time over here. But if I'm going to have a lag time over here, unnecessarily I'm making the plan complex. Because I will have to come up with a lot of excuse that, I will have to explain to others that, why I gave that lag time. So to save the cost, we gave the lag time. So that, we know that we can achieve it, right? 4, 5, fs plus 1 day, so that we can have a lag of 1 day. But do we have any other better way? So that to avoid the confusion.
You can use
Constraints, right? So this time we work with constraints. So over here what we can do is we can check the constraints as late as possible. Say I'm not saying that this is wrong, 4, 5, finish to start plus 1 day. That we can do, but unnecessarily we are making our plan complex. Okay, so this time we can work with the constraints. And what constraints I'm going to do? I'm going to say as late as possible. So you can notice, team, this task will get shifted on Thursday. If I double click on an installation of computer, I'll click on advanced tab, and in advanced tab, here I'm going to say constraints type as late as possible. Now once we say OK, so we can notice, team, this task got shifted on 8 Jan, and now we are working on Friday. We wanted to have the training room for 3 days, and we are taking it for 3 days, 2 days to prepare it and 1 day to conduct the training. And now we don't have any slack. Actually, we made use of that slack to save the cost of our training room. And now this has become critical. Now as it has become critical, I'll just take you to network diagram. In network diagram, we can see this is in red color now. Everything is critical, right? So that is the way, team, we can go and we can check out.
Sir, in network diagram only you are showing critical part. Why not in the main diagram, Gantt chart?
In Gantt chart, we cannot see the critical over here.
Okay, it's in the right side.
It is on the right hand side, okay, but we won't be able to see the critical and non-critical over here, right? It is only, if you want to see the critical and non-critical, then there is a different view we have. So, that you will have to work with this other view, right? We will go with tracking Gantt today, and we'll just see that, right? So tracking Gantt we can see, and but here we will not be able to understand whether it is a critical or non-critical, right? You will have to understand it from a local slide. But there is a different view we have that I will take you while we are going to track Gantt, we can understand.
So how do you track there is a constraint there? That we have applied constraint here.
Correct, right? Now we have 100 activities over here, right? Now in 100 activities, how do I know, okay, which activity is of which constraints, right? Because I said as late as possible for this task, right? So maybe we can have as early as possible, right? Okay, must finish on, must start on. So if I have 100 activities, how do I know very quickly that on which task, which constraints we have given? I know I can double click over there, right? But I cannot double click on each individual activity, right? You let me know what should I do.
You can put the remarks.
Yeah, we can have a notes over there, but every time typing the notes will be difficult.
There is no constraints.
Yeah, there is a column, right? Okay, so team, over here, what we can see, whenever you have any such kind of questions, you have to think of the column. And that is only the way we can learn the column, because we have 256 columns. We cannot discuss all columns in one go. And even if you are working for 3 months, 4 months, we may not understand all the columns in one go. Whenever the question comes to your thought that, how do I do this part, look for the column. And it will help you out. So there is a column called constraints type. If I right click here, I'll insert a column and I'm going to say constraints type. So we can see, everywhere it is as soon as possible, but we have as late as possible. Correct? So whenever you have any question, think of the column first. You can search the column, and that is only the way we can understand other columns. Now, if you want to hide this, or maybe if you want to change. So team, I said that if you have to save the cost of our training room, this is the way we have saved the cost of our training room. Isn't it, team? Okay, now assume that we are working with internal infrastructure. We don't want to think about saving the cost over here. So let me just change the constraints over here as soon as possible. I know that I'm going to have a slide. I know that I'm going to have the training for 4 days. We are okay with it as of now, right? So if we have to change the constraints, we can change the constraints right here. I'm going to say as soon as possible. And we can see, team, we have a constraint of 1 day. We are okay with it. And later on, if you have to hide the column, you can always right click, you can hide the column. So I hope we understood this part here.
One question, sir.
Yeah.
To utilize this plan, always instance use करना जरूरी है.
नहीं.
Class 1 day करने.
हाँ, it's if you think that it is mandate for us to predecessor, आपको priority देना है predecessor को, right? अगर उसका link आप ठीक से कर रहे हो और उसके बाद में कुछ achieve करना है, तो then you think of the constraints. तो basically आपको relationship पहले focus करना है, जो genuine relation है, right? जो relation होना चाहिए, वो अगर डाला है आपने, और उसके बाद में अगर constraints आपको help कर रहा है, तो then you have to put the constraints. अगर आपको लगता है constraints से help नहीं मिल रहा है, तो then you can go ahead and create it.
Excel से same standard and twisted copy करने से constraints आ रहे हैं.
Yes.
उसको remove कर सकते हैं, मतलब if you have 3000 activities,
हाँ.
उसको लंबा entry एक entry करना, मतलब copy paste करके constraint तो आ रही है.
हाँ.
उसको remove कर सकते हैं.
तो आपको वही करना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पे जाके राइट क्लिक कंस्ट्रेंट्स टाइप करो और एज सून एज पॉसिबल कर दो सब. नहीं, सजेस्टेबल तो ये है सर कि आपको यहाँ पे जो 2 डेट आएगा आपके पास में एक्सेल के अंदर, आपके पास में स्टार्ट डेट है और फिनिश डेट है, तो यहाँ पे आप ड्यूरेशन निकालो. Put the formula in Excel duration and take this task and duration. Don't take this start and finish. I hope you understand my point, right? तो
डेट में भी
नहीं, डेट तो आपका कंस्ट्रेंट हो जाएगा ना. When you put dates manually, then it will react as a constraint.
तो कंस्ट्रेंट्स होगा. अब मैं समझ रहा हूँ आपका कंसर्न कि आपका यहाँ पे डेट स्पेसिफिक डेट पे स्टार्ट करना है, राइट? लेकिन ये डेट आइडियली चेंज होना चाहिए लिंक से. तो आपको प्रायोरिटी लिंक को ही देना है. अगर आपको लग रहा है कि लिंक नहीं, आपको ये डेट इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो फिर वो आपका कंस्ट्रेंट है, फिर तो आपको कॉपी करके पेस्ट करना है. देन यू डोंट वांट टू रिमूव इट इन प्रोजेक्ट. So, and that is the common mistake we do, team. Whenever we have, most of the time we get the project in Excel, or we are working with our old project and we are copying the data from there and we are pasting. Okay? The important point, you take 2 columns over there: task list, task name, and the duration. If you don't have the duration, find out the duration in Excel and then copy and paste the duration. Anyone, any question here?
सर, हमने एक टास्क लिस्ट भी बना दिया था. समटाइम वी ऐड समथिंग एनी टास्क, तो वो टाइम पे जो हमने प्रेडिसेसर्स लगाए हुए हैं तो वो वापस
No, we don't have to rework. Automatically that will be taken care of. Right. Yes. अगर मैं यहाँ पे कुछ insert कर रहा हूँ, if I'm going to insert one activity and if I'm doing that, automatically the predecessor will be taken care. Only the thing is that for that specific activity you have to decide the predecessor. If I right click here, okay, before this my materiality, if I'm going to insert task, right? So only for this you have to take. If I'm going to say binding, okay, no, I'm sorry for this spelling mistake. If I'm going to say binding here, and if it is going to take 2 days, right? If it is going to take 2 days, now you have to decide that this is dependent on what printing. Say this will automatically be taken care as 9. So here it is depend on printing. Now if I'm going to say binding, which is 9, and now we know that this is depend on 10. Now everything, the rest everything will be taken care of. Or even if I'm going to delete this task now, delete task, right? So that will be taken care. It has become 8, okay, and I just have to use this for this task, which is 9. Then rest everything is. Any other question, team? Okay, so if you look on this part over here, so we have written the task, auto schedule, WPS, task duration, okay, linking of the task we have done. Okay, now what is this? Now in between of 5 and 6, I spoke about elapsed time. I spoke about how do we save the cost. Okay, with that we understood the constraints also, right? So between 5 and 6, we have done so many things over there. Now what is open nodes? If someone, let me create an open node purposely here, team. If I'm going to say conducting training, if I'm just going to say 14 over here, so we have an open node in our project. Now what do we mean by open node and how do we cross check? There are 2 ways to cross check. Number one, we can go to network diagram. From there we can find out. The other way,
put column successor.
Successor, right? So over there, first of all, I'll take you to network diagram. I'll click on view tab, network diagram here. If I take you to network diagram, we can see team here, we have done this particular milestone, which is material ready, and after that, we are not linking. If we have done the material, we have to make use of that material somewhere. If we are not making use of that material, so there is no point to complete to do those tasks over there, right, to achieve that milestone. Okay, so my point is, if something is, we are not linking, if you think that material ready is the part of our, part of last step, we are not giving them the material during the training. Once the training is over, okay, we give them the material. So what it means is that this has to be linked at the last milestone, right? But it has to be linked. So over there, don't let milestone or task open. Now, I have seen your project last time. Someone has shared with the project, and we know that we saw that there are so many open nodes we have. So time to time, you have to go and you have to remove the open. Okay. Now to remove the open node, as of now, we know that we have limited number of activities. We can remove the open node right here. I can just go and I can link this milestone right here. If we have to link, I can go and I can link it that way. Correct. But if we have so many open nodes, so the better way, you insert a column as successor. I'll right click here. I'm going to insert a column as successor, and you have to check out wherever the successor is blank. Of course, the last activity will not have the successor, and the summary task will not have neither the predecessor nor the successor. So you have to check out wherever we don't have the successor, like material ready, you know that it is blank. So once the material is ready, after that, which task or where we are going to use this material ready during the training, right? So if I go there, if I type 15, so we can notice for 15, we should have the predecessor also, and we have closed the open node. If I just take you to network diagram now, so we don't have any open node, we have closed it. I already spoke about if you are working with the same project since a long time, okay, even looking at the slack, you can understand, like if you have a project of 90 days, and if you have a slack of 70, 75 days in one of the activities, okay, probably chances are there that there is an open node. If you are not able to answer why you have an open node, that was slack over there. You understand my point? Say, if you have a project of 90 days, and in one of the activities we have the slack of 70 days, you should be able to answer why you have the slack of 70 days. I'm saying that assume that I've done this milestone and after that I have open node. Now this project is for 6 months. Now I've completed this in the first month only. Now till the month the project is not over, like for 5 months I'm going to have a slack because there is no link. So over there that means I can delay that task for 5 months. So you should be able to answer why you are able to delay that task for 5 months. If you don't have the answer, so bottom line, probably the open node is there. I hope you understood what I'm trying to explain. Great. Now I'll just take you back to Gantt chart. So here we have done, how do we remove the open node? Let me hide this successor column. Okay. We insert successor column only to check the open node. Otherwise there is no other significance of it. Okay. So I've hidden that column. Even if wherever we have to add the column, I can right click and I can add the column. Let me hide this. Now after this, I spoke about calendar. Correct. Say suppose if you have to start this project from, we have to start this project from 5th Jan, right? Or anyways, 5th Jan it is starting. So let me just start this project from 12th Jan. Now, if you have to start this project on 12th Jan, so we never change the rate and start date over here. Where we have to change the rate, we have to go to project information, and in project information, here team, I would like to start this project from 12th Jan, which is Monday. And if I see okay, so we know that automatically everything will get rescheduled. And we have this project for 6 days. We are starting the project on 12th Jan and we are finishing the project on 19th Jan. Am I right, team? So I can schedule the project from the start date or I can schedule the project from finish date of the project. Anybody any question? Okay, now if you have to create a calendar, as of now we can see team, we are working for 5 days in a week and we are working from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. If I have to work from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock by taking 1 hour lunch break from 1 to 2, okay, we are working from Monday to Saturday, so we have to change the calendar. Now, how do we change the calendar? If I'm going to change this calendar, what will happen, team? I should be able to finish this project on Saturday. I think it should be 18 is Sunday, 17 we should be able to finish, right? So, over the team, how do we change the calendar? I need to click on project, change working time, and in change working time, I'll take you to work weeks. And in work weeks, I'll click on details, and here, team, I am talking about Monday to Saturday. Okay, I'm going to say set days to this specific working time, and whatever time we have to say, I'm just going to say 9. I'm going to say 9. Actually, in my laptop, in my computer, I have set 24 hours clock, right? So here I'm going to say 13, and here I'm going to say 14. 14. I'll set that to 18. Correct? And this Sunday I'm not working, so I'm going to say set days to non-working time. I'm going to say OK, and we need to click on option. Now, whoever said that, what is my financial year is starting or what is my financial year, so maybe we can say 1st April or whatever, right? It's not going to impact much. It is only in the report over there. If you are saying Q1, as of now the Q1 will be Jan, Feb and March. If you are going to say April over there, so April, May, June will be your Q1, right? So if you are looking for quarter 1 report, quarter 2 report, accordingly will go. So over here, as of now, I'm just keeping Jan, right? And we are going to start it from 9 o'clock, and we are going to work till 18 here. Correct. We are working 8 hours in a day, 48 hours in a week, and we are going to work 26 days in a month. If I'm going to say okay, so now we can see team, if I'm going to say okay, so we are not working, we are working on Saturday, so Saturday we are working, and now we are able to finish our project on Saturday itself. Earlier Saturday we were not working, so we got this part. Correct? So whenever we have to change the calendar, we can come and we can change the calendar. If you have to mark the holiday, like for some reason, if you are not working on 14 Jan, due to Sankranti, for example, right? So we have a holiday over there. So how do we mark the holiday? 14 Jan we are not working team. So I'll just click on project, change working time, and here it is an exceptions, right? And here we have Sankranti on 14 Jan. Okay, 14 Jan to 14 Jan. If I'm going to say okay, so we can see we are not working on 14 Jan, and now we are able to finish our project on 19 Jan. Correct? So whenever we have to mark the holiday, we can go and we can mark the holiday. Now, if you have 14 or 15 holidays in a month, so in one go you can do that. Now, if our fear is, if I'm working with 3 projects, for all 3 projects I will have to redo that. That is, we don't have to. Okay. Once you have set the calendar, you can save that as template, and when we are creating another project, you open that template and you work on, so that you will get your calendar element. If you want to delete the holiday, how do I delete the holiday? I'll just click on project, change working time, and here I'm going to say delete. Once I say okay, so we have deleted that holiday. I already spoke about if we have to work, if you have to mark 2nd Saturday or 1st Saturday as a holiday, right? So maybe we are not working. This is 2nd Saturday. Let me talk about 3rd Saturday. If you are not working on 3rd Saturday, right? 3rd Saturday is 17. So if you are not working on 3rd Saturday for every 1 month, so what we will do is we'll click on change working time, and it will be an exceptions over there. Correct? So let me take 3rd Saturday here. 3rd Saturday. Okay, and let me talk about 3rd Saturday from 17. Okay, I'll click on details over there, and actually we would like to do it for monthly, the 3rd Saturday of every 1 month, and let it be for 12 for 1 year. Now if I'm going to say okay, so what will happen in third Saturday we are not working. So we can see that third Saturday we are not working. Okay, now after that we have fourth Saturday we are working. First, second and okay, there were 5 Saturday. Okay, so again the third Saturday we are not working. So at any point of time, if you want to mark a holiday for second Saturday or fourth Saturday, if you want to mark a holiday for second So my suggestion, never deploy the calendar to summary task.
You will have the option of selecting all in one and
You can, yes, that you can, right? So over there, if you have to deploy to all these tasks, let me just check out, I can select this. I'll click on task and here I'm going to say information, right? And in information, then you can click on advanced tab. So, and in advanced tab, you can go to calendar and you can say my calendar. So we can see that all these tasks should be my calendar. Okay, and we should have from 8 o'clock. So how did I do that? I'm showing it to you. You have to select these tasks. Say if you double click over here, it will happen only for one activity, right? But if you have to do it, so you can select these tasks, okay? And now you won't be able to double click. You have to click on task and go to task information. So, information, right? It's like this, you know, this right? So what you can do is you can go there to change working time, and in change working time, you can say this is start date. Actually, go to work weeks, and over there we are going to schedule the date from whichever date you want to schedule. Okay, you can just schedule from some date, you know, or from 1st Jan to 31st Jan. Okay, and then you can click on details over there, and you can just set the time. Correct. Then again, what you can do is you can go to the second part over here and you can say Feb. So from 1st Feb to 28th Feb or 29th Feb, you can click on details. Say we can see that, you know, this is Jan selected, right? Okay. So this date is selected. If I take you to the next month over here, next month. So we can see that, you know, they are not predefined. So here, so we have this, you know, we have a very specific time.
We are assuming that 3 months completely correct, but एक दिन नया रहेगा you have to work on it. But during the tracking or something like that. So keeping that non-working day, keeping that working day in between that. Suppose sir 19th working day. So
then you can go to very specific date over there. You can double click, right? Actually, you can double click the dates you entered is supposed to field was within 0. Actually, you know, I have to update the version because it is not allowing me after 2000 over there. Otherwise, if I'm going to work with new version, it will allow me. So you can double click on 19 and you can change the date over there. Yeah, that is very much possible. Very much possible. Any in calendar team? So that is possible, sir, like very much possible. I hope we understood this part. Anyone any question here? So this was the planning part, right? So we have understood the planning. After that, we have to work with the resources. Right now, I already spoke about we have two types of resources. We have work resources and we have the material. Now, till we don't have the resource deployed, you not get the work here, right? If I right click here, if I'm going to say insert column, and we can say that if I'm going to take work, we don't have any work over here. Okay? Because if someone is working, then someone is doing the work over there, right? If I right click here, if I'm going to take cost, we don't have any cost over there because we don't have any resource. So the cost and work will be done only if you are deploying the resources. Till you don't have the resources, this work and cost will not be there. It will always be so. Now I saw that in many corporates, the people they are very good till the planning part. After that, they didn't deploy the resource because they don't know the cost or how the resources are working. Okay, it is all up to your team on some project. If you do not require the resources, that is all okay. You can plan it and you can do it. But ideally, you should deploy the resources, right? So now talking about the resources, I'll just create the resources. Then we'll take a break of 15 minutes and we'll take this part and I will talk about resources and then we'll take a new topic, right, which is tracking. Okay, so let me just type the resources first of all. If we have to deploy the resources, we'll assume that we have trainer, hardware engineer, then coordinator, we will require computer. So we can click on view tab. I'll take you to resource sheet over here. In a resource sheet, we have to type all the resources. Last time I have already shown you what is the difference between a work resource and a material resource. Okay, today we will not talk, but sometime in between I will keep on letting you know that. So here we are going to say coordinator. Okay, trainer. I'm going to say hardware engineer. Correct. Then here I'm going to say computers or ABC printers. I'm going to say computers. I'll say CDs over there. These are the 6 resources we are taking. Okay, so we are taking these are the resources, right? Now over here we have all the resources as work resources of now, like coordinator is work resource. Okay, I cannot type anything material column. Material is only for the material, and it is how do we count the material. Like if we are using cement, okay, in kgs, maybe diesel, petrol, whatever, right? So over there we can, for material we have to type the measuring unit. Okay, so as of now for work resource we don't type anything. Initial has nothing to do with the calculation. Okay, it is just a nickname, or as of now it is just giving the initial. Group is, we can create a group, like these 2 people, they are from admin department, and at the end I would like to know how much work has been done by admin department, so we can have a group. So like maybe 4 resources are from contractor 1, other 4 resources are from contractor 2, and if you want to count, so you can say contractor 1, at the end when you are going to, they are going to bill, so we can let them know that this much work you have done. Maximum unit is 1 person. For this project, we do require 1 person, and here we have a standard rate. So here, coordinator, I'm going to pay 1,000 per day. I'm taking a very simple figure over here so that we can calculate the amount. Like for trainer, we will pay him 900 per day. Okay. For hardware engineer, I'm going to pay him 800 per day. Okay. And for ABC printer, I don't know what is the cost. Actually, we will give him a task for printing. We have to get the material done. Right, so we will outsource that activity to this ABC printer. Computers is a material we are taking. Now material, I already spoke about one thing. We have taken 3 comparisons over there, very quickly team. Work resource, what we can reuse. Material, which is consumable. Once we consume, we consume over there, right? Now we have the equipment, the device, computers and other part. Now we cannot say that once we used, we cannot reuse computer. We can reuse computer, but how we are using this computer for this project, accordingly we will take the time. So as of now, I'm going to take computer as material. I'll say here, I will share this file. Actually, I've already shared the file with you, but we went with work, what we can reuse. Work resource is going to give me the over allocation, and maximum unit, we can do it only for the work resource, not for the material. Okay? Maybe I'll explain it in detail. But over here, I'll just go with these resources. Now, computers, we are going to say, we have to deploy, there are 20 people, right? So we do require 20 computers. Now over here for computer, I cannot type 20 over here, right? The reason is, this is the material. And in material column, how do I count the computers? I'm going to count them in numbers. And we are going to say we will pay 100 per computer, 100 rupees per computer, right? I cannot say per day, material will always be with quantity, right? And CDs, again we are going to take that as material, we'll count them in numbers. And here let me take the CD, which is 25 rupees per CD. So over here, once we have taken these resources and we have done the costing, the standard rate, okay, we need to deploy these resources to our task. Till I don't deploy the resources, I already said that we will not get any work, we will not get any cost. Let me insert a column as work over here. Let me insert a column as cost also. Insert column as cost. Correct. Now over here, what I am saying is that if you have to assign the resources, so email to trainer, I'll deploy this, I'll assign it to coordinator, right? So once I say coordinator, now we know that coordinator we are paying him 1 day. Actually he's working for 1 day, the cost is 1,000 and he's working 8 hours over here. So we got the work as 8 hours and the cost is 1,000. Okay, we'll give the second task again to coordinator. So we can see now if I give second task to coordinator, we are getting the over allocation sign over here because these two tasks they are scheduled on the same day. Well, so he's working on two different tasks on the same day on Monday. Practically, which is not possible. Actually, we are asking him to do 16 hours work in 1 day in the span of 8 hours, which is not possible practically. Okay, so how do we remove the resource over allocation? That I will let you know. Okay, again, this we are going to give it to coordinator. We will give it to coordinator. Now, typing, we will give this part to trainer. We don't have a separate typist. So this task is for 16 hours because it's working from 14 and 15 Jan. Wednesday and Thursday, right? Now formatting, we will give this task to trainer. Okay, now as he is working on Thursday on two different tasks, we are getting the over allocation sign. Correct? Room ready, we will not assign any. So printer, we will give it to ABC printer. The cost is 0 over here because in our resource sheet, we did not define the cost of ABC printer. Correct? Material ready, we don't want to take any resource here. Installation of computer, now there are two types of resources. We have computer and one hardware engineer. Now there are two ways to assign them. Either I can go there, I can deploy computers and hardware engineer. Now once I say computers, we can see that we are getting a square bracket and one number. Because it is a material, right? Whenever we have material, we will always get the square bracket and how many units we need to deploy. So we have to assign 20 computers. So as of now the cost is 1700 because this task is for 2 days. To hardware engineer we are paying 800 per day. 16 hours, 1600 is the cost of hardware engineer, and for one computer 100 rupees. But actually we want to give 20, we want to deploy 20 computers here. So you'll say that the cost has become 3600. Correct? Now for the second installation of software, either I can go here and I can select them, or the other way, what I can do is I can keep my cursor, I'll click on resource tab, and then I'm going to say assign resources. Once I say assign resources, so to CDs, I'm going to say 20 CDs, and I would like to have one hardware engineer, I'll click on assign. So here, for 20 CDs, 5,000, and hardware engineer, 800 is the cost. If I just close it, so you can see team, we have the cost is 1300 for installation of software, hardware engineer and 20 CDs. Okay. This task is for 1 day and 8 hours. Right, room ready, I will not give this task to anyone. Conducting training will give this task to trainer, and coordinator will give this task to coordinator. Now the coordinator is working only for 15 minutes and we are paying him 1,000 per day. So the cost will be there, cost is there only for 15 minutes, 31.25. And training over, okay, we don't want to assign any cost. So the overall cost of this project is 12,531.25. If you want to, now we are saying that okay, we don't have to give the course material to them, so maybe we can save this much cost over there. So I hope once you assign the resources in a proper way, once you take the cost in a proper way, and if you assign the resources, the cost and work will get calculated very soon. Anyone any question?
Yes, sir. Coordinator is working on 12th and 13th. Okay, sir? 12th and 13th. For this particular.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Again, the coordinator is assigned on 17 again.
Correct.
In between 13th and 17th, there is no role of any coordinator, and the cost is also not assigned to this particular activity, only the particular activity. But कंपनी में जैसे हम लोग काम करते हैं सर, तो कोऑर्डिनेटर तो कंपनी का है, तो क्या है कि वो तो 12 को भी काम कर रहा है, 17 तक लगातार काम कर रहा है, बट इवन फॉर दिस टास्क इट इज नॉट असाइन्ड, बट ही इज वर्किंग.
यस.
तो व्हाट आई वांट कि कोऑर्डिनेटर का कॉस्ट हर टास्क में पर डे के हिसाब से उसका कैलकुलेट होता है. इज दिस पॉसिबल? व्हाट इज सर यू गॉट कोऑर्डिनेटर का भले ही कॉस्ट यहाँ पे एक्टिविटीज नहीं आ रही क्योंकि पोस्ट मटेरियल प्रिपरेटिंग ट्रेनिंग में, बट ही इज वर्किंग
For all the days.
all the days. Because सर हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में भी ऐसे बहुत सारे काम है कि जो हम लोग जब रिसोर्सेज साइड करेंगे तो जो हमारा मैन पावर कॉस्ट है वो तो भले ही वो ना हो उसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट है ही है. इवन द टास्क एग्जैक्टली.
नहीं तो फिर आप उसको कॉस्ट ऐसे में डिफाइन करो. व्हाट यू कैन सी दैट coordinator is occupied, you just want to know that on which date he is working, whether it's over-allocated or not. So you take a coordinator, आप एक एक्टिविटी, एक टास्क ले लो, फिर एक रिसोर्स ले लो और उस रिसोर्स के अंदर आप कॉस्ट सारे कैलकुलेट करके डाल दो. राइट. यू कैन से मैन पावर और व्हाटएवर, राइट. ओके. और आवर पीपल, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय.
कोऑर्डिनेटर का रेट चेंज कर दो, तो 50% ही काम करा तो 50% रेट डाल दो.
कोऑर्डिनेटर तो 13 तारीख से काम कर रहा है और 20 तारीख तक है वो पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में सर. कोऑर्डिनेटर जैसे अंशु सर इज फ्रॉम 12 to 19 इज वर्किंग. ये जो कॉस्ट निकला है सर, दिस इज फ्रॉम माय पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, दिस इज नॉट करेक्ट. अकॉर्डिंग टू टास्क इट इज करेक्ट सर. जो आपने प्लॉट किया दैट इज वेरी मच करेक्ट.
अच्छा, फिक्स और एट वाला
एग्जैक्टली सर, एग्जैक्टली. बट वी अंशु सर
फिक्स कॉस्ट है वो चलता रहेगा.
नहीं तो मेरा उसके अंदर सजेशन क्या है सर कि अगर आपका एक प्रोजेक्ट है उसके अंदर 10 लोग ऐसे, राइट. सिर्फ कोऑर्डिनेटर की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, कोऑर्डिनेटर भी है, ट्रेनर भी है, हार्डवेयर इंजीनियर भी है. आप उसका सबका कॉस्ट कैलकुलेट कर लो, एक दिन का कितना कॉस्ट जा रहा है. ठीक है. वो कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉइज और यहाँ पे आपको कॉस्ट डाल दो, एक दिन का कितना रेट जा रहा है. राइट. अगर आप सभी का मिला के कि अगर 2000 जा रहा है, now this 20,000 or 2,000 whatever, right. Now you go and cost of employee, आप यहाँ पे जाके उस कॉस्ट को डिप्लॉय कर दो, असाइन कर दो. राइट. तो यहाँ पे जाके आप कोऑर्डिनेटर को यहाँ पे कॉस्ट असाइन कर दो और ये याद है आपको कि फिर कोऑर्डिनेटर का कॉस्ट आपको वहां से निकाल देना है. आप नहीं भी असाइन कर रहे हो तो ठीक है, कॉस्ट ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेटर आप फिक्स कॉस्ट में भी ले सकते हो, पर दिन का कॉस्ट जा रहा है. एक्चुअली तो बहुत सिंपल कैलकुलेशन है
सर. ये कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय ओवर एलोकेटेड नहीं होता.
नहीं, ये फिर आपको कोऑर्डिनेटर का कॉस्ट यहाँ से निकालना पड़ेगा. राइट. इफ आई क्लिक ऑन व्यू टैब रिसोर्स शीट, मेरा बोलने का मतलब क्या है कि अगर कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय में आप अगर ये तीनों एम्प्लॉय को पकड़ के चल रहे हो तो फिर यहाँ पे उनका कॉस्ट नहीं होगा.
नहीं सर, मैं तो ट्रेनर हार्डवेयर इंजीनियर में चाहता हूँ बिकॉज दे आर आउटसोर्स. देयर कॉस्ट आर फिक्स्ड. कॉस्ट ऑफ ट्रेनर एंड हार्डवेयर इंजीनियर्स आर फिक्स्ड. दैट इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम. द प्रॉब्लम इज विद द कोऑर्डिनेटर.
नहीं तो आपका कोऑर्डिनेटर, मेरा बोलने का मतलब है कि आपका जो भी है कॉस्ट, राइट. कोऑर्डिनेटर का है तो कोऑर्डिनेटर को आप यहाँ पे 0 रखो और यहाँ पे उसको 1000 दे दो. राइट. 1000 दे दो फॉर एग्जाम्पल. ओके. और ये 1000 पर डे. राइट. और
काम करना मतलब मैक्स फिक्स करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ. और फिर यहाँ पे जो भी है हर इसके ऊपर आपको कोऑर्डिनेटर यहाँ पे लेना है. ये देखो यहाँ पे 1000 है. राइट. कोऑर्डिनेटर है, ये आप कोऑर्डिनेटर इसलिए असाइन कर रहे हो क्योंकि आप उसका कैलेंडर देख पाओ कि कहाँ पे ओवर एलोकेट हो रहा है. और कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय आप 1000 दे दो. यहाँ पे भी आपको कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय 1000 देना पड़ेगा. आई मीन यू असाइन दैट रिसोर्स.
सर ओवर एलोकेट हो रहा है एवरी टाइम. सो यहाँ
ओवर एलोकेट
ईच एक्टिविटी में आप यूज कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, वो तो ओवर एलोकेशन आपको निकालना पड़ेगा, वो उसका कॉस्ट से कुछ
मैक्स कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, दैट ओवर एलोकेशन इज अ डिफरेंट पार्ट. राइट. अगर ओवर एलोकेशन है तो भी वो कॉस्ट पर कैलकुलेट करना है. दैट विल लगेगा. वो मैं आपको नेक्स्ट सिस्टम में बता दूं.
रिसोर्स शीट में उसको मैक्स में 6 एक्टिविटीज में यूज किया जाता है. 6 days. कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय 7th कॉलम में मैक्स में नीचे है 1 is
यहाँ पे नीचे हो गए. हाँ,
मैं सर सिंपल चाहता हूँ कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय है ना हर एक टास्क में आ जाए.
समझ आ गया. राइट. और कहा आपका डेट में आए तो आपको हर टास्क के ऊपर वो आपको कॉस्ट लेना पड़ेगा. मतलब वो से मैंने क्या किया, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय जो है, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय रिसोर्स है, वो आपको हर टास्क के ऊपर लगाना पड़ेगा.
तो ओवर लोकेशन में जाएगा
नहीं, ओवर एलोकेशन में नहीं आएगा। ओवर एलोकेशन में आप कोऑर्डिनेटर यूज कर रहे हो, ये कोऑर्डिनेटर का आपने कॉस्ट निकाल दिया। ओवर एलोकेशन आप कोऑर्डिनेटर के यूज कर रहे हो, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय क्या है, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय यूज कर रहे हो। आप सिर्फ एक रिसोर्स का मत सोचोगे हो, राइट? मैं आपको 10 रिसोर्स, ये एक रिसोर्स भी हो सकता है, इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ 2 or 3 रिसोर्सेज।
Sir, he is an employee. He is working for 6 days. So if we can keep a max as 6, so which is not overlapping in resource field.
हाँ, लेकिन यहाँ रिसोर्स शीट में अगर मैं जा रहा हूँ सर,
इसमें
और आप बोल रहे हैं मैक्सिमम
है 6 days और
ये मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ पर्सन है सर।
इसलिए 6 करने से एक ही पर्सन है। एक बार
6 करो, कहाँ पे? 6 करो यहाँ पे। या इफ आई क्लिक ऑन व्यू टैब एंड कैच चार्ट ओवर दैट, तो कॉस्ट में आपका इसका डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा सर। उसका एक्चुअली वो आपका ओवर एलोकेशन के लिए होता है जो मैक्सिमम यूनिट है। से आप क्या बोल रहे हो कि 6 बंदे हैं, तो अगर यहाँ पे एक ही बंदे का काम है तो एक ही बंदे को लेता हूँ। अगर ये वर्क मेरा एक दिन के अंदर अगर 80 आवर्स का काम होता है, राइट, तो फिर आपको 6 यूज करें। तो ये मैक्सिमम यूनिट से आपको उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। पहले हम लोग रिसोर्स और एलोकेशन निकालते हैं और उसके बाद में मैं आपको बता दूं कि कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉय। मैं समझाऊंगा आपका कंसर्न कि बंदा कैसे होता है। कि मतलब हमारे पास में टास्क रहता है, मैं हर एक एक्टिविटी के ऊपर डिप्लॉय नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मुझे पता है ये बंदा तो वर्क कर ही रहा है, राइट। मैं आज इनके साथ में बैठा हूँ, राइट, 2 घंटे के लिए। इफ आई एम अ प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर, राइट, अगर सबको कुछ हेल्प चाहिए तो मैं जाके 2 घंटे के लिए उनके पास में बैठा हूँ, 2 घंटे किसी और के पास में बैठा हूँ, 2 घंटे और किसी के पास में, तो ऐसा मेरा दिन जा रहा है, राइट। और मैं सारा दिन ऐसे ही वर्क कर रहा हूँ, तो आई कैन नॉट से दैट आई एम वर्किंग फॉर 2 hours here, 2 hours here, 2 hours here, right? But I'm working for all the days over there, so my cost should get calculated according to my salary or according to per day cost. So that you will have to take a separate resource and you have to keep on employing over there. I'll do it back. We'll take a break of 15 minutes, right? So 11:40 we'll be back.
वीडियो में स्क्रीन ही बता रहा है, लेकिन इससे कैसे डायरेक्ट
आवाज चाहिए, वो चाहिए बस
स्क्रीन दाखवली हरीश
मैं ना नहीं आता दाखवत पण जर लेकर सगळी सुरू कर मला कॉल करून करेक्ट सुरू करून ये वही वाला हां ये नहीं चाहिए ना अपने को, ये नहीं चाहिए
31 लाइन तो और 31 लाइन
ये चाहिए इसको सिर्फ का बात किया था जो कि वो दिखता नहीं
त्यांचा आलाच नाही ना त्या फ्युचर मध्ये आलाच नाही त्यांचा इनपुट
नहीं एक्चुअली क्या हुआ
कसं आला राष्ट्रीय
मी मोठा मागवला आता परत ऑर्डर करून नवीन दुसरं मागवलं
तो
नहीं आएगा इस पे अभी मत देखो थोड़ी बाद में देखो हाँ लेकिन वो चालू हो गया था तभी से चालू है मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ
अभी तो ठीक है लास्ट टाइम में नहीं चालू चालू
हाँ हो जाएगा
क्यों है
अरे थोड़ी चाहिए ये कॉफी नहीं
पहला 11:30 होने वाला और आप 11:15 ब्रेक देंगे तो लगभग 1:30 लगेगा 1:30 बजे उसने 2 मिनट 10 10:30 को बोलिए मतलब ऐसा नहीं होता है वो नहीं करना बोलूंगा ऑर्गेनाइज कर लूंगा जब तब नहीं मेरा होता नहीं होता पहले होता लास्ट में तो वो याद किया तो मैं हाँ तो मैंने डॉक्यूमेंट दे दिया उसको 35 36 39 का डॉक्यूमेंट दे दिया
Okay, so we were talking about resources, right? So we have done the planning. We have created these resources, resource sheet. So we have taken coordinator, trainer, hardware engineer, ABC printers, computers, and CDs over there, right? Now for coordinator, we have taken 1,000 per day. Trainer is 900 per day. Hardware engineer is 800 per day. ABC printer, I don't know the rate as of now. This is a regular person, and we don't know how much cost we are going to give him. Then computers, we took that as material, 100 per computer, and CDs we are taking 25%. Now if I go back to Gantt chart here, in Gantt chart what we have done, we have deployed these resources, right? So we said coordinator, again the coordinator. Now as we have deployed these resources, the cost will get calculated in its own. Okay, so we know that the overall cost of this project is 12,531.25. Notice how the cost is getting calculated. Cost will always get calculated if it is a work resource, per day cost or per hour cost, right? It will be on duration, I mean. And if it is a material, it will be on unit. Like over here, we can notice this task number 12, installation of computer. We know that hardware engineer is working for 2 days. So the cost is, we are paying him 900, right? 1800 is the cost. 900 per day, am I right? No, I think we are paying 1800 per day. So 1600 is the cost, and we are using 20 computers, so it is remaining cost is for computers over there. I hope you understood my point, right? Okay, so here the cost will get calculated for resource, for work resource, it will be per day cost or duration cost, right? It will be per hour, per week, per annum, whatever, right? Okay, and material, how many units we are using. Like we can see that for hardware engineer, we are paying him 800 per day. So 800 is the cost, and we are using 20 series, 25 rupees per CD is the cost. So therefore, 1300 is the cost over there. Okay, now at times we don't want to do the calculation neither on duration nor on units, nor on quantity, right? So we can take a column as fixed cost. Okay, so like over here I'm saying printing. Now printing, we are ABC printer, we did not take any cost for that ABC printer. So, and I don't know whether I'm going to pay per copy, per day. Okay, actually I outsource this activity for 1 day. Now, how many people are working to take the printout of that course material, or whether he is working in night time? But only I'm saying for the duration that this I gave him for 1 day, okay, and in 1 day I would like to have those copies over there. But I'm not calculating neither on quantity nor on duration. So that time we can take a column as fixed cost. I can write it here. I'm going to say insert column, and here I'm going to say fixed cost. And for fixed cost, what I can do is I can just say 500 here for printing, okay, for this task. If I'm going to say 500, if I press enter, so that 500 will get added in the cost. So the point is, if you are doing the standard calculation, great. At times, we cannot do the standard calculation, so take the lump sum amount, like take the cost as fixed cost and enter that figure over there. Okay, now we can manipulate the cost, but that does not mean that we are actually manipulating the cost. That will get adjusted in fixed cost. For example, to trainer, I'm paying him 900 per day. He is working for 2 days, 1800 is the cost. Then for some reason, I am not paying him 1800, I am paying him 1600. So can I change the cost here? If I want, I can change the cost here. But what will happen? 1600 minus 200 will go in the fixed cost over there. So once you have declared the cost, okay, and if you are making some changes in the cost, what it means is that the adjustment will happen in the fixed cost. For some reason, if I'm going to pay him 2,000, so we know that it will be 200 plus 200, right? So actually the cost is 1800, but I'm paying him 200 as a fixed cost over there. So let it be 1800 over there, or maybe if I'm going to say 0 here, automatically it will be 1800. I hope you understood my point, right? So for cost, whenever we have, so these are the three things. For work resource, it will be on duration. For material, it will be on quantity. And if you don't want neither on duration nor on quantity, you take the column as fixed cost and it will be cost. I hope you understood this part. Okay, so that is how the cost will be calculated. Okay, now the first of all, I will remove the resource over allocation, right? So over here, we know that the hardware engineer is working on these two tasks: installation of computers and installation of software. He is over-allocated on which day or which date? Can you let me know, team? He is working Wednesday, Thursday. So he is over-allocated on Thursday, right? Not if as hardware engineer is working only on these two tasks, we are okay. We can find out the over-allocation very easily. But if you have a project of 6 months, 2 days he is working here, 2 days he is working in the next month. So I don't know on which date he is over-allocated. As of now, we can find out the over-allocation, which date. But if you want to know the over-allocation in detail, so there is a different view we have. And what view is that? Resource usage. How we are using the resources. If I click on View tab, resource sheet here, resource sheet will give me if these resources are in red color, they are over-allocated as we discussed in the last session. Now, if you want to know on which date he is over-allocated, I know that he is over-allocated as in red color, but if you want to know the detail that on which date he is over-allocated, so we have a different view. I'll click on View tab, resource usage, and resource usage will give me the details over there. If you want to pull out the details over there, what I can do is I can keep my cursor on hardware engineer. I'll click on task tab, and then I'm going to say scroll to task. If I say scroll to task, it will pull out the relevant data. Okay, so wherever you are keeping, if you are saying scroll to task, it will give us the relevant data over there, right? So hardware engineer is over-allocated on Thursday. He is not over-allocated on Wednesday. Wednesday he is working for installation of computers here, but for installation of software, he is over-allocated, right? So my point is, can I shift this 8 hours to next Friday here? Because actually, I will ask him, you do the installation of computer. I hope you are able to understand this activity. Installation of computers. So I'll ask him, you do this task on Wednesday and Thursday because it is for 2 days task. And this task, what he's doing on Thursday, installation of software, I'll ask him, do this task on Friday. But if I'm asking him to do this task on Friday, I need to check if I'm going to give this task on Friday, will it increase the project duration? Okay? How do I cross-check that part? Slack, right? So over there, as I'm asking him to do the installation of software on Friday, so I'll just check, do we have the Slack time here? Okay? And how do I check that? We know that we have Slack, total Slack column. So if I right click here, let me insert a column as total Slack. So if we have a Slack of 1 day, installation of software, as we have a Slack of 1 day here, right? So maybe I can postpone this task to next week, next working day. Okay, so it will not impact in the project duration, overall duration will be same. I hope you understood my point. So whenever we have to remove the resource allocation, first of all we need to check if we have Slack. If we have Slack, we are going to use that Slack. If we don't have Slack, then we have to think something else over there. Correct? Now over here, I have decided, okay, I'll ask him to do the installation of software on Friday. So if we have to shift this task on Friday, how do I shift this task on Friday?
As late as possible.
As late as possible, I can do that, right? Perfect. If I'm going to say as late as possible, that will happen. But do we have better way? So last time also we did as late as possible. That time the scenario was different. Okay, this time what we are saying is that I'm able to work parallelly over there. Because when I was planning, I did not think much about the resources. Correct? I never thought that my resource will get over-allocated or I will get a shortage of resources. So that time I said that okay, I can work parallelly. But as I know that I am only one hardware engineer, so I'll not work parallelly for this part. So better you say 12 over there. Am I right? Say, it will give me the same result, but the thought is different. You know, this time I'm saying not to work parallelly. If I'm going to say 12, we know that we will not have the Slack here now. We will not have the Slack here. And
you know, next actually.
so over there, if you are, what you are saying is absolutely right. I can go there, I can say as late as possible also. I can go there, I can say as late as possible. Both the options, they are going to give you the same result. But actually, when I'm saying that as late as possible, so better not to work parallelly. I hope you understood my point, right? Now, these are the minor things, but you know, plays very important role. You know, the thought process. So we know that we were planning first, we focus on activities, right? And then we talk about resources. So which activities we have to perform, and on these activities, which are the resources they are going to work. So first of all, we decide how we are going to perform these activities, and then we assign the resources. So over there, this time beta team to work well. So we have removed the resource of allocation of hardware engineering.
1 second, sir.
Yeah.
Installation of computer and installation of software. Both the tasks have been completed by assigned to hardware engineer. Control Z, sir. One control Z, please. One more control Z, sir. Yes. Installation of computer, the total duration is 2 days and installation of software is 1 day.
Correct.
तो you thought कि हमको ये नीचे वाले में हम लोग अपना changes कर रहे हैं.
Yes.
Why not on installation of computer?
Okay. Installation of computer 2 दिन का है ही ना सर. ये वेडनेसडे थर्सडे हो रहा है, राइट?
Right, sir.
वेडनेसडे थर्सडे हो रहा है. तो अगर ये हार्डवेयर इंजीनियर वेडनेसडे और थर्सडे को बिजी है, उसके बाद में हमको इंस्टॉलेशन ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर चाहिए. इंस्टॉलेशन ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर इज डिपेंड है हार्डवेयर के ऊपर. जब तक हमारा हार्डवेयर कंप्लीट नहीं होगा, सॉफ्टवेयर हम लोग इंस्टॉल नहीं कर सकते. तो पहले हमको कंप्यूटर लगाना है, राइट? तो पहले कंप्यूटर लगाना है. हम लोग ये बोल रहे थे कि 20 कंप्यूटर है, तो 10 कंप्यूटर अगर उसने हार्डवेयर इंस्टॉल किया तो हम लोग उसके पास सॉफ्टवेयर इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं. अभी के बाकी 10 कंप्यूटर में भी बाकी है, राइट? ओके. So what we are saying is that you install all 20 computers first. If you are taking 2 days, take 2 days, and after that you install the software. So actually we have to do the installation of software only because this task is depend on this task. Okay. So last time we said okay we can work parallelly over there, but this time we are saying as we have the shortage of resource, we have only one hardware engineer, so we cannot work parallelly. So therefore we are removing this. Correct? So therefore we are saying 12 because this task is dependent on this task. Therefore we are taking action on installation of software, not on installation of hardware. Am I right? Okay. So first of all, what we need to do is wherever the resource is over allocated, so we need to check if we have slack. If we have slack, we are going to use that slack. Now, if we don't have slack, what alternate we are going to have? Like here, if trainer is over allocated, right? Trainer is over allocated on Thursday only. We can see that he is over allocated on Thursday. Now, I cannot remove the resource over allocation of trainer the way we have removed it for hardware engineer because we don't have any slack over here, right? Say, first of all, let me hide these columns just for one vision. And let me insert a column as total slack. Okay, not we know that we cannot remove the over allocation of hardware engineer is over allocated for formatting, right? He is over allocated on Thursday, the same way, Jan 15. Now, as we don't have any slack time over here, so as we don't have any slack time over here, I cannot do the same way as I did it for hardware engineer. So, what alternative we may have? Increase the number of days of this project, right? 1. If I don't want to increase the number of days, because you know we have done training, right? Training is there on 17th Saturday. We have hired the hotel room. We have done a lot of expenses. Now, if I'm going to postpone, okay, we cannot recover those expenses.
We have to increase the resources.
We can increase the resource, right? The second way, right? What else? Level resource, right? Okay, if you are saying level resource, it will go to the Monday only, right?
Yeah.
So we can add the resource. We can ask to the same resource to do overtime. Okay, or we can outsource this activity. So there are ways. So I have already spoken about. If you can notice it, you know, whenever we have to remove the resource or allocation, so first of all we have to check the total slack. If we have slack, we are going to use it. Okay. Otherwise, what we can do is we can add the resource. Right. If you are going to add the resource, so what will happen? The duration will be same. Okay. But we have to have the resource over there. Okay. If we have only one trainer, we cannot add the resource. Okay. Or we can shift the task to the next working day. If we have no slack, it will increase the duration of my project. Today, if we have training on Saturday, it will go on Monday. Correct? So over there, we have that option as well. Ask the same resource for overtime. Maybe he's working on Friday, or maybe he's working on Thursday, right? So I'll ask him that on Thursday itself, you work after 6 o'clock, maybe we can take a comp from some other day. Okay, we can ask the same resource for overtime. Maybe we can outsource that task. And labor resources are important that part. So these are the options we have here. Correct? But first of all, you need to check the total stack. If you have total stack, use it. Okay, now if I'm going to add the resource, for example, I don't want to shift this training on Monday. I want it to be done on Saturday only. So I know I can add the resource. Now if I'm going to add the resource, will it increase? Okay, basically I would like to add one more trainer for formatting. So if I'm going to add a trainer over here, one more resource, will it increase the cost of my project?
No, not sure.
If you want, right? Because over here, you know that cost will always get calculated. If I'm going to say insert column is cost will always get calculated based on work, right? So over here, we have a work of 16 hours, right? And here we have a work of 8 hours. So actually, the total work is for 24 hours, right? Actually, we are paying him the cost of 24 hours. But he won't be able to do the 24 hours task in 16 hours, right? Actually, we are asking him to complete the task of 24 hours in 2 days, which is not possible. Therefore, the cost has already taken care. So even if I'm going to add a resource, it will not increase the cost of the project, but we have to have the resource with us. If we don't have any other trainer, we won't be able to do it. Okay, so just to let you know, team, if I'm going to add one more trainer over here, how do I add one more trainer? I'll have to go to resource sheet, and over there we have to set 2 trainers. Okay, so that you notice that the cost is same, the duration will be same, finish date will be same, but we will not have the resource allocation. So I'll just click on view tab, I'll go to resource sheet, and here is the answer of this, what is maximum limit, right? You're asking me to take 6 last time somewhere. Okay, actually 2, that means 2 trainers are there for this project. Now if I press enter, now 2 trainers are there for this project. That does not mean that both the trainers are working for all the days. Wherever we do require the trainer, that will get deployed. Okay, so if I'm going to say 2, we can see that we don't have the red color. If I take you to Gantt chart, we don't have any resource allocation sign here. The cost is same, the work is same, the duration is same, but only the thing is that you have to have resource with you. If you don't have resource with you, you won't be able to add the resource. You understand my point?
So it is automatically assigned that 2 trainers यहाँ जहाँ पे भी हमारा ओवर लोकेशन होगा, it will automatically NS project automatically उसपे assign कर देगा.
Yes, जहाँ पे भी 2 ट्रेनर लगेंगे, जो भी एक्टिविटी की वो ऑटोमेटिकली वहाँ पे चलेगा. तो यहाँ पे वो मुझे ये नहीं बता रहा है कि यहाँ पे मैंने ट्रेनर नहीं बताया, but actually यहाँ पे 2 ट्रेनर हैं, right? So I cannot say, I'm not saying that trainer 1, trainer 2. You could be very specific, trainer 1, trainer 2, or you can just say 2 trainers. So that will be. No.
Resource available नहीं तो day increase होगा.
हाँ, resource available नहीं है तो फिर day increase होगा, right? नोटिस अभी आपको बहुत स्पेसिफिक लिखना है यहाँ पे, लाइक टाइपिंग ट्रेनर 1 करेगा और फॉर्मेटिंग ट्रेनर 2 करेगा. So then that time you have to go to resource sheet and you have to take 2 resources, trainer 1 and trainer 2, and deploy trainer 1 to typing, trainer 2 to formatting. That depends, you know, how you want to take that. If suppose you have to do some task where 50 labors are required, so you don't say labor 1, labor 2, labor 3, labor 4, right? You will say 50 labors. Now if it is a task of 50 labors, okay, or if it is a task of 48 labors, if you have 50 labors, 2 labors are not working, the cost will get calculated only for 48 labors. So that depends, you know, how you want to be very specific or you want to be that. So assume that team, I don't have the trainer as of now. I'll click on view tab, resource sheet. I'll just say we have only a trainer over there. Okay, so we know that the trainer is overallocated. Now, if we have to remove the resource allocation, assuming if we don't have the trainer with us, okay, and if we have to remove the resource allocation over there, so what should I do in that case now? The trainer is not ready for overtime. I cannot outsource this formatting task to some other company because it is too confidential. So over that thing, what I want is, I want it should go to the next working day. So in that case, what do we do? I hope you understand my point, right? So how do I, the bottom line is, you know, team, I would like to shift this formatting task to next working day, to Friday. So I can just remove this as is, right? Because we were assuming that we can do this task simultaneously by a lag of 1 day. So here I'm just going to say 7. If I type 7, we can see that, you know, we don't have the resource allocation, and you know this got shifted, and the overall duration of the project has become for 7 days. So that is the way we have removed the resource allocation operator. Now, whenever we are planning, first of all we focus on the task, right? We focus on activities, and after that we deploy the resources. At times, what happens is, we have given these tasks to coordinator, but now we know that coordinator is much more allocated over there. He's working on 12. He's working on 12 on Monday, and then 13. So now, once we have written the task, I would like to reschedule these tasks as per the earliest available time of coordinator. So that time we can do the labor resource. So labor resource is nothing but we are shifting the task, but very quickly we are not thinking about the date. Whenever the coordinator is getting free, okay, the task will assign to him. So that time we can use labor resource. Okay, so what I need to do is I'm going to select these 4 tasks over here. Okay, and we can see this task is there on Monday. So this will go on Tuesday, this will go on Wednesday, this will go on Thursday. Correct? And therefore the project duration will become for 9 days. So how do I label the resource? I need to click on View tab, resource sheet, I'll click on Resource tab, and here we have this label resource. Once I click on label resource, so it has already taken coordinator because the coordinator are deployed for these tasks. If I say label now, so you can see that automatically the tasks are getting shifted and we don't have the resource. I hope you understood my point. What if I'm going to delete coordinator from here for this task? If I delete coordinator, could you guess what will happen? I'm talking about task 2. Coordinator is working. What if I'm going to delete this coordinator from resource name? Because we don't have any predecessor, right? It is an independent task. Even the next task is independent. It is independent task, but still we are doing it on 13. So like if I'm saying, if I delete this coordinator, you'll notice that this task will get rescheduled on 12 over here, right? Sorry. If I delete this coordinator from here, so that should go for 12 over there. Because we said labor resource, right? I hope you understood my point. Correct? So once I say labor resource, so we have labor resource, but if I say, we know that we don't have any predecessor, right? So ideally, it should go for 12 only. But why it is going for 13? Because we said labor resource. Actually slack is for some other part over there, right? Slack is taking somewhere for other part. It is not only for this part. Slack is going, somewhere we are taking. So the slack is there. 1 day slack, actually the slack is for the schedule, not for the resource over there. So the slack will be there for the task, not for the resource. So if I just delete this part here, coordinator, now we can notice team, this is getting scheduled on 12 over there. Okay, why we have a slack over here? The reason is, team, we know that we are taking these 2 tasks, okay, we are getting this part and we are starting typing based on this 2 part here. So therefore we are saying even if we perform this task on next day, this is 13, so even if I are going to perform this task on 13, okay, it will not schedule. But as the coordinator is working, therefore we are, I hope you understand, right? So slack has nothing to do with the resource name, it has to do with the schedule of activities. So this is the way we remove the resource.
Give the relationship for third activity.
For third activity? Yeah. We can give 2 over there. If I'm going to say 2 over there, now we can see that we don't have a slack, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If I say 2, so now we are saying ideally these 2 tasks are independent tasks, and that is the reason we do not put the predecessor. But if we put the predecessor now, so we don't have a slack. So ideally we will not put it because both activities are independent. And now I said labor resource. Now as I have done something in predecessor, so I will have to redo this part. I'll just go there and labor resource. I'll just go there and I'm going to say labor resource.
In between the task, slack is 1, so you can do leveling, sir. The 4 tasks under a slack set. Previously. Level does 0, 0, 1, 0.
You are talking about these tasks?
Yes.
Or any? Okay, so we have 1, 0, 1 and 0 over here, right? Now you are saying?
अभी level करने के बाद ये आएगा.
हाँ.
It is one single task, one Slack is there.
Correct. No, Slack will remove either with predecessor or with the link, with the duration. If you have done the resource leveling, then only the Slack is coming, only for a reason that we don't have the predecessor. Basically, Slack को हमको focus कर रहा है कि how we can make use of that Slack, right? Yeah. So our concern is not that कितना Slack है.
Use of schedule more than use of resource.
Yeah, use of schedule, right? I hope you understood this. Anyone, any question comes to your thought? Team, I hope you are able to relate, right, to your project, because once we don't know this concept, we cannot work with project.
One second, very simple question. हमने लेवल भी रिसोर्स कर दिया सर. कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम ट्रेनर में एक दिन का स्लैक आया.
हाँ.
वेरी प्रैक्टिकल, बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल जाते हैं कि हमको एक दिन का स्लैक क्यों चाहिए कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम ट्रेनर में. हम सेम डे ही लेंगे. ऐसा भी है तो मीन्स हमको ड्यूरेशन में 0 डेज करना पड़ेगा. बेसिक प्लानिंग पे जा रहा हूँ मैं. जस्ट वांट टू कि हमें एक दिन एक क्यों चाहिए. हमें तो ट्रेनिंग जल्द से जल्द करना है.
रिसोर्स यूज किया बोल क्या.
ओके.
से अगर आप ये बोल लो कि ये जो कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम ट्रेनर है,
right.
ये एक दिन का स्लैग है, राइट?
हाँ.
तो अगर हम लोग यहाँ पे 0 निकाले तो हम लोग इसको 13 को कर सकते हैं. इसका मतलब यही हुआ ना.
ड्यूरेशन पे कहाँ पे चेंज करें कि वो स्लैग खत्म हो जाए. सपोज अभी रिपोर्ट मैनेजमेंट को पास लेके जाते हैं, वो बोलते हैं कि नहीं आपने बहुत अच्छा किया, बट ये क्यों इतना टाइम ले रहे हो यार, आज ही मंगवाओ ना कंफर्मेशन. यू वांट्स टू से दैट कि उसके यहाँ पे बनाओ. तो वो जो स्लैक है कि कंफर्मेशन प्रिंटर हम लोग एक दिन क्यों ले रहे हैं. व्हाई वी आर टेकिंग वन डे. आज ही कॉल करके आज ही कंफर्मेशन ले लो. और हमें ऐसा आता है. तो व्हाट वी कैन डू सर.
स्लैक को 0 करेगा तो एक दिन बढ़ेगा.
नहीं, आप उसको स्लैक को मत सोचो. नहीं, आप ये बोल रहे हो कि एक दिन का कंफर्मेशन है. मैनेजमेंट बोल रहा है कि एक दिन कंफर्मेशन को क्यों लग रहा है.
राइट सर.
करेक्ट. तो एक कंफर्मेशन को एक दिन लगता ही है. ये जो टास्क है, ओके, डोंट बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक अबाउट कंफर्मेशन. कोई भी एक अगर टास्क है, आप बोल रहे कि एक दिन का टास्क है, तो उसको एक दिन तो लगेगा. अगर आपको लगता है कि वो एक दिन नहीं लगता है, उसको आधे दिन में करना है, तो फिर आप एक और रिसोर्स लगाओ, उसको आधे दिन में करो. I mean, what you are saying is that ये ड्यूरेशन तो फिक्स्ड है सर.
अच्छा, इसको 0 कर सकते हैं.
इसको 0 करेंगे तो ये तो आपका 0 हो जाएगा ना. ये 0 है.
अगर हम ये प्लान करते हैं ईमेल टू पार्टिसिपेंट, जिस दिन हम कर रहे हैं ईमेल टू ट्रेनर, सेम डे आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग द कंफर्मेशन.
हाँ, वो हो सकता है, राइट. से एक चीज है ड्यूरेशन, राइट, और एक चीज आपको करना करना है. फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ यू आर सेइंग दैट आई हैव टू गो फ्रॉम थाने टू सीएसटी, राइट. ओके, अगर उसको 1 घंटा टाइम लग रहा है तो वो 1 घंटा लग रहा है, राइट. वी कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग, राइट. लेकिन अगर कुछ टास्क ऐसे हैं कि अगर आपको वो दोनों एक ही दिन करना है, तो फिर आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा, एक और रिसोर्स लगाना पड़ेगा.
इनका बात मैं समझ गया.
नहीं, क्या देखिए,
स्लैक द अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम दैट यू कैन डिले. अगर डिले करे तो शेड्यूल बढ़ेगा.
ऑफ कोर्स दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट टू डू ना.
क्या बेनिफिट
मैं स्लैक यूज नहीं कर रहा हूं. स्लैक मेरा 1 डे में उसको 0 करना चाहता हूं. मैं वो ये बोल रहा है कि नहीं, हमको आज के दिन में ही आज हम ट्रेनिंग इन्फॉर्मेशन लो और आज ही को इसमें डाल दो. ऐसा सिंपल कि हमको स्लैक को 0 करना है. एक दिन हमारा एक दिन का जो हमारा टाइम जो हमारा 21 को हो रहा है वो
स्लैक को 0 करे तो डिले आगे बढ़ रहा होगा और एक्स्ट्रा
नहीं जा रहा है ना. स्लैक से एक दिन डिले हो रहा है.
नहीं, यहाँ पे स्लैक क्यों आ रहा है सर? स्लैक इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि आपके पास में एक रिसोर्स है. अगर आप रिसोर्स बढ़ाओगे तो स्लैक कम जाएगा. आपको 2 काम है, एक मंडे को भी काम है, एक ट्यूसडे का भी काम है, राइट. आपने क्या दोनों काम मंडे को करना था पहले. अभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपकी, आप मंडे को एक काम कर लो, ट्यूसडे को एक काम करो. जब आप दोनों काम करोगे तो एक तीसरा काम छूटूगा, राइट. तो जो काम आपने मंडे को कर लिया, उसके अंदर ट्यूसडे को भी आप दूसरा काम कर रहे हो, तो मंडे वाले काम में तो एक दिन का स्लैग आएंगे. यू अंडरस्टैंड पॉइंट. अगर आपको 2 बंदे हैं तो मंडे के जो काम है आप एक काम कर रहे हो, टास्क एक, और कोई और बंदा काम कर रहा है टास्क. आई होप यू गॉट माय पॉइंट.
सर थोड़ा सा इसमें टाइम ले रहा हूँ, सॉरी.
हाँ, देन इट्स ओके.
बट प्लानिंग का पार्ट है सर. हमारा बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज होती है जो सेम डे कंप्लीट हो जाती है. जैसे मैं एज्यूम कर रहा हूँ तो सर ईमेल टू ट्रेनर भी मेरा होगा आज ही, ईमेल टू पार्टिसिपेंट भी आज ही, कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम ट्रेनर आज ही होगा और कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम पार्टिसिपेंट भी आज ही होगा. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट सर.
बट इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द रिसोर्स.
हाँ, ओके ना. मैं और मेरे को ये भी पता है कि एक ही कोऑर्डिनेटर ये काम करेगा. ये ओवरलोकेशन नहीं है. दिस इज व्हाट आई नो कि हाँ वो ट्रेनर को कर देगा और आगे कंफर्मेशन आ जाएगा. एंड आई नो कि इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन. मोस्ट प्रैक्टिकल सर, मैं वेरी प्रैक्टिकल आई एम।
अब कोई भी एक टास्क ले सर,
सेम टास्क।
ईमेल टू ट्रेनर, राइट? ईमेल टू ट्रेनर है, ये आपका कितने घंटे का टास्क है?
2 घंटे का सर, 1 घंटे का टास्क है।
तो फिर आपका गलत ड्यूरेशन गलत डाला ना, यहाँ पे 1 घंटा नीचे, यहाँ पे 1 दिन नीचे, फिर 1 घंटा डाला।
ओके, मींस ये प्लानिंग करने वाला पार्ट है।
या करेक्ट,
राइट।
2 घंटा करने का 8 आवर है।
ये प्लानिंग पार्ट है।
हाँ राइट, थैंक यू सर।
तो ठीक एक चीज है कि आपका अगर कोई टाइम लग रहा है, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बता रहा हूँ ईमेल टू ट्रेनर, ये मैं बोलूँ कि टास्क के ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस मत करो। ईमेल टू ट्रेनर 1 दिन का टास्क है। अगर आपको लगता है कि 1 दिन का टास्क नहीं है, 2 घंटे का टास्क है, तो फिर आप प्लानिंग गलत बना रहे हो ना, आपको 2 घंटा लगा। Any other question? Should I move on? Okay. अभी ये हो गया हमारा रिसोर्स का, राइट? हम लोगों ने प्लान किया, ओके, और उसके बाद में रिसोर्स किया, रिसोर्स ओवर एलोकेशन निकाला। नॉट अभी रिसोर्स का कैलेंडर हम लोग कैसे सेट करते हैं वो एक बार हम लोग देख रहे हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आपके साइट के ऊपर कोई बंदा है, एक टीम जो है वो सैटरडे को वर्क कर रही है और एक टीम जो है वो संडे को वर्क कर रही है, राइट? सो माय पॉइंट इज, यू नो, if you have to create the resource calendar, okay, so you can keep on creating, I mean you can keep on doing the resource calendar. Same option है। As of now हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, ट्रेनर को मंडे को छुट्टी चाहिए, राइट? सो ट्रेनर आई नॉट टेक मंडे बिकॉज मंडे मैं कोई बीच वाला दिन लेता हूँ, ट्यूसडे, और लेट मी टेक फ्राइडे। Okay, suppose trainer would like to have a holiday on Friday, right? Okay, तो Friday को क्या डे आ रहा है? 16th, right? So suppose trainer is working on Friday, 16th Jan, right? Now he has come up with a medical leave, right? This is the part of planning. आप जब प्लान कर रहे हो तभी उसने आपको रिक्वेस्ट भेजा है कि सर मुझे ये वाला दिन छुट्टी लगेगा. So how do we change that calendar? It could be a very specific calendar for resource. So what I need to do is I have to click on View tab. I'll go to Resource Sheet, and in Resource Sheet I'm going to double click on this trainer. Once I double click on this trainer, so here you'll notice that we have change working time. Now in change working time, you have all the options of calendar. तो अगर आपको लगता है कि ट्रेनर का पूरा कैलेंडर चेंज करना है, like over here is working from Monday to Saturday, whatever, you can always click on details and you can put everything over there. But as of now, he has just come up with a request to have a medical leave on which date I forgot. एक बार मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ. तो I was saying I think it was Friday, so it was 16 Jan, right? So he has come up with a request to have a leave on 16 Jan. So I can click on View tab, Resource Sheet. I'll double click on Trainer, and here we have this change working time, and here we have exceptions. So here is going to take medical leave, ML, and 16 Jan. I'll just go there, and 16 Jan is Friday, 16 Jan to 16 Jan. The moment if I see OK, and if I see OK, we'll notice team, here, now we are not working on 16 Jan, 16 Jan is not there, this task is shifted to 17, and the project duration will increase. Because this only trainer was working on that Friday, and due to him the project got shifted. If I do the same thing with project calendar, the duration will not increase. Because it's a project holiday. It's not a project holiday, he has taken a leave. Correct? So there is a difference team, so it will increase the duration, and we are not getting a grey mark over there. However, if I do it in project calendar, so it will give me a grey mark. Very quickly, I just take that Friday 16. If you have to have setting, we can see that here is a duration is 10 days. Now I'll just go to trainer and let me revoke that holiday, that leave. I'll go to change working time. I'll just say delete. I'll say OK, and if I go to say OK, we can see team. Here it's the 9 days, and now the trainer is working on Friday. But if I do the same thing with project calendar, the duration will be 9 days only, and I'm going to get the holiday mark over there on Friday. Let me do it quickly. If I click on project, change working time, and here for company day or whatever, I'm going to say 16 Jan. I'll say OK. So now we can see team, we are getting a holiday mark over there, and the project duration Okay, it could be, earlier it was giving you 9 days, it could be for 8 days, I know. Okay, maybe one of the Friday, you know. One of the Friday, okay. Okay, but my point is, you know, the duration was increased over there, right? Okay, because I went with resource levels, so something is happening due to this part. But, you know, we are getting a holiday mark here on Friday. Now, if you want to delete that, I'll just go there and let me delete. If I'm going to say okay, so we know that the duration is 9 days. Actually, the duration, so Friday, I think something was happening, which was something from here it has to do. Okay, so my point is, you know, just to let you know, we have a project calendar, we have the task calendar, the copy of the same calendar, and we have the resource calendar. Now, one more point, we are paying 900 per day to trainer. From 20th Jan, we would like to increase the cost of that trainer. Actually, we are paying him 900 per day. So we can see the cost is 1800 here because the school is, and this is 900, it is 1 day cost, right? Now from 20th Jan, we are going to increase the cost of trainer as 1200 per day. So we know that the cost should increase over here. So my point is, in between, if the cost is changing, it could be for the work resource, it could be for material. Like if we have a project of 1 year, so maybe for first 3 months the cement bag was 350, right? After that 400, etc. So whenever you have to change the cost in between, you can always click on project. We can click on resource, view tab, resource sheet, and I will double click on that trainer. And from 20 Jan, where I'll go with cost tab. And from here I can specify the rate. It is from 20 Jan, we are going to pay him 1200 per day. 1200 per day. If I'm going to say okay, so I will take you back to Gantt chart. Now we can see that it is the same cost for typing and formatting because these tasks are happening before 20 Jan. But after 20 Jan, whatever task is happening, it is 1200 per day. Right? So in between, if the costs are getting changed, so you can go there and you can do something.
There is a one task we cannot fix cost?
Yeah, if it is one task only, so you can go there and you can adjust within fixed cost. So this is for the regular interval. If you have to change the cost, you can keep on adding, changing the cost. Because not necessarily that once you have started the project till the end, we have the same cost. It goes for material also. Right? So I just have the same cost. I'll click on view tab, resource sheet, and here I will double click on this trainer. I'll take it to cost tab, and here if you want to delete, I can go there and I can delete it. Right? I can press delete if I'm going to say okay, and if I take you back, so we know that we have the same cost now. So these are the topics we have covered, but I think it was very much mandate for us to take a review because this is a tool we have to think a lot. We have to make less entry. It's not like Excel that we have to do a lot of entries over there and the formula will be solved. So we have to have the concept in the background. Anyone, any question? Should I move on? Okay. Now we are talking about tracking. Okay. So what exactly the tracking is or monitoring the project, that part we are learning. Okay. So my point is, team, suppose I have a project which is for 30 days. The cost is 30,000 and we have 30 activities over there. Now this is the part of plan, but when we start working on that project, when we start executing the project, we found that the project duration has become for 45 days. The cost has increased. The number of activities also has increased. Why it happens? That is the simple question I am raising. I hope you understood my point. I just repeat my point. एक project है हमारा 30 दिन का project है. Project है, ये planning का part है, right? Planning में हम लोगों ने decide किया कि 30 दिन में हम लोग इस project को complete करेंगे. लेकिन actually जब हम लोग work करते हैं इस project पे, हो सकता है 45 days का हो जाए, 40 days का होता है. तो उसके reasons क्या है? What are the reasons that we are not very strict with the plan, with the schedule, what we have planned?
Any reasons हो सकते हैं. Whatever we have planned, the things not जो resources हम plan करते हैं वो delay हो गया. जहाँ पे हम काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे dispute आ गया.
Side hurdles हो सकते हैं, right?
ROWs हो गए.
प्रॉब्लम्स जो साइट्स पे रहते हैं, कॉन्स्टेंट आ गया,
Whatever the issues are.
डिले हो गया,
मटेरियल डिले हो गया, राइट? रिसोर्स ने हम लोगों ने गलत एस्टिमेट किया, राइट? वी डिसाइडेड टू कंप्लीट दिस टास्क विद 10 days.
कैलेमिटीज होने की वजह से भी डिले होता है।
नेचुरल पावर फेलियर हो गया, हेवी रेन हो गया, राइट? बहुत सारे रीजंस है, राइट? So it is not one reason, but in project at the max we have to make changes at 6 places, whatever the reason is, and you can keep on recording those parts. So I'll just take you to a matrix over there. I'll explain you, and then we'll talk about tracking. Say over here the first reason. Okay, I'll just let you know, team. This I'm talking at project level, right? And these are I'm talking at activity level, right? And this I'll just let you know, or maybe I can just delete this. Okay, this is project start date, project finish date, project duration, project cost, activity start date, activity finish date, and activity duration. Correct? I'm saying project start date change. For example, if you have a project, we are supposed to start from 1st April to 30th April, right? Now, for some reason, we have not started it on 1st April, we have started it on 2nd April, and we were able to finish the project on 1st April. Basically, we are shifting the project from one day to another day, right? So I'm saying project is started. Now, reason could be anything. I did not get an approval. Maybe the fund was not ready. For some reason, I have to shift the project. Now, if I'm going to shift the project, so we know that the project start date is going to change. Project finish date is also going to change. Will it change the project duration?
No.
It will not change the project duration. Okay. Will it change the project cost? Okay, it will not change the project cost. Like it could be something over that team. Like on 1st April, I have taken some resources, and now those resources they are sitting earlier will have to pay the cost, but you will increase one activity. Maybe you can take adjust that in fixed cost, but calculation wise, the project cost will not change. All the activities start like I'm talking about project level, right? But inside all activities, the start date will change, finish date will change, activity duration is not going to change. So this will be the impact if you are going to shift the project from one day to another. Now over here I'm talking at activity level over there. Correct? Now what is an activity level over here? I'm saying suppose I have task A which is scheduled for 10 days. Okay? I have already started that task. And now one resource is working on that task. I'm taking update from that task like this is for 10 days. पहले दिन मैंने शाम में उससे अपडेट किया task. So I can say 10% task is completed, right? If it is for 10 days. Second day update ले रहा हूँ सर सब बराबर चल रहा है. I said it will be 20% task is completed. Maybe on the 9th day I realized that वो बोल रहा है वो सही नहीं बोल रहा है because I asked him to share the photograph. Maybe I have visited there. I saw that he has not completed 90% task at the end of 9 days. Now as a project manager I am deciding that I will require one more day to complete this task. So basically planning के हिसाब से 10 दिन का टास्क था लेकिन अभी वो 11 दिन का हो गया. करेक्ट? सो टीम एक्चुअली हम लोग जब अपडेट लेते हैं हमको एक दिन में जैसा प्रोग्रेस होता है वी टेक द अपडेट इन दैट वे, राइट? सो ओवर दैट टीम सपोज I'm saying एक्टिविटी तो स्टार्ट हो गया, राइट? एक्टिविटी स्टार्ट हो गया 1st अप्रैल को. 1st अप्रैल से 10th अप्रैल तक ये चल रहा है. एज्यूमिंग वी आर वर्किंग फॉर सैटरडे संडे आल्सो. Activity free state जो है, okay, what I'm saying, I'm taking an update on the 9th day. He said that he has not completed that task. We will require one more day. So activity free state activity start date will not change. Activity free state will change, right? Okay, 10th April को खत्म होना था. Now we are able to finish it on 11th April. Activity duration will increase. Yes, right? Because of 10 दिन का task था 11 दिन का हो गया. Activity duration is increasing, therefore the project cost will increase. Correct? Project start date to increase, change नहीं होगा because we have already started the project. Project finish date change होगा और project duration. अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ project finish date change नहीं होगा, what it means?
There is a slack.
There is a slack, right? So हो सकता है टीम कि एक्टिविटी 10 दिन का था मैंने 11 दिन एक्टिविटी ले लिया बट प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन वही है बिकॉज वो एक्टिविटी में हो सकता है स्लैक, राइट? सो डिपेंड्स टीम कि वो टास्क क्रिटिकल टास्क है या नॉन क्रिटिकल टास्क है. तो प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन इंक्रीज होगा या प्रोजेक्ट फिनिश डेट इंक्रीज होगा या नहीं होगा, डिपेंड करता है कितना स्लैक है उसके अंदर. ऐसा हो सकता है एक ही दिन का स्लैक है बट वो एक्टिविटी मैंने 2 दिन बढ़ाया तो पूरा एक्टिविटी 2 दिन बढ़ा है बट प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन एक ही दिन बढ़ा है. सो डिपेंड्स वो स्लैक है. That is the second scenario I'm talking about. So I said whatever the scene is there team, okay, we have to make the entry as 6 places. That I will let you know once I'm working practical in it. Now start date change. Suppose कि एक activity है जो 1st April को start करना है. I was not able to start it on 1st April. I started it on 2nd April and was able to finish it on 11th April. It was scheduled for 10 days, 1st to 10, but now I started it on 2nd April and I'm able to finish it on 11th April. So activity start date is going to change, activity finish date is going to change. Will it change the activity duration? It won't, right? As the activity duration is not changing, project cost will not change. Project start date we have already started, so it will not change. Now this depends whether it's a critical task or a non-critical task. So at times the activity duration is not changing, but it will increase the project duration. You understand my point? So over there, अगर कोई task में आपको start में change हो गया है, क्योंकि 1st April को start करना था, but if I'm able to start it on 2nd April, but was able to finish it in 10 days only, so in that case the cost will not increase, but the project duration will increase. Okay? Now we have third scenario, activity finish date change. Like we have an activity which we are supposed to start on 1st April. We have already started it on 1st April. Okay, so activity start date is not changing, but activity finish date got changed. Okay, so we have an activity 1st April to 10th April. We have already started it on 1st April, but we were not able to finish it on 10th April. We are able to finish it on 11th April. So in that case, activity finish date is getting changed, and therefore the activity duration is changing. And therefore the cost will change, project start date will not change, and this depends, what critical or not critical. Now you will think that, what is the impact, right? Remaining duration change and finish date change, we have the same impact. But how we are getting the update, that is important. Actually, where we have to make the entry, I'll let you know that table, where we have to make the entry, that is very much important. Should I make the entry in remaining duration, or should I make the entry in activity finish date? So that makes a difference over here. Like अगर मैंने किसी को task दिया 10 दिन का, right? वो अगर बोल रहे हैं कि I will require 3 days to complete the task. Actually, he's not giving the days. He's saying 3 days to complete the task according to plan, right? So I don't know the next day is Saturday, next day is Sunday, next day whether the resource who is working has taken a leave. So once he's saying 3 days, maybe on Friday मैं उसको बोल रहा हूँ कितना दिन लगेगा, तो बोल रहा है 3 दिन लगेगा. सैटरडे में वर्क नहीं कर रहा हूँ, संडे भी मैं वर्क नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मंडे एक बंदे ने प्लान लीव लेके रहा था तो मंडे भी वर्क नहीं होगा. दैट मींस व्हेन ही सेइंग दैट 3 डेज, तो एक्चुअली वो टास्क जाएगा ट्यूसडे, वेडनेसडे, थर्सडे को कंप्लीट होगा. ओके, सो ओवर दैट व्हेन द पर्सन इज सेइंग दैट हाउ मेनी डेज आई विल रिक्वायर, वी हैव अ डिफरेंट सीन, राइट? व्हेन ही इज सेइंग दैट आई एम गोइंग टू फिनिश द एक्टिविटी ऑन दिस डे, सो दैट मींस आई नो द फिनिश डेट. The impact will be same. So when I am going to take you to project, you will understand what I am saying. Okay? Then we have one task which is splitting task, one scenario which is splitting task. Like if I have a task of 10 days, okay, I have already started that task on 1st April, and at the end of 5th April, once the 50% task is over, we realize that remaining 50% task we have to reschedule it to some other date. Because the resources, what they are working on those tasks, we have to shift them to some other task or some other project. Okay, so actually we are breaking the task. So over that time I am saying I have already started the activity, okay, but I was not able to finish it in time, okay, and we know that activity duration is not going to change. Therefore the project cost will not change and project start date will not change, and this really depends, it's a critical task or a non-critical task. Correct? So I said I have a task from 1st April to 10th April, I have already started on 1st April. At the end of 5th April, we realized that remaining 50% task, we have to reschedule it from 15th April to 20th April, right? So we are waiting. So if we have those kind of scene, how do we make the entry, how do we do that? That we understand. Now over here we have scope changed. Scope change, what it means is, initially we had 30 activities to perform in a project. Now we realized in between that we have to add 2 more activities. We have to work on 2 more activities. Maybe we have to delete one of the activities from there. Okay, so scope changes, the number of activities we are changing. Now very rarely it is going to happen that I am adding 2 activities of 500 each, of half day each, okay, and I am deleting one activity of 1 day of 1000. So it will balance the duration and the cost, but very rarely it is going to happen, almost as these are the new tasks, okay, we are going to add them. So over here project start date will not change, okay, because we have already started the project, and these are the new tasks we are taking. So new task I will just say. Okay, so as we have a new task, so of course everything will be there new. Project cost very rarely it is going to be same, otherwise it will impact, and this depends. I hope why I'm writing a question mark, because it will force us to think. I said that I can delete one activity of 1000 of one day, and I can add two activities of 500 each of half day. So in that case, the duration will get balanced and the cost will get balanced. Okay? So only in that case, otherwise everywhere. So now you think whatever, okay, so actually we have to make the entry in 6 places, and where we have to make the entry, that I will let you know, the columns here. So we have to make the entry in project information. We have a column as actual duration, we have the column as actual start, actual finish, okay. We have to split the task, so I'll take you to that part. I hope you understood the point, right? So this we are learning the baseline of the project or tracking the project. So this is very much important thing if you want to know the progress of your project. So what I will do is I'll create a very simple plan, okay, and will deploy these concepts to that plan. So I'll take a new project. This project I'm not working, the old project I'm not working. So I'm taking you to project here. Okay, now I'll say blank project, and I have summary task, summary. I'm going to say task A, task B, task C, task D, and we have 5 tasks, task E, and let me have -2. Correct? I'll select all these tasks. I'm going to say auto schedule. Suppose this, and let me indent them. I'm going to select these tasks over here. I'll indent them, and here this task is for 6 days. This task is for 2 days. This is for 1 day. This is for 4 days, and this is for 1 day. This is -1, I'm saying. Okay, and we have the predecessor as, I'm going to say it is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let me have this 6. So let me change the date format here. I'll click on File, Option, and let me take this date format where we have okay, I'll take 2 resources team. I'll just click on View tab, Resource Sheet. Let me take 2 resources. One is Tom and JD. We will pay a 100 to Tom, 100 per day. Actually, it is case sensitive, right? So maximum unit is 1. Here I'm going to say 100 per day, and let me pay him 75 per day. Right? So we have 2 resources over there, and we are going to deploy the resources. So I'll click on View tab, Gantt chart, and we know that if I insert a column as cost here, cost, so cost is 0, and let me deploy the resource. I'm going to say Tom, so the cost is 600, 6 days task, JD. Okay, so we have deployed the resources, right? So we can see, team, we have a project of 14 days. We are starting this project on 5th Jan, and we are able to finish this project on 22nd Jan over there. Correct? And the cost of this project is 1,250. In between, I have done all the things. I have removed the network. I saw the network diagram. I have removed the open mode. I have removed the resource or allocation and everything I've done. Now, team, suppose I went with this plan to my management, and they are saying, okay, we are all okay with this plan. You start working on this plan. Okay, I spoke about the resources. All of us were comfortable with this plan, and now we have to start working on this project. Actually, we are working on this project. We are executing the project. Now, before we execute this project, we need to set this project as baseline. Now, when we are saying baseline, what exactly we are doing is, we are freezing the plan, we are locking this plan. That means, अगर मैं बोलूँ कि project 14 days का है, तो plan के हिसाब से 14 days का है, right? अगर task 6 days का task है, so according to my plan, this task is for 6 days. Now, for some reason, if I take 7 days to complete this task, okay, so I should give the variance of 1 day. So I should be able to know, okay, this task was scheduled for 600 for 6 days, but I took 7 days over there, and the cost was 700. I should be able to know the variance, that 100 rupees is the variance for this task. I hope you understood the point, right? तो जो प्लान एक बार हम लोगों ने लॉक किया है, उसके बाद में जो भी आप एक्चुअल में डेटा डालोगे तो वी विल बी एबल टू कंपेयर एंड द प्रोजेक्ट इज गोना कंपेयर इट. वी डोंट हैव टू डू द कैलकुलेशन, project will keep on doing the calculation. Only the thing is that we'll have to check out that. Okay, so what we need to do is we have to lock this plan. Now before I lock this plan, say we are working with which view as of now Gantt chart. Okay, now whenever we are in the planning stage, almost all the time we work with Gantt chart. But when we are monitoring or when we are updating the project, almost all the time we work with tracking Gantt. So you'll have to change the view to tracking Gantt. से अगर आपका एक 90 डेज का प्रोजेक्ट है, आप प्लानिंग कितने दिन में कर सकते हो? 3 या 4 दिन, राइट? क्योंकि प्रोजेक्ट आपने बहुत पहले किया भी है. ओके, मे बी आप यू कैन जस्ट टेक योर ओल्ड प्रोजेक्ट, यू कैन मेक सम चेंजेस. सो इफ यू हैव टू परफॉर्म अ प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ 90 डेज, द प्लानिंग यू कैन डू विद इन 2-3 days only, right? For 2-3 days you have to work with this Gantt chart. But for almost all the 90 days you will keep on working with your tracking Gantt and the tracking table, right? So we are going to change that table and the chart over there, Gantt chart. So team, we can see that. Let me change. Now, what we need to do is we have to set the project as baseline. When we are going to set the project as baseline, what exactly happened internally? All this information will go to baseline column. Like here, duration will go to baseline duration. The start will go to baseline start. Cost will go to baseline cost, right? Work will go to baseline work. As of now, I did not set the baseline, but just to let you know, if I right click, if I insert a column, and if I'm going to say baseline duration, so we can see that in baseline duration, I don't have any information because I did not set this project as baseline. But when I'm going to set this project as baseline, all this information will go to baseline columns. Okay? So before I do the baseline thing, what I will do is I'll just change the view first of all. Okay, I'll click on view tab, and here we have Gantt chart. I'll take you to tracking Gantt. So here we can see that this is the Gantt chart we have, right? This on the right hand side we have this Gantt chart. If I click on view tab, I'll take you to tracking Gantt. Once I say tracking Gantt, now we can see team here, we have all the tasks. This is what the table section. There are 2 sections we have. This is the Gantt section and this is the table section, right? So we can see as of now we are able to see this critical. Now in this tracking Gantt, you will be able to see which activities are critical and non-critical. You know, you raised that question that I was going only for the network diagram to check out the critical, but at any point of time, if you want to check out the critical and non-critical, you can come to tracking Gantt, and then it will let you know critical will be in red color and non-critical will be in blue color. As of now, we don't have any non-critical activity because we said finish to start. We don't have any slack, so everything is in red color. Otherwise, if I am non-critical, it will show blue color. For some reason, if you want to know which activities are critical and non-critical, you can come to this table. You can see. And how much percentage I have completed in task is of course 0%. Okay. So here it is. I went to tracking Gantt. Now I am working with tracking Gantt, and this is the table I have. Okay. Now what I will do is I just change that table. Okay. Which table I will change? I will change it. Sorry. I'll change it to tracking table. Now I'll just click on view tab. View tab. Here we have tables, and in tables team, we are working with entry table. Let me change it to tracking table. So, and I will show you. I will give you the flow of it, right? When we are tracking, what we need to do is. So we went to view tracking here, and we have changed the table to tracking table. Now over here, team, what date actually we have to start this task? We have to make the entries over here. Right? If you can remember, I said that in which column we have to make the entry. So here we have taken a table which is tracking table. Now, what I will do is, before I do something here, I'll insert baseline column also. What are baseline? Baseline are my planned column. What was the plan date? But as of now, I did not set the baseline, so I don't have any information. Okay, but at least let me take those columns. Now, whatever you have to compare actual versus plan, you can take all the plan columns over there, and those are the baseline columns. What I will do is, before actually start, I'll right click here. I'm going to say insert column as baseline start. Okay, so according to my plan, what date I was supposed to start tasking. Okay, as of now, I don't have the date. I will have the date in some time. Once I'm going to set it as baseline. So let me insert a column, baseline start. Before actual finish, I'm going to insert a column as baseline finish. Baseline finish. Correct? Then before actual duration, I'll right click here. I'm going to insert a column as baseline duration. Okay. And before actual cost, let me right click and insert a column as baseline cost. Okay, I've inserted 4 columns over there. Team, I just mark it in a different color. Baseline start, baseline finish, baseline duration, and baseline cost, right? Even if you have to compare the work, you can take work also. But I'm just taking the baseline. What are the baseline columns? If someone can let me know.
Locking the plan. Right?
Locking the plan, right? So baseline column is giving me the actual plan information. As of now, I don't have the plan information. Why don't I have the plan information? The reason is I did not set the baseline. So once I set the baseline in one go, I'm going to get the information here, right? Okay. Now I'm inserting 2 more columns over there, and I will let you know what are the reasons we are going to insert 2 more columns. I'll right click here. I'm going to say insert column as start, and let me insert 1 more column as finish. Insert column as finish. Correct? And unnecessary column I will hide. Team, I will repeat. No need to worry. I know that you are getting a bit confused over there, right? But I'll repeat that part. No need to worry. So here, let me hide this column. Physical percentage completion has nothing to do with the calculation. I'll right click over here. I'm going to hide it. Okay. And whenever I have to add the column, I can add the column. And I'm not comparing work, so let me hide these 2 columns. Okay, so what I did is, time to double click save this project. I just click on file and save as if something goes wrong. I should be able to open it back. Okay, so over here, we have done the planning. I'll just take you back to this Gantt chart. I was there with the Gantt chart, right? We have done the plan. I've shown it to my management. All of us, we are ready. So over there, after that, what I did is, I went to View tab, I went to Gantt chart, Tracking Gantt. So Tracking Gantt has given me this, and I changed the table. So as we have different views, we have different tables, tracking table, and it is giving most of the information which are related to track. Okay, now what I need to do is, I have to lock this plan. How do I lock the plan? I just need to click on Project tab, and here I'm going to say Set Baseline. Once I say Set Baseline, what exactly I'm doing? I'm locking this plan. This is important distinctly, right? जब एक बार प्लान बन गया और आप ट्रैक कर रहे हो तो आपको ये चीज करना है. ओके, व्यू प्रोजेक्ट सेट बेसलाइन. जैसे मैं सेट बेसलाइन करता हूँ, आपने नोटिस करना कि यहाँ पे मुझे बेसलाइन का बार भी मिलेगा और यहाँ पे बेसलाइन की सारी इंफॉर्मेशन बेसलाइन कॉलम्स में रहेगी. I'll click on view tab, project tab, set baseline. Once I say OK, so now we can see, I have set the baseline. So this black bar is the baseline and red is the actual what we need to perform. Okay, and I'm getting the baseline start is this, baseline finish is this. So I'm getting all the information of my baseline. I hope you understood my point. Okay, now पहले तो मैं टेबल चेंज करूँ, उसके बाद मैं सेट बेसलाइन करूँ, या आप सेट बेसलाइन पहले कर सकते हो, resolve it, right? But I just wanted to let you know that in one go I'm getting all the information over there. Few of us, what we do is we don't set the baseline and directly we start working with percentage. Okay, I saw that in many corporates, like the people, they have done the plan but they don't set the baseline and they start working over there. If they start working over there, actually they are changing in their plan. They are not changing the baseline and they don't get the comparison. And they want to know the comparison. They care of it, right? So they have to set the baseline. Team, I'll just mark them in different color and let you know why I've taken these dates over there inside. Okay, now we will track our project. So according to my plan, this project is for 14 days, which is the baseline duration, and we know the cost is this much. Okay, now we'll just take this part here according to the scenario. Project is starting change. Now for some reason, we are not able to start this project on 5th Jan. We are able to start this project on 12th Jan. So if I'm able to start this project on 12th Jan, where should I make change? That part is important. Now we know that we are shifting the project, right? We are shifting the project from one date to another date. So we don't change over here in the actual start date. will change in the project information. Correct? So for some reason, if I have to start this project on 12 Jan, right? Not in जो भी reason है, if you have to report the reason, you can take a column as note column. You know, last session I spoke about, I can right click here, I can insert a column as note, and over here you can keep on keeping a record over here, right? For some reason, I did not get an approval to start the project, so I have shifted this project on this part, right? So you can keep on typing the note, right? I'll not take that column just to have more space over there on the screen. So now, I'm going to start this project on 12 Jan. अब अगर मैं 12 Jan को करता हूँ टीम, तो यहाँ पे क्या होगा? कौन सा बार आगे जाएगा? नेक्स्ट वीक में मंडे पे ये ब्लैक बार आगे जाएगा या रेड बार आगे जाएगा? रेड बार, right? So team, I'll just click on project, change working time, because I've already set the baseline. Let me change the date to 12, right? So 12 Jan. Now, if I'm going to say okay, so we can see team, ये 12 को हमको रेड को स्टार्ट करना है according to my baseline, according to my plan. Okay, we have to start this project, but हम लोगों ने शिफ्ट किया और जैसे ही यहाँ पे शिफ्ट हुआ उसका रिप्लिकेशन आपको स्टार्ट और फिनिश में मिल जाएगा। मतलब जो भी चेंजेस आपके हो रहे, ओके, अगर एक टास्क है 10 दिन का, उसकी वजह से कोई टास्क अगर 11 दिन का हो गया तो उसकी वजह से बाकी के टास्क रीशेड्यूल हो गए, राइट? सो इफ यू वांट टू नो द अदर टास्क डेट, immediately you will be able to know that it is started and finished. Now, only for this scenario, if for some reason if you have to override the baseline, I can override the baseline. Okay, so what I'm saying is that क्योंकि एक ही जगह चेंज हुआ है, मैंने स्टार्ट डेट को चेंज किया, राइट? अभी सभी को पता है कि हम लोगों ने पूरा प्रोजेक्ट को शिफ्ट किया, वी नो द रीजन. सो फॉर सम रीजन इफ यू टू ओवरराइड द बेसलाइन, वी कैन ऑलवेज ओवरराइड द बेसलाइन. सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज कि मैं वो भूल जाता हूं जो मेरा पुराना प्लान था कि मुझे 5th से स्टार्ट करना था. आई से दैट ओके, आई विल कंसीडर दिस द न्यू प्लान इज माय एक्चुअल प्लान. So if you override the baseline, we can override the baseline. So only for this scenario, I'm overriding the baseline. So अगर मैं baseline को override करता हूँ, तो अभी क्या होगा? रेड बार पीछे आएगा या ब्लैक बार आगे जाएगा? Yes? मैं override कर रहा हूँ. मेरे को ये consider करना है जो मेरा अभी जो plan है, okay, अभी जो current situation है, उसी को मुझे plan करना है. तो क्या होगा? ब्लैक बार आगे जाएगा. Alright? So because I'm overriding the baseline. So over that you will notice that baseline जो start है, ये automatically मेरा 12 Jan रहेगा, right? And how to override the baseline? I will click on project, set baseline, and आपको इसे set baseline. टीम, अगर आपको चेक करना है किसी ने प्रोजेक्ट का बेसलाइन बनाया या नहीं बनाया, तो you have to click on project, set baseline. अगर आपको यहाँ पे डेट मिलता है, मतलब किसी ने ऑलरेडी सेट किया है baseline. Okay, so someone is sending you the project plan, and if you have to know whether the baseline is set or not. Okay, if you are not getting the date in a bracket, that means baseline is not set. That means you not have the information in baseline start, baseline finish. Correct? Now let me overwrite it. It will just give me a warning. You are overwriting it. Let me overwrite it. I have overwritten the baseline, and we can see that we are able to start this project. So actually, now this is baseline and red is the actual one. I hope you understood my point. Okay, now we are done with this scenario, the first scenario I spoke about. Okay, so where we have to make the entry, we have to go to project information, start date, and we can do that. Now we are talking about remaining duration change. Now we are talking at activity level. If एक task है हमारे पास में, task A, and this task A, we have this task is for 6 days. Okay, now Tom is working on this task. Tom is working on 12 Monday, Jan, right? Monday is working. On Monday evening, I am taking an update from that Tom. Let me know how much task you have completed. Because ये पूरा 6 दिन का task है. मैं पहले दिन ही update ले रहा हूँ उससे Monday को शाम में. And he said that whatever task was scheduled for Monday, I have completed that much task. Of course, ये task 6 दिन का है, but उसमें सब part portion किया है जो भी है. Okay, so he has completed that Monday task. Where should I make it? Because I have to keep on Vikran, right? I hope you are following me. So टीम, अगर मैंने टास्क लेके रखा है तो ऑफ कोर्स मुझे अपडेट तो लेना पड़ेगा उनसे, राइट? तो अपडेट मैं कैसे लूंगा? इधर आई कैन टेक द अपडेट ऑन फोन, एसएमएस, मे बी वी कैन हैव अ मीटिंग. नाउ टेकिंग द मीटिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल एवरी डे. ओके, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल एवरी डे. द पीपल दे आर वर्किंग आउटसाइड. सो जब मुझे जो अपडेट मिलेगा, आई विल कीप ऑन अपडेटिंग. सो मंडे को मैं अपडेट ले रहा हूं टॉम से. लेट मी नो हाउ मच टास्क यू हैव कंप्लीटेड. ही सेड दैट व्हाटएवर टास्क वाज शेड्यूल्ड फॉर मंडे, आई हैव कंप्लीटेड दैट मच टास्क. सो वेयर शुड आई मेक इट? दैट क्वेश्चन वी हैव. परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन, राइट? कितना परसेंट होएगा? सर 6 दिन है, 1 दिन काम पूरा कंप्लीट हुआ है. हाउ मच परसेंटेज यू हैव कंप्लीटेड?
This is not. I don't think this is this percentage completion.
Okay. अगर 6 दिन का टास्क है राइट, एक दिन हुआ तो आई थिंक इज कंप्लीटेड 16 point some percentage, right? Okay, either I guess 16%, 17%. Not if we are okay, if we are good to for the calculation, you can go and you can type it in percentage. Okay, or you can type it in actual duration. Actual duration 1 दिन हो गया. Actually 3 कॉलम वो सिंक है in percentage completion, actual duration, remaining duration, right? तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे एक परसेंटेज बता दूं या फिर एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन 1 दिन हो गया, तो जैसे मैं यहाँ पे 1 डे टाइप कर रहा हूँ, you notice that you know automatically it has given me 17% completed, 5 days are remain, and on the right hand side we can understand you know this much task is completed. Maybe I am getting the percentage over here. So all of you think whether you want to type it in percentage column or you want to type it in actual.
Practically depends on the product.
Depend, right? अगर आपको 10 दिन का टास्क है 5 दिन हुआ, you can go 50%.
ज़्यादा काम होता है, 1 दिन कम होता है.
Right. So right. So it is all up to us, right? How much percentage you have completed and how much actually.
The task completion number of days पे depend करता है.
नहीं.
वहाँ पे
यहाँ डिपेंड कर रहे हैं, but practically
नहीं तो वो
number of days हमारे यहाँ पे तो progress.
You have a scope actually.
Scope है.
You have suppose 1000 days scope. So we have completed 20.
20 days.
no sir.
20 quantity.
हाँ.
So we have
1000 is a quantity.
Yeah, 1000 is quantity. We have done 200.
हाँ.
So not in 2 days.
हाँ.
Suppose हमारा 10
Correct.
days. 2 days में 200.
2%.
150 किया.
हाँ.
हमको वो
तो हमारे
ये लोग देखना चाहते हैं
में स्कोप बहुत मैटर करता है. स्कोप कितना कंप्लीट किया आपने एक्चुअल में, उससे परसेंटेज आपका डिफरेंट होता है.
लेकिन जो आपका 1000 क्वांटिटी है, उसका ड्यूरेशन तो है आपके पास में, right?
ड्यूरेशन है. जनरली इन प्रोजेक्ट पीडी प्रोजेक्ट में ड्यूरेशन पूरा लैप्स होता है.
हाँ.
इस वजह से यहाँ पे जो आप बता रहे हैं.
हाँ, तो परसेंटेज
पोल्स रहता है. उसमें 1000 पोल्स है. So 1000 पोल्स 10 डेज में कंप्लीट करना है. मतलब ड्यूरेशन में 1 डे में इतना करना है. ऐसा रहता है. बट
वो सारा कैलकुलेशन है हमारे पास में. 1 डे में कितना मैंडेज होना चाहिए, उसके प्रोग्रेस कितना होना चाहिए, बट एक्चुअल नहीं होता है.
इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द स्कोप.
अगर देखा जाए सर तो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट में जो
is over, so how many polls you are supposed to complete, so that we can put in the formula and you can do that. So once we have gone through this tracking, then we'll talk on your actual project. The third day we keep it for you only, right? Only for you.
सर कोई एक प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर आप सर एक बार.
हाँ, so third day so till we don't have this basic knowledge, right? You know what is tracking, how do we do that? We won't be able to do it. तो ये concept आपको use करना है यार. And we do that.
सिस्टम पे डाउनलोड भी नहीं है सर. कैसे
अच्छा टॉपिक है. समझना पड़ेगा उसके बारे में.
So over the team, till I don't complete, actual duration. If suppose I'm going to say 0% over here team, so we don't have the actual date, actual start date of this task, right? So we will not touch to actual start date till we don't have a change in actual start date. Okay? If everything is going as per the schedule, we don't touch to actual start date. We have to do. So I'm saying this team, if suppose task A is there, which is for 6 days, 1 day is over, I'll go to actual duration, and I'm going to say 1. If I press enter, so we can understand, 17% task is completed. Correct? Now suppose I'm taking an update on Tuesday. Monday is over. I'm taking an update on Tuesday, and inside that, whatever task was there for the Tuesday, I've completed that much task. Where should I make it free? I hope you understood my question, right? I took update, I have taken an update on Monday evening, not taking an update on Tuesday evening. So he's saying is whatever task is there for the Tuesday I've completed. So I just go and I will say that okay, I'm taking 2 days over there, right? So 33% task is completed. I'm taking an update on 3rd day. Everything is going very smooth. 3rd day, right? I'm taking an update on 4th day. So you can keep on typing the actual duration. I'm taking an update on 5th day. Now 5th day I realized that he has not completed. He's saying that he has completed 83% task. But actually, as per my experience, I realized that he has not completed 83% task. The remaining, how many days we have in our hand now? 1 day, right? Now, जितना भी बचा हुआ काम है वो मुझे पता है एक दिन में नहीं होगा, मुझे एक दिन और लगने वाला है। तो अगर एक दिन और लगने वाला है, इसका मतलब क्या होगा टीम कि एक्चुअली प्लानिंग के हिसाब से तो मुझे 6 दिन में करना था, बट मैं इसको 7 दिन ले रहा हूँ। अगर ये 7 दिन में कंप्लीट होगा तो नीचे की एक्टिविटीज भी रीशेड्यूल होगी, क्योंकि सारे टास्क उसके ऊपर डिपेंड है। करेक्ट? सो बेसिकली अगर मैं यहाँ पे बता रहा हूँ कि मुझे एक दिन और लगेगा, तो कैन यू गेस इन विच कॉलम वी हैव टू मेक दैट एंट्री नाउ? टास्क फिनिश क्यों है सर? टास्क अगर फिनिश हुआ है तो यू कैन गो एंड यू कैन टाइप इट इन फिनिश डेट, बट टास्क अभी फिनिश नहीं हुआ है। What you are doing is correct, right? You can do the calculation on your finger and you can say, okay, ठीक है ये 12 को हुआ मतलब 13, 14, right? So you have to do the calculation. अभी 14 को मुझे नहीं पता, तो आपको इसलिए लेके रखा है।
ड्यूरेशन बढ़ा सकते हैं।
हाँ, तो ड्यूरेशन एक्चुअली टीम हमको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में बढ़ाना है, राइट? तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बेसलाइन 6 डेज था, एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन 5 डेज हो गया, एक दिन हमारे हाथ में है, तो एक दिन मुझे और लगेगा, तो यू हैव टू गो इन द रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन एंड यू विल से 2 डेज। जैसे मैं यहाँ पे 2 डेज डालता हूँ, इसका मतलब मैं एक दिन डिले हो गया। अगर मैं एक दिन डिले हो रहा हूँ, तो उसका रीशेड्यूल मुझे यहाँ पे मिलेगा। If I just press enter, now we can notice team, I was supposed to finish this project on 29 Jan, but now I will be able to finish this project on 30 Jan. So we are getting the reschedule for each individual task. अगर यहाँ पे आपने कोई क्रेन हायर करके रखा था, तो अभी आप उसको बोल सकते हैं 29 को नहीं, मुझे 30 को क्रेन लगेगा, right? On this date. I hope you understood my point, right? So team, यहाँ पे remaining duration change में we have to go there, and now after that everything went very smooth. So either I can say actual duration is 7 days, or I can say 100% complete, whatever easy for you, right? I'm saying कि 5th day हो गया है, okay, 6th day भी complete हो गया है, right? 7th day भी complete हो गया था, I can just say actual duration is 7 days, or maybe I can say 100% complete over there. The moment if I say 7, and if I press enter, now you notice that project will get me the finish date also. As I'm not entering it manually, okay, project has given me finish date, and this has been completed 100%. Okay, and if you can notice on the right hand side, now this has become in blue color because it is no more critical. We have completed that task. I hope you understood my point, right? So over there we were supposed to finish this task this task on Monday, but we are able to finish it on Tuesday, and now everything got shifted. So this is the second scenario we are talking about. यहाँ पे remaining duration पे ज्यादा focus करना है, right? कि कितना दिन उनको और लगने वाला है. Okay, someone is saying that this much time I will require. Okay, or maybe we have 1,000 poles, we have completed 200 poles, right? So how many poles we need to complete over there, right? So that we can keep on typing. Okay, so that is all. I'll just link it with your project in some time. But over there we understood the remaining duration change. Now what is the start date change? The start date change, team, जब तक के start date में कोई change नहीं है, will not touch to actual start date column. This is actual start date, right? Now according to my plan, according to baseline, what date we were supposed to start this task? According to my plan, 20 Jan, जो कि yellow color है, right? But अभी मैं नए reschedule के हिसाब से कब start कर सकता हूँ? 21st, right? But for some reason, even if I'm not able to start it on 21st Jan, I'm able to start it on 22nd Jan. In which column should I make entry? ये task ये है. Okay, according to revised plan, I'm supposed to start it on 21st Jan, but for some reason, I'm able to start it on Thursday, 22nd Jan. In which column should I make entry?
In that particular.
Actual start, right? क्योंकि actual start हमारा actual start तभी आप change करोगे जब आपका actual start date में change होगा. Otherwise, project will find out the actual start date. So I just go there and let me say, I'm going to start this project on this starts on 22nd Jan, right? Thursday, right? So once I say I got delay by 1 more day over here, okay? और उसके बाद में it is for 2 days. Now 1 day is over, I can say 1 day is over. If I'm going to say 2 days over, the moment if I take 2 days, you notice that it is 100%, and I should get the finish date over there. Okay? The duration of project is same, the cost is same, okay? But actually we got a delay over there, right? So I already said for this matrix, if you can notice. So if I'm going to change the start date, okay, the duration will not change, activity finish date is getting changed, activity start date is getting changed, the cost is not changing, so this will be the impact. So where we have to make the entry, जब actual start में अगर change हो रहा है, you have to make the entry at actual start. What is the next scenario we have team? Actual finish date is getting changed, right? Task C. Now, according to our plan, we are supposed to start this task on 26 Jan and we are supposed to finish it on 26 Jan. It is one day task. For some reason, if I'm not able to finish it on 26, I'm able to finish it on 27. Where should I make entry? Okay, task C, I'm able to actual finish, right? Not if अगर मैं पे actual finish change करता हूँ, इसका मतलब क्या होगा? Plan के हिसाब से तो 26 to start होगा. मतलब मैं task है 2 दिन का हो जाएगा. Am I right? Because we are saying if you are not touching to actual start date, it will take this date. So my point is, whenever you are getting the actual finish date, you have to make the entry in actual finish date. Okay, I'll just go there and what I will do is, I will be able to finish this task on 27 Jan. So the moment if I say 27 Jan over here, 27 Jan, now we can see team, this task has become for 2 days. Actually it was for 1 day, but it has become for 2 days. The cost was 100, but now we have to invest 200. Correct? And we know that the moment if I say actual finish date, I'm getting the percentage completion as 100%. If we know that if we are making the entry where the impact is going, अगर ये information हमको नहीं है, तो we cannot create the report also. Because I have already said, to create the report, we should know which information is going in which column and how do we plot that information. So if we have actual finish date, I'm getting 100% complete. Or if I'm 100% complete, I'm getting the actual finish date. Is that correct? Okay, so here I spoke about this scenario. Okay, I spoke about actual start, actual finish. Okay, and then we have to talk about splitting task. Now, before I take you to splitting task, how do I check out some more information over here? Because I'm getting the actual cost, right? If I'm more concerned about the costing part, I would like to know on which task, how much variance I got. Actually, I can make out from here, but project has given us different tables. As we have different view, Gantt chart, resource sheet, resource usage, okay, calendar view, network diagram, the same way we have different tables. As of now, I'm working with tracking table. If I take you to view tab, table here, and if I take you to cost, now in cost table, it will give me the information which are more relevant to cost. So I can say that, okay, task A, actually the baseline cost was 600, I mean the plan cost was 600, but I will invest 700. And I got the variance of 100 over here, 100 over here. Right? So if you are more concerned with the costing part, I can come and I can see the cost table. If I'm more concerned with the schedule part, right? So, or maybe with the variance, so over here I will get to know, okay, I got a variance in the finish date of this task as 1 day. Start time पे हुआ, but एक दिन यहाँ पे पीछे हो गया. Over here we got lag by 2 days, 3 days, and here again we have a lag of 3 days. So we have different tables. Time to time we can go and we can check out the different table. Okay, or actually these tables are nothing but the same column, but they have categorized them. ये cost table में कौन से columns रहेंगे. If you think that in cost table you have to add another column which is not there, you can always go there and you can add the relevant columns. Okay, I'll take you to task D here, splitting task. Now what is a splitting task D? I have this task D, okay, this task is for 4 days over there. Okay, now suppose 2 days are over or 50% task is completed. So I'll just go in percentage complete, I'll just type 50, and if I press enter, you'll notice I've completed 50% task, 2 days task is over. This, and once I say 50%, I already got the actual start date. Yeah. Not कि 2 दिन खत्म होने के बाद में मुझे ये रियलाइज हुआ कि ये जो बाकी का 2 दिन का टास्क है ये मुझे किसी और डेट में शेड्यूल करना है. Okay, so how do we do that? I hope you are able to recollect this. I'm talking about splitting task, right? So how do I split it over there, team? I'll just go to task D. I'll take you to task tab, scroll task here. Okay. Now I'm talking about this task. So ये वाला जो task है, we are able to do it on Wednesday, Thursday, and now Friday. From Friday, the resources has gone to some other project. So Friday के जो task है, Friday से आगे जो task है, I would like to shift it to this date. So how do I split or how do I break it in? I'll just go to task tab, and here we have split task. I'll just split task, and now I'm going to point my cursor to this Friday, and it's showing me the date also from Friday 30 Jan. I'll just take this task over there. So now we can see, team, we are not working on this task of these days. Okay, how do I split it, team? I have this task, 50% task is already done. So remaining 50% task, I would like to split. So I'm going to point my cursor here and I'm going to distribute it to this table. So we can see that we have a gap over here. And after that, everything went very smooth. Okay, like I'm there on this wave now, Monday and Tuesday, and I've done this task, so I can either go 100% complete, or I can say remaining duration is 0, or I can say actual duration is 4 days, right? Let me say 100%. If I say 100, if I press enter, we can notice, this task also we have completed. So that is what a splitting task is. So at times it happens, we have to break the task in three. Now task E went very smooth. I don't have any issue with task E. So it is scheduled only for 1 day. So I started as per revised schedule and finished as per revised schedule. Directly I can go and I can type 100% complete. Because it happens, कई बार तब मैं review नहीं लेता हूँ, right? We are not taking a review. लेकिन 15 दिन जो काम हुआ बराबर काम हुआ, you can keep on typing 100%, all of it, right? तो यहाँ पे मैं चाहता हूँ, the moment if I type 100, I'll get actual start date, I'll get actual finish date, I'll get actual duration, remaining duration will be 0 days there. So I've completed task. Okay, now overall, the project I've completed 99%, but still I have to complete milestone. Till I don't complete milestone, I'll not get the overall percentage completion. Correct? Now the next scenario is the scope changed over there. Right? So scope change, if you can recollect, what is the scope change? In between we realize we have to add one more task over there. Correct? We have to add task E for it, or task F for example. Okay? Now if I have to add the task, I know I can go here and I can add the task in tracking table itself. But I don't have predecessor column over here. I don't have resource column. Okay? If you want, we can insert a column, but it is better I should go back to entry table, I will add the task and I will come back. Right? So I'll just change the table. I'll click on view tab. I'll go ahead with table, tracking table, entry table. Okay, and we have completed these tasks, they have 100%, therefore we are getting a check mark. Now let me add one task. Before mine, I will right click here, I'll say insert task, and here I'm going to say task F. I'll select this, and let me have auto schedule. I'll click on task, auto schedule here. Let me have this task for 5 days, and this is depend on 6, and now milestone is depend on 7, and I want Jerry to work on this task. Now over here, I have added a new task, right? As I have added a new task, we don't have the baseline information for this, right? I should not have baseline start, baseline cost, baseline duration, right? If I take you to view tab, table, tracking, so we can notice, I don't have baseline start, I don't have baseline finish. Okay, so yellow column is blank for this part task here. Even I will not have the baseline bar. If I take you to school task, so we don't have the baseline bar because this is not a part of my baseline. This is not a part of baseline, right? So we have the baseline for other activity, we don't have the baseline for this. I hope you understood my point, right? Because this is a new task we have. Not if you want to track this task as it is, we can track the task as it is. But at times, we would like to consider this task as the part of my baseline. So if you would like to take this task as the part of my baseline, we can override the baseline for the selected task. This could be useful when I will let you know, but as of now what I want is clean. I want this should become the part of my plan. So what I can do is I can select only this task and I can override the baseline for the selected task. Okay, so how do I do that? Let me override the baseline, so I should get the baseline, finish baseline start. I'll select this, I'll click on project tab, and here I'll say set baseline, and make sure this time we should not make any mistake. Select task. By mistake, if I do the entire project, so now your actual and baseline will be same, right? So here I'm going to say selected task only for the selected task. If I see OK, and I'm going to override it, now we can see, I got the baseline information. So this has become the part of my plan, and I should get the baseline bar also. If it is cross-checking, I'm getting the baseline bar as well. Correct? After that, suppose everything went very smooth, so I'll simply go, I'll type 100% complete. Okay, if I press enter, let me complete this 100%. So we can see we have completed the project, it is 100%. Actually, it was scheduled for 14 days, but I took 28 days to complete the project. The cost was 1,250, but we have invested this much cost, right? If you want to see the overall summary part, so I can click on project, project information, and if I click on statistics, so it's just going to let me know team. In the start we don't have any variance, but in the finish we got a variance of 14 days, and in the cost, this is the baseline cost is 1,250 and actual 185. Okay, actually we have the current also. Current is nothing but ये रिपोर्ट तो पूरा प्रोजेक्ट ट्रैक करने के बाद में मैं बताऊं, but if you have a project of 3 months, right, or maybe of 6 months, but I'm tracking, I just want to know the status at the end of first month, second month, third month, so we are going to have different figures over there, current, baseline and actual. So current is according to current. As of now the current and actual, they are same. Okay, remaining we have 0 because we don't have any. So actually the concept what I spoke about, this is a very simple the concept, if we follow this concept properly, then we are going to crack the project. These are the limited scenario we have here. These are the limited scenario we have 6. But if you do it in a proper way, you'll be able to crack the project.
Adding another baseline.
We can add another baseline, right? But adding more number of baselines, that much for the plan is, right? So here what we are saying is that we have one baseline, correct? But if we have to add another baseline, I'll let you know in what case we have to add another baseline. If I have a project of 30 days, I have started working on that project, correct? And now within 15 days only, we got a delay of 15 days, right? If you have 30 activity, 30 days, right? Now we have started working with that project, and in some time we realized that the project we got a delay by 15 days क्योंकि हमारा प्लानिंग सही नहीं था, राइट? या रिसोर्स टाइम पे नहीं आ रहे, तो क्या हुआ कि उसका प्लान जो है 45 डेज का हो गया, पहले 30 डेज का था 45 डेज हो गया। अभी मुझे ये फियर है कि अगर मैं जब तक ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट करूं तो प्लान तो मेरा 30 डेज का है, बट ये प्रोजेक्ट 90 डेज में कंप्लीट होगा तो इट विल बी टू मच ऑफ वेरिएंस, राइट? सो दैट टाइम आई कैन कंसीडर, okay, maybe my first plan was wrong, okay, but I would like to keep that first plan as it is, and now which 45 days का project हुआ है, I would like to consider this as my new plan. So what we can do is we can keep on adding the baseline. So as of now we have only one baseline, but if we have to add the baseline, we can add up to 11 baselines. I can click on project, set baseline, so this is baseline, and likewise I can keep on adding baseline 1, baseline 2, baseline 3.
In our case, actually, client का जो target से अलग रहता है, internal target अलग रहता है. So at that time we require 2 baselines.
Correct.
Right. So वो part में चाहिए.
हाँ, right. So 2 or 3 baseline are always okay, but अगर 3 के ऊपर तो बहुत right. तो 2 baseline we can do that. और अगर आपको मैं एक बार second baseline भी update करता हूँ. For example, let me say that let me take this 0, this is 0, this is 0, and this is 0%, right? Now, over here we have already set one baseline, right? Now, for some reason, I have this task D, which is going to be there for 6 days, right? Okay. So what I will do is, I'll just click on project. I'll go ahead with set baseline, and let me say baseline 1. If I'm going to say baseline 1, I've set baseline 1. Now for some reason, if I'm going to take the duration as 8 days over there, so what will happen? This is the not this baseline. The actual duration, I'm going to say it has become for actual duration, it has become for 6 days here. Okay, actually, we have both the days, but just to let you know, I have baseline duration. If I right click here, actually, I have to change this and then we have to do
Baseline 1.
I'll just take baseline 1, but we'll have the same information as of now. Baseline 1. Baseline 1 duration over there. So actually, we have the same duration, but just to let you know, team, this is the baseline 1 duration here, and this is baseline 1. Correct? So अगर मैंने कुछ duration change किया होता उसके बाद में work करके फिर से set किया होता, तो I could have taken 4 days here, 5 days here, and actual days I could have spent 6 days. So that is what it means is. And even on the right hand side, if you want to add the baseline bar, you can right click here. Let me go there, right? I'll double click, and what I can do is I can add one more bar for baseline 1. So we can see that this black is for baseline, gray is for baseline 1, and this red and blue, they are for actions. Right? So if you want to compare it with Gantt chart, you can add the second. Right? So over here, actually for each activity now, we have 2 rows over here. Okay, so for 2 rows, first row is for baseline and action, and the second row we have taken it for baseline. But I think pehla big baseline work I think you are already working, so you can keep on. I hope you understood this part, tracking, right? Okay, what we will do is we are going to take a break now, and after that we'll take a quick review and we'll start the
All right, Wednesday, half an hour. Now at 2 o'clock here. If you want to focus on 5 to 6 दो का सवाल होगा तो सामने सारी बात अच्छी होगा
Relatively, whatever you post on LinkedIn, they watch. Whatever you post, they read. Especially Nakul sir, youngsters, they watch and read everything. Let's be a little mindful about discipline. I think we should start.
Yeah. Okay, so team, over here we have already spoken about tracking. What I will do is, I'll just take a quick review on tracking so that once it gets registered, it will always be good and you can raise your question because we know that in one go difficult to understand. But before I take you to tracking, I'll take you the flow of tracking. I've already shown you the flow of planning. We have to type the task, auto schedule, WPS, task duration, task linking, check and remove open nodes. Okay, we can do these two activities at any point of time. We can have resource sheet, create resources, assign resources. Okay, check and remove open nodes. I spoke about resource calendar. Now we are talking about the flow of tracking. Right? So we already understand what exactly the tracking is. Tracking is baseline. We have already done the plan and we are locking that plan. If we have a project of 30 days, so we are locking that this project we have to execute within 30 days. But when we start actual working on that project, probably it may not be 30 days, it will be 31, 32, 45 days. And we would like to know the variance कि कहाँ पे किस टास्क में कितना वेरिएंस आया. Okay, तो उसके लिए फ्लो क्या है? पहले first of all, okay, I'll come to the flow. Let me create a new plan, right? I've already created a plan, but just to avoid confusion, let me do it from the scratch. I'll take you to project, and here I'm taking you to a blank project. First of all, I'm doing the planning part. So planning part, we know that I have summary, I have task A, task B, okay, we have task C, task D, task E. These are the 5 tasks we have taken, and I said that we have minus 2. Correct? First of all, we have to auto schedule. I'm selecting all these tasks. I'm going to say auto schedule here. Then after that, I will do WPS. I already spoken about WPS column, right? We can insert a column WPS. I'm not inserting it. I'll just click these tasks, and I'm going to say that. So this has become the summary task under which we have to perform these tasks. Now this task is for 6 days. This is for 2 days. This is for 1 day. This is for 4 days. This is for 1 day. And this I'm going to take it for 0 days over there. I'm doing the linking. So here I'm going to say this 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So overall project is for 14 days. Okay. Now, if you want to know the work and the cost, we have to deploy the resources. I'll click on View tab. I'll take you to the resource sheet. And in the resource sheet, we have 2 resources over there. We have Tom and J. Right. To Tom, I'm going to pay him 100 per day. 100 per day, and to Jerry, I'm saying 75 per day. So this is the way we have to do the cost of these 2 resources. I'll go back to Gantt chart, and here I'm going to deploy the resources. So I'm going to say here is Tom, Jerry, and here I'm going to say Tom, right? Now we know that we will get the cost. If you want, we can insert a column as cost, or quickly if I would like to know only the summary part, I can click on project information, statistics. So the total cost of this project is 1,250, right? 1,250 is the cost. Now over this scheme, I'm saying this planning I have done, right? Now I got an approval from the management. Okay, your plan is correct. You can execute this project. You start working on this project. Okay, I got an approval on this project. Now before I actually work, because this task is for 6 days, probably it may take 7 days. It may take 8 days. It may take 5 days also, right? Okay, so I may complete early as well. So over that team, whatever the changes are happening, we need to record it, okay, how much we got devoted from the actual plan. So for that purpose, first of all, we will have to set this project as baseline. Now when we are setting the project as baseline, what actually happens, all this plan part will go to baseline parts. Like here for duration, we'll go to baseline duration. Start will go to baseline start. Finish will go to baseline finish. So we have baseline work, baseline cost, right? As of now, if I right click, if I insert column as baseline, just to let you know, baseline. So let me have baseline duration here, right? So baseline duration. So if I'm going to say baseline duration, you can see we don't have any information. But whenever I'm going to set this project as baseline, this duration will get copied to baseline duration. I saw that many companies that copy this data manually and they paste over here. That is not the right way, right? Probably they might not be aware that we have to set the baseline, or maybe they may have some other reason. But over there I found that the people they are copying and they are pasting it. Variance will come, but it will not come for all the part because they will not be very precise that they might have done it for duration but might not have done for cost. Okay, so if you just set the baseline, okay, set baseline, so in one go everything will go to baseline columns. As of now I'm not setting the baseline key. So over here, this is what a plan we have. Now, if I have to track this project, I already spoke about the planning. If we have a project of 90 days, the planning we can do within 2-3 days. Okay, but for all 90 days, we have to track the project, we have to monitor the project. So that time we have to format our tracking table in a better way and we can change the table. Say as of now we have entry table, there are two parts. We have the table part and we have the Gantt part over here. Correct? So this, if you want to know what other tables we have, I can click on view tab and these are the tables we have: entry, schedule, tracking. So we'll go to tracking. Hyperlink, you can keep the hyperlink if you have any documentation. Like if this task is there, you are drawing for example, right? So you can give and you can give the hyperlink of drawing. So once you click over there, it will open the drawing and you can see the drawing. So you can have hyperlink as well. So this is what a plan will have. Correct? Now, before I go ahead with this tracking, I'll let you know the flow. Okay? First of all, what we need to do is we have to go to view tab and we'll change it to tracking tab. Okay? Then we'll click on view table and we'll change it to tracking table. After that, we are inserting columns: baseline start, baseline finish, baseline cost, and baseline duration, whatever you have to compare. We are going to insert 2 more columns: start and finish. Can someone let me know why we have to insert these 2 columns or what information we are going to get?
Where you are going.
Where we are going, right? Actually, it is going to give us the revised shape. Okay, so start and finish. Then we are going to format the table properly colored, right? If you have to color, then we set the project as baseline and we can track the activities as per the situation, as per the scenario. And how many scenarios we have? That I already spoken about. We have 6 scenarios and where we have to meet them. Okay, so team, I'll just take you to this project. I'm just taking a review. So team, this plan is completed, right? Now what I will do is I'll just follow those steps. First of all, I'll change the Gantt chart to tracking Gantt. Okay, I'll click on view tab, tracking Gantt. So it has taken me to tracking Gantt. Say over here in tracking Gantt, we can see that this will give me the critical and non-critical activities. If they are in red color, critical, blue are non-critical. Okay, I have not completed any percentage over there because we have to put it in action. Now on the left hand side, the table is still the entry table. I'll change it to tracking table. I'll click on view tab. Okay, and sorry, I can go to view tab, table, and I'm going to say tracking table. Once I say tracking table, so I'm getting the information which are more relevant with the tracking part. So what actual date I'm going to start on this task A, B, C, right? So we have to make the entry in actual start date, actual finish date, how much percentage we have completed. Physical percentage, I have nothing to do calculation. I'll let you know where we can use it, but as of now I do not need, I can hide this column. Correct? If I would like, I don't want to compare the work, how much work is done, I can right click, I can hide it. Okay, whenever we have to add the column, I can always right click, I can insert a column, so let me hide this column. So these are the columns we have in tracking table. Correct? Now I would like to compare that, what date I'm going to start, that I need to enter manually. Okay, but according to my plan, what was the date we were supposed to start? So for that purpose, we have to insert columns. And which are the columns we need to insert? Baseline, right? So over here, I'll right click. I'm going to insert column as baseline start. Baseline start, because I have to compare my actual start with baseline start. Now in baseline start, I should get the plan date over there. Correct? So I should get the plan date over there. But as of now, I'm not getting the plan date. Why am I not getting the plan date over here?
Because I have not set the
We did not set the baseline, right? So if you want, you can set the baseline on the table and set in the columns. At any point of time, you can change the baseline. You set the baseline, you can set the baseline. But make sure before making entry in actual columns, you have to set the baseline. Correct? So let me insert all those columns. I'll just go with this flow only. So over here, I said that, okay, view table tracking, insert column baseline start, baseline finish. So over here, I'll just say before actual finish, let me insert a column as baseline finish. Baseline finish. Correct. Before actual duration, I'm going to insert a column as baseline duration. Baseline duration. And we would like to compare the cost before actual cost. I'm going to say baseline cost, right? Baseline cost. So over here we can see that we have inserted 4 columns over there. Now the columns what I have inserted, let me mark all baseline columns in yellow color or in whichever color you want to mark, because I should be able to know that henceforth I will not touch these columns because these are the planned data I have, right? I will not touch. If I want, I can change the baseline right here, but ideally I should not, because that is the part of the plan. I'm going to insert 2 more columns over here. I will right click, I'm going to say insert column, I'll say start, and let me insert 1 more column as finish. Okay, so I'm going to insert and start and finish. Okay, so let me have them in different color. Now now I'm going to set the project as baseline. So basically I'm ready with my table, I have formatted my table. Now let me set the baseline. Basically I'm freezing my plan. Okay, so how do I lock my plan now? I can click on project, set baseline. Once I say set baseline, now we know that as I did not set the baseline, I'm not getting any date in the bracket. I already said that if you are getting the date in a bracket, that means someone has already set the baseline. Now if I'm going to say okay, so I have set the baseline and I'm getting all the information, right? My plan date got copied to baseline start, baseline finish, baseline duration and baseline cost. And here on the right hand side we are getting the baseline bar also. So the black is the baseline and red is the actual part. And now we can notice team, as of now the baseline start and start they are same. So you'll be surprising that why we have taken this start. The reason is whenever the changes are happening, these dates will get rescheduled. That means I'm going to get my updated plan here, revised plan here, right? Okay, so this is what the steps I have done team. So these are the process tracking. Okay, and this we have done. And now we have to track the project as per our actual scenario. So now the first scenario I'm talking about, project start date change. Okay, so over here suppose we are supposed to start this project on 12, right? So for some reason 12, right? So we have to start this project. We were supposed to start this project on 5th Jan. Okay, but for some reason I did not get the fund or I did not get the approval. So I would like to start this project on 12. So as we have to start this project on 12, okay, we will not make change here in the actual start date as we are shifting the project. Okay, so we have to change here in project information, and I'm going to say I would like to start this project from 12, right, Monday. Once we say okay, so we can see team, we have shifted this project. Now we got the revised schedule. We were supposed to finish this project according to my plan on 22nd Jan in yellow color, but now we're going to finish it on 29th Jan. So we will always get the revised schedule here, and we can notice on the right hand side the baseline bar is right there, okay, according to my plan, but actually now I'm able to complete this project on this way. Okay, now over here, as I said team, only for this scenario, if we are shifting the whole project, the entire project, if you have to override the baseline, we can override the baseline. Okay, it is not mandated to override the baseline, but we know that if all these changes are there, we will get much confused. So better we can override the baseline. And all of us, we know that we have shifted the project. Maybe we can put a remark that in this part, we have to shift the project. Now, if I'm going to shift the project,
say one activity rate in a baseline.
You can change the rate of one activity.
One activity baseline.
If you want, you can change it, but you are changing the plan then.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you are changing it in the plan, okay, at this stage, if you want to change it.
Not started, one activity rate.
Oh, yeah, you can change it, right? You can change the activity date over here in the baseline, right? Okay. But अगर यहाँ पे change किया और आप ये expect कर रहे हो कि इसके बाद में ये भी change हो जाएगा, वो नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आपने already freeze कर दिया, तभी वो जो link है, वो तो plan के हिसाब से होगा. So ideally अगर आपको change करना है, तो आप उसको change कर सकते हो, but you need to override it for the task.
Okay, change task.
Scope change का जो scenario है, actually you are talking about scope change. Okay, so team, I think we have understood it, right? Okay, now what I will do is I will override the baseline. So if I'm going to override the baseline, so what will happen team, you want to consider जो हमारा नया plan है, उसको मुझे पुराना plan पकड़ के चलना है. So at any point of time, if you want to override the baseline, we can override the baseline. And how do we do that? I need to click on project, set baseline, and you can notice we are getting the rate here. Just we rate में हम लोगों ने baseline set किया, we are going to get the rate. Now, if I'm going to see okay, we have overwritten the baseline. So we can see that the black bar has gone to the red place, and this is what the plan is. Okay, so this is what the first scenario is. Now the second scenario I'm saying team, we have task A. Task A is for 6 days. Now not necessary. Once the 6 days are over, then I'm going to take the update from my resource. वो resource तो work कर रहा है, right? Maybe he's a labor. Now he's working and every day I have to take an update. Maybe sometime I can take the update in lunch time. Every 2 hours I'm taking an update. Whenever you are taking an update in, so you can keep on maintaining those updates here in these columns, right? It could be percentage completion, actual duration. Okay, these are synced over there. Now suppose I'm taking the update from Tom on day 1, right? We have 6 days. Day 1 is Monday. So on 12 Jan, I'm taking update from him. He said whatever task was scheduled for day 1, I've completed. So I either can put it in percentage or let me say actual duration 1 day is over. So the moment if I say 1 day is over, you know that I got the start date of project, I got the start date of activity, 17% task is completed, 5 दिन और work करना है और 100 रुपये already have invested into it, right? And here on the right hand side, we know that this will keep on going like 17% task we have completed and we are getting in dark red color. Okay, as it is a critical, we know that it is red color. Once it is 100% completed, automatically it will be in blue color because it is no more critical. We have already completed the task. Okay, so
status भी देख सकते हैं सर कितना हुआ है करंट status
कितना percentage complete हुआ activity या project.
So stats.
We can simply click on project information, right? Statistics over there. So we can see over here according to current. Okay, actual 1 day is over. 13 दिन और work करना है. Remaining, right? तो cost में भी यहाँ पे 100 rupees लगे और इतना cost में भी बाकी है. So that is all okay. You have invested and your finance team is also worried कि और कितना cost लगेगा. So you can come here, you can let them know that I will require this much cost. Management पूछ रहा है कितना दिन और लगेगा तो I can come here and I can let them know 30 days भी और लगेगा. So you can let them know. From here also you can check it. Okay, now if suppose the second day is over, right? Task is there, second day is over. So I can go there, I can type second day. So 4 days are remain. Okay, I have completed 33%. 3 days are over. So we know that 50% task is completed. 3 दिन और लगेगा, right? तो जैसा आप अपडेट ले रहे हो यहाँ पे you can keep on updating. प्रॉब्लम तब तक नहीं है जब तक सब टाइम पे चल रहा है. करेक्ट. प्रॉब्लम कहाँ होती है कि अब अगर सपोज मैं 5वें दिन अपडेट ले रहा हूँ और 5वें दिन वो बंदा बोल रहा है अब 5वें दिन अपडेट ले रहा हूँ, एक दिन बचा है हाथ में, वो बोल रहा है 83% टास्क हो गया है. करेक्ट. मे बी 17% टास्क मुझे अभी और करना है. बट अकॉर्डिंग टू माई नॉलेज वो 17% भी वो उसके ऊपर है. मे बी आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग परसेंटेज, बट मुझे इतना समझना है कि एक दिन और लगेगा उस टास्क को कंप्लीट करना है. तो अभी मुझे क्या करना है, एक दिन और बढ़ा के लेना है इसको. तो प्लान के हिसाब से तो 6 दिन का, लेकिन एक्चुअल में मुझे इसको 7 दिन लग रहे हैं. तो अभी वो मैं 7 दिन कैसे करूँ इस टास्क को, दैट यू हैव टू पुट इट इन रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन. और कितना दिन लगेगा, तो एक दिन लगने वाला है. बट आई जस्ट विल टाइप 1 more day over here. The moment if I say 2 days, now you will understand ये जैसी 2 दिन का टास्क हो, बाकी के सारे टास्क तो इसके ऊपर डिपेंड है. तो they will get rescheduled over here and we are going to get the update here, right?
2.5 day.
Yeah, whatever you want to say. 2.5 day अगर आपको लगेगा तो 2.5 days you can say. आपको hours में चाहिए तो you can say in hours. Whatever remaining duration. अगर आपको लग रहा है कि 5 दिन का टास्क 6 दिन का टास्क आपने 5 दिन में कंप्लीट कर दिया, तो आप रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन 0 डेज डाल दो, तो आपका प्रीपोन हो जाएगा. तो सारे एक्टिविटी पहले आ जाएगी जो भी आपका एक्चुअल सीन चल रहा है. So over here, if I want to type 2 days, now the moment if I press enter, now we can see that immediately I am able to know the schedule of other activities. Okay? तो अगर मैंने ये बता रहा था कि अगर टास्क के ऊपर मैंने किसी रिसोर्स को डिप्लॉय करके रखा था या अपने हायर करके रखा था, तो आई कैन से दैट अभी मुझे 29 को नहीं, मुझे 30 को हायर करना है. तो इसी दिन मुझे पता चल रहा है कि नेक्स्ट 6 महीने के बाद में, साल भर के बाद में क्या सिचुएशन रहेगी. So that you can know that this situation is there and you can accordingly move on. Now after that, 6 days are over, I can go there, 6 days are over. 7 days over, I can go there, I can say 7 days. Or maybe you could have taken 100%. The moment if I take 7 days is over, I should be able to get the free state. Okay? Free state मुझे जब तक नहीं मिलेगा जब तक 100% नहीं है. अगर अपने में 100% है मतलब फ्री स्टेट मिलना ही है, या अगर आपने फ्री स्टेट डाला है इसका मतलब 100% है. Right? So over here if I press enter, we know that 7 days are over and we are able to complete this task on 20 Jan. According to my schedule, we were supposed to complete it on Monday, but now we are able to complete it on Tuesday. And as we are completing it on Tuesday, the following activities, they got rescheduled. Correct? और यहाँ पे आपको you can just see that we have completed this task as 100% and we got delayed by 1 day. इसके बाद में if you have to go there on the statistics, you can go and you can check out there. Like if I click on project, okay, project information. If I click on statistics, So what we can see that ये अभी 8 दिन और बचा है, एक्चुअल 7 डेज मेरा स्पेंड हुआ है, ठीक है, करंट के हिसाब से 15 दिन है ड्यूरेशन, बेसलाइन 14 डेज है, करंट के हिसाब से 15 डेज है, राइट। और यहाँ पे कॉस्ट में भी मुझे बता रहा है एक्चुअल कॉस्ट कितना लगा, रिकरिंग कॉस्ट कितना है, ओके। यहाँ पे 1 दिन का वेरियंस आ गया, स्टार्ट में कोई वेरियंस नहीं है बट फिनिश में भी 1 दिन का वेरियंस है। सो टाइम टू टाइम इफ यू वांट टू सी द summary part, you can see the summary part. If you want to see the details, okay, in whichever context, we have reports over there, but very quickly I'll just let you know, I can go to view tab table, if you want to see most of the costing part, so we can see that, baseline 600 था, actual 700 हुआ, यहाँ पे भी कुछ और कॉस्ट नहीं लगता है इस टास्क के ऊपर, but 100 rupees वेरियंस आ गया। अगर आपको ड्यूरेशन में देखना है, you can go there, you can say variance here, variance, and we know that we got the delay by 1 day. Start में कोई वेरियंस नहीं इस टास्क में, बाकी के टास्क में स्टार्ट में वेरियंस है। अगर आपको लगता है कि कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन इसमें है, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन उसमें है, you can take one table and you can insert the column, whichever column you want. Okay, so like over here अगर मुझे कॉस्ट टेबल के अंदर ही वेरियंस को या फिनिश वेरियंस को इंसर्ट करना है, so I can go there, I can right click here, I can insert column and let me have finish variance. Finish variance. So over there I know that I got delay by 1 day. So my point is, for report purpose, this is very useful. If you know that which information is there in which column, we can keep on creating the report. Okay, let me hide this column. Okay, so this is what the second scenario I spoke about. Let me go to tracking table. I'll go to tracking table, and here we are done with this scenario, like remaining duration change. Now I'll talk about start date change. Now in the start date change, according to my plan, according to my baseline, I was supposed to start this task on 20 Jan, but I cannot start this task on 20 Jan because 20 Jan को तो ये पिछला वाला task ही खत्म हो रहा है, so I will have to start this task on 21st Jan. Now for some reason, if I'm not able to start this task on 21st Jan, we are going to start it on 22nd Jan, so you'll have to make the change in actual start date. I said we will touch to actual start date only when there is a change in actual start date. Otherwise, let project calculate the date, let project calculate actual start, actual finish. Okay, everything. Wherever the changes are there, you have to be very precise that column. Okay, कई मतलब क्या होता है, हमको change कहीं और मिल रहा है, हम लोग change कहीं और करते हैं. So that becomes very challenging. So we know that we are going to start. अभी मुझे पता है कि अगर 22 पे start हो रहा है तो मैं 22 यहाँ पे डालूंगा. Don't calculate it कि अगर 22 पे start हो रहा है मतलब यहाँ पे 23 को खत्म होगा तो I can go and I can just change it to finish it. Wherever the actual change is there, you have to do that column. So I just say task B. I'll go there and let me start this task on 22nd Jan, which is Thursday. So as I'm starting it on Thursday, I got a delay by 1 day here. Correct? So I got a delay. And this task is for 2 days only. Now उसके बाद में 22nd Jan को आपने start किया, 22nd Jan को शाम में मैं update ले रहा हूँ, तो I can go there, I can type 1 day completed. Okay? Next day मैं update ले रहा हूँ, I can say 2 days completed. Now the moment if I say 2 days, remaining duration will be 0 days, and I should get the finish date with it soon. Okay? So I got to finish it. And you know that we have shifted this task. As we have shifted the task duration is not changing. Even the cost will not change. It's 150 and the actual cost is also 150. So this is what the next this scenario I spoke about.
Sir, one doubt.
Yeah.
Sir, if dates you have considered that started, now the productivity is only 50% for the first 5 days. Whether I should put weightage first days complete, how to track if it, suppose it is say 8 days, on 6th day, productivity is less, so due to which some task B, task is 70%, task A, 80%, task C, 50%, like that. Then how to monitor, enter the data. You have considered 6 days first in the main phase.
Yeah.
Sir, task A started, ended, both are same. They have started, but they have not ended on the day and particular day. And you can see that percentage completion is still only 80% at the end of scheduled period. How it will be monitored?
Okay, earlier it was there for
our productivity parameters are based on the work completed. Actually, time is there, resource was available, but productivity is not to the 100% completion as per schedule is not achieved. In that, how it is monitored?
If I understood correctly, if you have a task of 10 days, करेक्ट। आप ये बोल रहे हो कि प्रोडक्टिविटी आपका जो पहले 2 दिन थोड़ा स्लो रहता है, कम रहता है, और बाद के 8 दिन में या पहले 4 दिन में फिर आप और लेबर लगा के या जो भी करके आपका प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ जाता है। यू कैन नॉट डू
सर 10 डेज का रिलैक्स भी हो गया, बट 80% प्रोडक्टिविटी ओनली 50%। प्रोडक्टिविटी 50%,
80% ही अचीव है।
हाँ,
शेड्यूल मीट कर लिया, स्टार्ट डेट एंड डेट नहीं अचीव हो पाया क्योंकि 80% ही कंप्लीट है, तो हाउ यू एंटर दैट?
ओके, से यहाँ पे
एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट
मैं एक सेकंड यहाँ पे सिंपली बेस करता हूँ सर, एक सेकंड में यहाँ पे सिंपली बेस करता हूँ। ये टास्क है सर, ये टास्क 6 दिन का है, जैसा पहले था मैंने बेसिक कर दिया, 6 दिन का टास्क है। अभी आप बताओ सर।
एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट मैच कर रहा है।
एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट मैच में यहाँ पे एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन 1 दिन देता हूँ, तो एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट मैच हो रहा है 12 जैन 12 जैन।
फिनिश डेट मैं आज टुडे इज से 19 जैन, on 19 Jan it is supposed to finish, but my finish completion is 80%.
करेक्ट। तो मैं वही बता रहा हूँ सर कि अगर यहाँ पे फिनिश डेट जो है आपका 19 जैन है, मतलब बेसिकली आपका कितना दिन कंप्लीट हो गया? 6 दिन कंप्लीट हो गया। अगर आप यहाँ पे 6 दिन डालते हो, राइट, तो यहाँ पे आपको बता रहा है 100% कंप्लीट, जो आपका 100% कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है, आपका 80% कंप्लीट हुआ है, तो 20% को आप कितना दिन लगाओगे काम करने?
वो फिर सिस्टम अपना कैलकुलेट
नहीं, सिस्टम नहीं कैलकुलेट करेगा, फिर आपको बताना पड़ेगा 20%, क्योंकि सिस्टम तो कैलकुलेट कर रहा है कि आपको 6 दिन के हिसाब से 100% करना चाहिए था, आपने नहीं किया, आपने 80% काम किया, तो अभी आपको वो सिस्टम कैलकुलेट करके
और 3 डेज करेगा,
और 3 डेज करेगा, तो वो आप यहाँ पे जाके रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन करेगा। तो अगर आप यहाँ पे 3 डेज करते हो तो फिर आपको बता रहे हैं कि एक्चुअली आपने 67% वर्क किया और 6 डेज है, तो आपको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन मिला।
ओके, रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन डिक्लेयर करना है।
रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन, तो अगर आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पे 2 दिन बचा है, राइट, तो इसका मतलब आपने 75% कंप्लीट है।
बट अगर मैनुअली 80% करके 2 दिन ऐसा,
हाँ, आप अगर यहाँ पे सपोज यहाँ पे अगर मैं
मैनुअल करता हूँ,
ओके, यहाँ पे अगर सपोज मैं मैनुअली 75% करता हूँ, 75% करता हूँ, तो हाँ, एक सेकेंड यहाँ पे अपन देख लेते हैं, एक्चुअली 75 में 2 दिन बता रहा था, तो ओवर हियर यू नो वी हैव 2.25 डेज, राइट। अगर आप 80% बोल लो तो आपको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन बता रहे हैं 1.2 डेज। तो एक्चुअली 3 कॉलम सीख है, परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन, एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन एंड रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन। आपका एज पर शेड्यूल जा रहा है तो आपको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में कोई चेंज नहीं करना है। अगर आपको लगता है कि रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में चेंज करना है, से एक्चुअली परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन भी लेट मी हैव दिस 6 डेज,
उसका रिलेशन नहीं होने का सर, रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन के साथ अगर लिमिट रिलेशन हुआ तो प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा।
अगर सपोज यहाँ पे मैं 75% कंप्लीट करता हूँ, 75% अगर कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ तो रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन मुझे कैलकुलेट करके बताएगा कि 6 दिन है अभी, तो रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में 1.5%।
अगर मेरे को 3 दिन लगेगा वो 20% अचीव होने में,
हाँ, तो अभी ये जो आपका 25 ये जो परसेंटेज है एक्चुअली उसके हिसाब से कैलकुलेट हो रहा है। अब अगर आपको लगता है कि 3 दिन लगेगा तो यहाँ पे जाकर आपको मैनुअली चेंज करना है। बोलने का मतलब क्या है कि परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन और एक्चुअल परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन में आप डायरेक्टली डालते हो, राइट, बट जब तक कि आप रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन पे चेंज ना करो, मतलब आप रिवाइज द करेक्शन, वो प्लान के हिसाब से चल रहा है। अगर सपोज मैं यहाँ पे 100% कर 80% करता हूँ तो अभी क्या होगा, आपको 1.2 है। अगर यहाँ पे मैं 100% करता हूँ तो मेरा टास्क 6 दिन में कंप्लीट हो रहा है, बट मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर आपका 75% कंप्लीट हुआ है और आपके पूरे दिन कंप्लीट हो गए, तो फिर आपको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में आके आपको चेंज करना बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। तो सपोज अगर मैं 6 दिन का था पहले, अभी 1 दिन है, तो मैं यहाँ पे 3 दिन करता हूँ, तो फिर आपका परसेंटेज है,
अच्छा, वो फिर रिड्यूस हो जाएगा।
हाँ, तो इसका मतलब आपका हैंडल जो करना है रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन है, दैट इज इट।
वो प्रोरेटेड करके किया था, प्रोरेटेड।
हाँ, आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड।
It's a prorated calculation.
But actual percentage सच में 80% हुआ। It calculates depends on the days.
नहीं सर, वो नहीं, मैं
Based on productivity, you can say.
yeah, so this is
और actual 20% करने का
6 days is over, right?
रेनी डेज है तो 50%,
राइट, एग्जैक्टली। रेनी डे है तो मेरे को पता है कि 2 दिन में कंप्लीट नहीं होगा, 5 दिन में नहीं हो रहा है,
परसेंटेज रिमेनिंग वर्क इज गोइंग टू टेक लॉन्ग दैट शेड्यूल्ड, देन हाउ इट इज इंटरप्रेटेड हियर।
नहीं, वो आपको मैन्युअली कैलकुलेट कहीं ऑफलाइन कैलकुलेट करके
तो हमें फिर रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन को ठीक करके
Balance activity.
एक्चुअली आपको रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन में आपको make changes and you will do it. And after that, then you can go and you can change the percentage. So basically, आपको remaining duration से handle क्योंकि यहाँ पे remaining percentage नहीं है ना सर. Actual duration और percentage complete ये आपका actual के हिसाब से चल रहा है. तो आपको handle करना है remaining duration. Okay, so पहला सीन हमारा ये था कि यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने 7 दिन लगाया, ओके, और ये काम एक दिन हमारा डिले हो गया रहेगा.
और कुछ कॉलम्स लगेगा सर बेसलाइन ट्रैक करने में.
मुझे नहीं लगता और भी लगेगा. अगर आपको लगता है ये सब बहुत चीज है
और तुमको लैकिंग दिख रहा है
इधर ही क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटी कॉलम रहेगा सर.
हाँ, you can insert a column, right? You can insert a column as total slack, right? So you can insert a column as this.
इसमें एक कर सकते हैं बैलेंस ड्यूरेशन क्यों डाल रहे हैं प्रो डाटा कैलकुलेट हो रहा है. बट व्हेन वी आर एंटरिंग बाय द मैन्युअल तो वो वेरिएशन जो आ रहा है वो वेरिएशन ट्रैक होगा. एक्चुअल प्रो डाटा 2 days बट रिक्वायर 4 days. तो व्हेन वी गो टू फिल्टर कि व्हाई दैट वन इज इंक्रीजिंग मोर देन द प्रो डाटा वो पर्टिकुलर
नहीं यहाँ फिल नहीं होगा सर क्योंकि 80% हो गया. 20% हमको 4 दिन लगेगा मतलब इट इज टेकिंग बेस्ड ऑन द शेड्यूल बेस्ड ऑन.
बट वो आपको नेक्स्ट कॉलम में कहीं मिलना चाहिए कि यहाँ पे मैन्युअल एंट्री चेंज हो
ये तो टास्क चल रही है लिखना पड़ेगा.
वो कैसे फाइंड आउट
वो नहीं ले रहे
वो मैन्युअल एंट्री
रीजन मतलब
इट इज कैलकुलेटिंग बेस्ड ऑन द डेज बैलेंस.
हाँ, बैलेंस डेज.
एक्चुअली इट इज एज पर द प्रोडक्शन रेट ना सर.
हाँ,
वो प्रॉब्लमेटिक है सर आपको.
As per the construction side is nothing on the production rate. Everything is not correlated with the production rate because we are not completely based on the machinery here. Manual working ज़्यादा है, equipment working ज़्यादा है, dependent of resources ज़्यादा है. So many times की balance percentage is a 20%, but the duration required is more than the balance duration is required more than the 20%.
Next thing in
So we are going to enter the manual. Instead of 2 we are entering 3. So if I want to track that one, where the person is edited, manual entry किधर किया है, so how we will track that?
नहीं, जो लास्ट वाला पॉइंट हम समझा.
Sir, 1.2 days बाकी आ रहा है. Same pro rata calculation. But I will put the input is 2 days. It means the whole project time is increased by 0.8. 1.2 plus 0.8. 1.2 instead of 1.2, I have given the inputs of 2. So I want to track where is entered that 2 instead of 1.2. 1.2 is the calculation, auto calculation, and 2 is the manual entry.
No, let me just do that exactly one more time. I'm going to say 6 days, right? And here this is 0 days, right? Okay, तो ये 100% टास्क है मेरा. सपोज यहाँ पे मैं ये 0 कर दे रहा हूँ, right? ठीक है. अभी आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये जो टास्क है 75% कंप्लीट हुआ है. Should I put 75% क्या? I'll go there. I'll type 75%. अगर 75% टास्क कंप्लीट हुआ है, मतलब ये एक्चुअल शेड्यूल के हिसाब से 4.5 डेज हुआ है और 1.5 डेज मुझे और लगेगा 25% कंप्लीट करने में. ओके, ये अकॉर्डिंग टू शेड्यूल
Scenario 1. It's a scenario 1, but instead of 1.5,
हाँ,
it's required 3 days.
करेक्ट. तो अभी आप जो बता रहे हैं जो बचा हुआ जो 25% है उसको आपको 3 दिन लगेगा और राइट. तो ये 1.5 डेज प्लस 1.5 डेज 3 डेज. तो एक्चुअली आपने अभी ये 75% नहीं किया है अकॉर्डिंग टू शेड्यूल. आप अकॉर्डिंग टू
75% completed. Balance for balance requires 3 days, as he says. But as a senior, I have to track that.
नहीं सर, पहला वाला नहीं, एक्चुअली पहला वाला आप लोग सिनेरियो ठीक कर रहे हैं सर. अगर आप ये बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे मैं 3 दिन लगता हूँ तो एक्चुअली ये जो टास्क है ये आपका 9 दिन का टास्क है. तो अगर 9 दिन का टास्क में आप 75% नहीं होगा सर. आप पहले बता रहे थे 6 दिन में 100% कर रहे हो, तो आप 9 दिन में 75% नहीं हो सकता ना, फिर वो कम हो.
Very simple calculation. I am not talking about the 6 days or 9 days. if any activity require 10 days, for example, our pro rata 10 days, 480% is completed, 2 days balance is the pro rata.
Yes.
But for that balance 20 days, we require 3 days. Then you say you have to enter manual entry.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
There are two scenarios. One is auto updation, another is manual updation.
Auto updation is not.
Auto updation is nothing but pro rata calculation. जो auto
Percentage
percentage in the scenario it's same.
टारगेट
हाँ लेकिन आप प्लान के हिसाब से चल रहा है ना सर.
सर अगर मुझे ये ट्रैक करना है कि मैनुअल एंट्रीज किधर की है इंस्टेड ऑफ 2-3 किधर हो गया.
एक्चुअली मैनुअल एंट्री ही होगी
तो
सर.
कैसे हो?
नहीं ये मैनुअल एंट्री ही होगी सर. मैं समझ रहा हूँ आपका क्वेश्चन. आपका कंसर्न ये है कि आपको रिकॉर्ड करना है बंदे ने मैनुअल किधर चेंज किया वो आपको क्या चाहिए. ये एंट्री आपका हमेशा मैनुअल होगा सर. ये तो आपको एक्चुअल है ना. तो एक्चुअल में आपको डालने पड़ेगा. दैट इज व्हाट आई ट्राई. आपको नहीं बोल पाओगे कि प्रो रेटा बेसिस आप मतलब ये हुआ कि प्रो रेटा बेसिस के हिसाब से सही कैलकुलेशन चल रहा है. आप प्रो रेटा बेसिस को फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हो इसलिए आप मैनुअल एंट्री कर रहे हो. तो अगर कहीं चेंज हो रहा है मतलब वो 100% मैनुअल एंट्री हुआ है. प्रो रेटा बेसिस पर आप प्लान के हिसाब से चल रहे हो. I understood your concern. You have to check out कि वो बंदा ने. लेकिन अगर यहाँ पे कहीं भी आपको शेड्यूल में चेंज हो मतलब मैनुअल एंट्री है.
कॉलम एंट्री करके ये हो सकता है कि पॉसिबल कि प्रो डाटा कैलकुलेशन
आपका प्रोजेक्ट शेड्यूल ऑटोमेटिक चेंज हो रहा है तो उसी का
रिमार्क से पूछ.
हाँ रिमार्क आप राइट कर लो सर. यहाँ पे आपने कहाँ चेंज किया है. You can write it here. कि इस तरह कॉलम है.
So we will track.
And you can keep on. You can keep. नहीं आप जो बंदा ट्रैक कर रहे हैं सर आप उसको नोट्स में डालो. उसको बोलो बंदे को यहाँ पे नोट्स में डालो. क्यों एक्चुअली आपका कितना दिन चेंज हुआ तो आपको मिलेगा. बट रीजन क्या है वो आपका ज्यादा कंसर्न होना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज द रीजन हुआ है. राइट कि क्यों डिले हुआ है. डिले हुआ है कितना डिले हुआ तो आपको पता ही चल रहा है. और अगर वो मैनुअल एंट्री किया है तभी वो डिले हो रहा है नहीं तो डिले नहीं होता है. अगर देखो
So here on the we are tracking just 4-5 when the entries are more than 400, 500, 200, and the review is going for just 15 to 20 minutes. I want to like it means I want to filter the summary.
हाँ राइट. ये आपको ये नोट्स आप देखो सर यहाँ पे कीप ऑन टाइपिंग द नोट्स ओवर देयर एंड देन इसको लेके आप पिवट टेबल बना लो. आप इसके अंदर अलग अलग मार्क लो.
As a planning engine that part is okay, but as a executive the thought is different.
Sir, and moreover we are concerning about scope quantities more than a percentage. Will more closely with the quantities. So how can we?
तो एक्चुअली जो आपका ड्यूरेशन है ना सर जैसा मैं बता रहा हूँ आपका आपने मुझे एग्जांपल दिया कि 100 पाइप्स आपको बनाने हैं और 100 दिन में लग रहा है. तो आप उसको 100 जो पाइप से आप उसको ड्यूरेशन में कन्वर्ट कर लो. मैं उसको बताता हूँ कैसे करते हैं क्वांटिटी में. ओके बट टिल वी डोंट फॉलो दिस आई थिंक आपको भी सेकंड स्टार्ट किया गया कि हमको कैसे करना है. तो वो व्हाट वी हैव टू डू. एक बार
लोग कैसे करते हैं सर. एक्सेल में स्कोप डाल देते हैं, कंप्लीट डाल देते हैं, परसेंटेज जो परसेंटेज वहाँ होता है दिस इज टेकिंग फ्रॉम द ड्यूरेशन.
तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सर क्वांटिटी समझ रहा हूँ मैं कि आपका ये जो है ये 100% की है आपका 1005 है. ठीक है. तो मैं बता रहा हूँ सर कि ये जो ड्यूरेशन है ना इसको ड्यूरेशन ऑफ नंबर ऑफ पाइप्स पकड़ लीजिए.
मतलब प्रोडक्टिविटी डालना पड़ेगा पर डे इतना.
तो आप ड्यूरेशन को हाँ प्रोडक्टिविटी डाल के रखो कि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि एक दिन के अंदर 10 पाइप है आपके तो अगर आपका 100 दिन है तो वो मल्टीप्लाई करके तो फिर वो तो बेसिकली आपको ड्यूरेशन को क्वांटिटी पकड़ना.
हमारे केस में एवरी डे सेम प्रोडक्टिव नहीं होता है. वो एक प्रॉब्लम है. You cannot say every day is the same
challenges. No, there is a challenge of file structure, there is a challenge of any occasion or season or some local events or supply or to reach at the location.
एक्चुअली प्लानिंग के हिसाब से आपने बनाया है. ट्रैकिंग के हिसाब से तो हमें ट्रैकिंग में तो हमेशा चेंजेस रहते हैं. तो ट्रैकिंग आप यहाँ पे कैसे हैंडल करते हो वही
बेसलाइन यही मेन है.
रिमार्क ऐड करना
बेसलाइन आपका जो है और उसके बाद एक्चुअल में आप कितना करें तो ठीक है. ये प्रोजेक्ट पे आप कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाओगे बट नेक्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट पे आपको समझ में आएगा कि कहाँ आप लोग कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं.
बेसलाइन से दो एक साथ कर सकते हैं.
हाँ
स्टार्ट में एक बेसलाइन किया मिड ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट एक और बेसलाइन चेंज कर दिया फिर मैंने 4 मंथ से एक्सटेंड कर दिया. फिर उसके बाद मैं देख रहा हूँ फिर उस बेसलाइन से या ओरिजिनल बेसलाइन से दोनों से भी कंपेयर कर सकता हूँ।
हमेशा लेटेस्ट बेसलाइन से कंपेयर होगा ऑटोमेटिकली। अगर आपको मैंने अकॉर्डिंग टू माय प्लान राइट, बट अकॉर्डिंग टू my schedule we have to start it on 21st Jan, but for some reason if you are not able to start it on 21st Jan, we are able to start it on 22nd Jan, then we'll have to make the change in actual start date. I'll go there and in actual start date I'm going to say 22nd Jan. Okay, and now after that everything went very smooth. So either I can say actual duration is 2 days or I can just say 100% completed. So here if I were to say 100% completed, we got this revision. Now the next scenario I spoke about, finish date change. Now finish date change, according to revised schedule, we have to finish this task C on 26 Jan. Okay, but due to some reason if I am able to finish it on 27 Jan, so I have to go there in actual finish and I'm going to say actual finish as 27 Jan. So automatically it will give me the start date with its own and 100% completed. So I'll just say 27 Jan. So here we get to know the 27 Jan. Correct? Then I spoke about splitting tasks, right? So splitting tasks, if we have this task D, which is for 4 days, if I've completed 50%, so I'm going to say 15, so we got the start date, okay, 50% is there, 2 days are remaining. Now the remaining 2 days over there, we have to reschedule it to some other dates. So I'll just put my cursor here, I'll click on task, okay, scroll to task so that it will pull out the data. And now from here I can split the task. I'm going to say split task, would like to split it from here to here, correct? So I'm splitting the task, and after that, because my resource is not available for these many days, so I've splitted that task, and after that everything went very smooth. So I'll go there, I'll type 100% completed, so I've completed that task.
Any option? Only dragging option?
Only that is the option.
बहुत long है तो long जाना पड़ेगा.
हाँ फिर अगर आपका एक में तो फिर आप उसको क्या करो सर, 2 टास्क बना लो, D1 and D2. राइट, तो D1 आप यहाँ पे टास्क बनाओ, एक और टास्क इंसर्ट कर लो, D2 बनाओ, D1 टास्क 2 दिन का होगा उसको 100% कंप्लीट कर दो, और फिर D2 आप उसका लिंक कर दो और जो भी प्री डेट आप यहाँ पे मैनेज कर दो. तो अगर आपका समझ लो कि अगर छोटा गैप है तो यू कैन डू दैट, बट अगर आपका गैप 2-3 महीने का है तो फिर मेरा सजेशन आप ब्रेक कर दो उसको. Task E is for 1 day, right? So task is for 1 day. So like I have started in time, completed in time. So simply I can go, I can type 100% so that I will get the information is actual start, actual finish, okay, actual duration, limited duration, all the things we get completed. After that I spoke about scope change. So in between, if we have to add the task or if we have to delete the task, so we have scope change. Now to add the task in, we can add the task if we want, but we don't have the predecessor column here, we don't have the resource name column. If you want, we can insert the column, but better you can just change the view. I'll click on view tab. Okay, I'll take you to table, entry table, and here team, I'll just add one task over here. I'll right click, I'll say insert task, and here I'm going to say task F, and I will select this task, and I'm going to say auto schedule, task auto schedule. Let me have this task for 5 days, and this is depend on 6, and this is depend on 7, right? And suppose JD is working on this particular task, I'll go there, and I'm going to choose JD. Correct? Now, if we know that we will not have the baseline information, I'll click on view tab, table, tracking. Now we don't have the baseline information for this because this is not a part of my plan, right? We don't have the baseline bar as I spoke about last time as well. So we don't have the baseline bar for this. Now, if you want, this should be the part of my baseline. I can override the baseline for the selected task. If you want to keep on tracking the task as it is, you can keep on tracking. But at times, what happens, team? If we have a project of 1 year, मेरे को नेक्स्ट मंथ का या पहले 2 मंथ का क्लैरिटी है कि पूरा प्लान क्या चलेगा, बट बाकी के क्लैरिटी नहीं है. तो वेरी रेयरली इट इज गोना हैपन फॉर अ लॉन्ग प्रोजेक्ट दैट हम लोग पहले पूरा प्लान बनाएंगे और उसके बाद में एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे. से अगर ऐसा होता है तो बहुत अच्छा है. नहीं तो क्या होता है, कई बार हम लोग प्लान भी बनाते जाते हैं, लाइक 3 महीने का प्लान रेडी और हम लोग एग्जीक्यूशन भी स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, फिर बाद में एक्टिविटी और ऐड करते हैं. इन सच सिनेरियो व्हाट यू कैन डू इज जो बाकी एक्टिविटीज है, you want to keep that as a part of your whole plan. So you can select them and you can override the plan. Right? So sometimes if you want to override the activity for the baseline, you can always do that. I'll select this task F. I'll click on project tab. I'm going to say set baseline. and we are going to set the baseline, override the baseline element only for the selected task. So that I should get the baseline start, baseline finish, and I should get the baseline bar also. So we are getting the baseline information. After that, everything went very smooth. So I just say I'll type 100% completed, and still I have to complete the milestone. So I'm going to say 100% completed. So this is the way we track the project. Now over here I said that we have this scenario. This is very important where we have to make it. And this matrix, all this concept over there, how do we remove the resource allocation, calendar over here, okay, task linking. So here in calendar also I said that how to mark holiday, how to mark all second Saturday. So I've already shared this file with Kishan, right? So I've already shared this file with him, and he will share the file. So this is what the tracking is. Yeah.
You misliking the free slack.
Total
slack you have said.
Free slack is
free slack.
Only for that one activity. For activity, right? Actually, we are saying total slack that is for वो summary के अंदर total slack है. Free slack that is only for one task. उस task के अंदर.
You can use for the resources, sir.
How you can use it, right? You can use it. But I think total slack आपको जो clarity देता है, वो free slack इतना clarity. टीम ट्रैकिंग में आपका मुझे पता है एक चीज तो कॉन्सेप्ट मेरा क्लियर हुआ है कि आप वी आर मोर कंसर्न विद द क्वांटिटी ओके रादर विद ड्यूरेशन हुआ है राइट तो वो मैं आपको कैसे अपडेट करते हूँ लेट मी जस्ट थिंक बेसिकली मैं ड्यूरेशन को हम लोग को क्वांटिटी में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे बट लेट मी जस्ट थिंक हाउ बेटर वी कैन डू राइट
यही कॉन्सेप्ट है प्रोडक्टिविटी सेम कभी नहीं होता एवरी इफ यू टेक अ ड्यूरेशन कभी उस हिसाब से नहीं चलता
हाँ आपका टारगेट है 100 यूनिट कंप्लीट करना है ओके वो 100 यूनिट कंप्लीट करना है एक रफली आपका टाइम देके रखा है कि उसको 100 दिन लगेगा राइट बट वो हो सकता है आपका दिन में बाद में कंसर्न नहीं आपका यूनिट में कंसर्न है कि आपने 20 यूनिट कंप्लीट किया अभी कितना यूनिट बाकी है 80 बाकी है 10 यूनिट और कंप्लीट किया कितना बाकी है
किसी दिन 2 होगा किसी दिन कुछ भी नहीं होगा 5 हो जाएगा
हाँ करेक्ट तो आप उसको ड्यूरेशन से कंपेयर नहीं करना चाह रहे यूनिट से कंपेयर करना चाह रहे हाँ ड्यूरेशन रहेगा लेकिन आपको कहीं ना कहीं डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा ना सर हाँ लेकिन आपको कहीं ना कहीं तो रफ कैलकुलेशन होगा ना सर कि 100 यूनिट कंप्लीट करने के लिए कितना दिन लगता है हाँ ठीक है ना तो वो ट्रैकिंग में तो आपका कवर होगा ना सर बॉटम लाइन तो यही है कि आपका 100 दिन के अंदर 100 यूनिट कंप्लीट करना है तो अगर आपने 120 दिन लगाया तो आपका प्रोडक्टिविटी कम रहा ओवरऑल पहले 10 दिन में आपने कुछ भी काम नहीं किया बाद के 20 दिन में आपका बहुत स्पाइक रहा फिर बाद में वापस से यूनिट अवेलेबल नहीं है मशीन ड्रॉप हो चुकी है
अब ये जान सब ऐसे 100 यूनिट करना था 100 डेज में करना था 100 यूनिट 100 डेज में 120 डेज में होने वाला नो नॉट लाइक दैट इट इज 100 यूनिट करना था 100 डेज में अभी 60 यूनिट हो गया है 40 यूनिट कितने दिन में होगा ऐसे सोचो दिस इज व्हाट हम लोग जो हम अपना प्लान बनाते हैं या रिव्यू होते हैं तो ऐसे होता है कि 120 दिन होगा कि जो बैलेंस बचा है वो कितने दिन होगा
नहीं तो सर आपको ड्यूरेशन पे यूनिट भी डालना पड़ेगा मतलब आप कैलकुलेट कर लो उसको आपको अगर आप ये कंसीडर कर रहे हो तो 100 यूनिट 100 दिन में है तो आप उसको डिवाइड कर लो ठीक है आपको डिवाइड करना ही पड़ेगा सर वो मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि आपका प्रोडक्शन एक जैसा नहीं होता है कई मतलब कम होता है कई मतलब ज्यादा होता है बट उससे भी आप अल्टीमेटली लास्ट में कैलकुलेशन कैसे फाइंड आउट करेंगे सर आपका प्रोडक्शन भी कम है या ज्यादा है आप नहीं कर सकते ना तो एटलीस्ट इसमें कैलकुलेशन तो करेगा आप वैसे भी नहीं कर सकते
वो इनपुट ही डालना पड़ेगा यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग
मतलब एआई का वेदर प्लानिंग इज गलत है प्रोडक्टिविटी गलत
हाँ
अभी
ये भी निकालेगा सर
ये चीज भी करना है
उसके लिए आपको फिर कैसा है आपके पिछले जो 20-30 प्रोजेक्ट किए वो पूरा हिस्ट्री निकाल के उसका ट्रेंड फाइंड आउट करेगा फिर आपको बताएगा विद रीजंस राइट आप एक प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर आप नहीं कर सकते अगर आपके पास में बहुत सारा डेटा है पुराना और उसका अगर ट्रेंड फाइंड आउट करेंगे कि ये ट्रेंड में चल रहा है तो फिर वो फोरकास्ट करके बताएगा कि आपको कितना और वो आप कर नहीं सकते हो
ये प्रोजेक्ट होना ही होना है, आप लेट चल रहे हो बट होना ही होना है।
रिसोर्स लगाओ ज़्यादा,
रिसोर्स लगाओ ना तो पैनल काम वो कैसा या the deadline is you cannot change the deadline.
I hope we are done. We understood this concept, right? Okay. Now what I'm doing is I'm taking one concept which is task type. There are 5 types of tasks, right? मेरा कंसर्न ये नहीं है कि हमको टास्क टाइप समझना है, कंसर्न ये है कि कौन सा टास्क टाइप हमको कहाँ पे यूज हो सकता है, that we are looking for. Okay. So there are 5 types of tasks. I'll just take you to task type. Okay, so here we are done with this tracking. Reports हमारा बाकी है, reports हम लोग साथ में। Reports देना, हाँ. Okay, so what I will do is now I'll just take you to a new project. Actually, it's not a project. We are just trying to understand the task type and where we can use it that there. Say I have 5 types of tasks. Okay, I'm going to say task A, task A, task B, task B, task C. I'm going to say task D, task E. Right. Okay, actually, when I double click on any of the tasks here, you can see, you know, this is an advanced tab. The task type is fixed unit, and this upward ribbon is not checked. Okay, it is without upward ribbon. Okay, it is fixed unit without upward ribbon. Now, what do we mean by it? I will explain it to you. Okay, but just to let you know, team, what I'm saying is fixed unit without upward ribbon. So let me do it that way. I'm going to say it is fixed unit without upward ribbon, right? Then another task type we can have fixed unit upward ribbon. Okay, over here I'm going to say fixed duration upward ribbon. I'm going to say fixed duration without upward ribbon, and here I'm going to say fixed work. There are 5 types of tasks. Okay, let me type the duration for all the tasks of 6 days. It is not a project. We are just trying to understand the task type. Note by default, the task type is fixed unit without upward ribbon. Now, all the task type has to do with the resource only. If the resource is not there, there is no meaning which task type you are working with. Okay, that doesn't matter what is the task type. But when you have resource, then only it has a meaning. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just take 2 resources over here. I'll click on View tab. I'll take the resource sheet. I have one resource as Tom, Jerry, and assume that we have labels. Okay, Tom, I'm going to pay him 100 per day. I'm going to pay 100 per day, and let me have labors as 50 per day, right? Or let me have 20 per day. Okay, I have taken the same cost, like Tom and Jerry 100, and here it's 20. I'll go to Gantt chart. Let me insert 2 columns over here. I'll right click. I'm going to say insert column as work, and let me insert another column as cost. Okay, we'll focus only on task as of now. So what is the task type here? Fixed unit without upward ribbon. First of all, what I will do is I deploy Jerry for this particular task. I'm going to assign Jerry. Once I say Jerry, so we know that Jerry is working for 6 days. The work is 48 hours and 600 is the cost. Correct? Now what if I deploy Tom also? What will happen? You guess what will happen, right? अगर मैं टॉम को भी लगा दूं इस टास्क के ऊपर, पहले जेरी अकेला वर्क कर रहा था 6 दिन, अभी मैं टॉम को भी लगा दूं, तो व्हाट विल हैपन? कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा। कॉस्ट इसलिए बढ़ेगा क्योंकि वर्क बढ़ जाएगा, क्योंकि दोनों बंदे जो 8 घंटे काम कर रहे हैं तो वर्क बढ़ेगा, ओके, तो डेफिनेटली कॉस्ट भी बढ़ेगा। अगर मैं यहाँ पे जाता हूँ, अगर टॉम को भी लगा देता हूँ, तो वी नो दैट द कॉस्ट हैज बिकम 1200 एंड द वर्क इज 96 बिकॉज दोनों बंदे 8 घंटे काम, टोटल मैन राइट इज 96 आवर्स। तो ठीक कुछ टास्क ऐसे होते हैं जहां पे आप जितना रिसोर्स लगाओगे उतना कॉस्ट आपका बढ़ेगा, ठीक है। लेकिन कुछ टास्क ऐसे होते हैं जहां पे रिसोर्स लगाओगे वो आपको हेल्प करेगा। लेट मी जस्ट टॉक अबाउट दिस टास्क नाउ एंड देन वी कैन कंपेयर। टास्क बी को मैं चेंज करता हूं, फिक्स्ड यूनिट ऑफ फुट। I'll double click on this task B and here I'm going to say fixed unit that is already there and let me check effort driven. मैं ओके करता हूं राइट। तो सेकेंड वाला टास्क टाइप जो हो गया फिक्स्ड यूनिट effort driven है। मैं पहले जेडी को डिप्लॉय करता हूं। सो जेडी को अगर मैं डिप्लॉय कर रहा हूं तो 6 दिन का टास्क है, 48 आवर्स, 600 इसका कॉस्ट। अब अगर मैं टॉम को भी डिप्लॉय करता हूं यहाँ पे, तो अभी आप बताओ कहां पे चेंज हो रहा है? ड्यूरेशन का हो गया राइट। तो एक्चुअली ये वाला टास्क कौन सा है जहां पे आप जितना रिसोर्स लगाओगे उतना आपका टाइम कम करके देगा। फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई एम अनलोडिंग अ ट्रक राइट, नाउ आई हैव फिक्स्ड वर्क ओवर देयर, लाइक आई हैव टू अनलोड 100 बॉक्सेस, आई एम गोइंग टू टेक वन फुल डे। अगर मैं अकेला काम कर रहा हूं तो पूरा दिन लगा रहा हूं, बट अगर मैं एक और रिसोर्स को मेरे साथ में ले लेता हूं, सो वी कैन कंप्लीट दैट टास्क विद इन हाफ डे राइट। 50% 50 boxes is going to unload, 50 boxes unload. So that is how what we are saying is fixed unit affordable. Now you need to identify in your project क्या task type है and it will help you. Correct? अगर कोई मेरे को ये बंदा बोल रहा है कि आपको जितना रिसोर्स है उतना रिसोर्स लगा लो लेकिन मेरे को टाइम कम करके दो, लेकिन अगर वो टास्क का टाइप ये वाला है, we cannot do that, right?
वो क्रैशिंग तो नहीं है ना सर?
ये क्रैशिंग है, right? This is not crashing are very important. But we understood this part. I hope we got it. Right, okay. Not we are saying task C, it is fixed duration of 40. Let me change the task type first of all. I'll go there and I'm going to say fixed duration. That means the duration is fixed and I'm going to say 40. Okay? तो मैं पहले क्या कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे जेरी को लगा रहा हूँ, तो जेरी काम कर रहा है 6 दिन, 48 आवर्स, 600 इसका कॉस्ट। अब अगर मैं यहाँ पे टॉम को भी लगा दूँ, राइट, टॉम को भी लगा दूँ, आप बताना मुझे कहाँ पे डिफरेंस आ रहा है या कहाँ पे फर्क आ रहा है। If I deploy Tom also, did you find any difference here? मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ आपको, मुझे बताओ कहाँ डिफरेंस आ रहा है। If I'm going to drive a car from Mumbai to Pune, I'm taking 4 hours. What if I take one more driver with me? What will happen? Will help me out to reduce the duration? No. What will happen?
Same driver but same task को 2 आदमी कर रहे हैं।
That means 2 घंटा मैं काम करूँगा, 2 घंटा मैं ड्राइव करूँगा, 2 घंटा वो ड्राइव करेगा। Okay? So over there I'm saying, I repeat my point. If I drive a car from Mumbai to Pune, I'm taking 4 hours. Okay? अगर मैं एक और ड्राइवर लेता हूँ मेरे साथ में, तो 4 घंटे का 2 घंटे करके नहीं देगा, बट ऐसा हो सकता है 2 घंटा मैं ड्राइव करूँगा, 2 घंटा वो ड्राइव करेगा।
4 घंटे का 5 मिनट, 4 घंटा 5 मिनट होगा या 4 घंटा 10 मिनट होगा। More than 4 hours.
माइलेज कम होगा, स्पीड कम होगा, बात करेगा बंदा। So over there we are saying fixed duration of for driven. That means duration fixed है, पर आप जितना रिसोर्स लगाओगे उतना डिवाइड करके देगा, right? Like in couple of SCP plant, you know that we have this task, but they need 2 laborers over there because there is a very hard work over there, right? So the person cannot work a full 8 hours, so they do it, with turn-wise. So over there, I'm not able to get the impact over here, but where I can find out this impact, I can go to resource usage, right? If I click on view tab, resource usage, so in resource usage we can see team, we are talking about task C. Task C के अंदर 4 घंटा यहाँ पे टॉम का रन कर रहा है और 4 घंटा यहाँ पे जेल कर रहा है, right? So actually that task is getting divided into 2 resources. I'll take you back to the chart. Now over there we have fixed duration. When we say fixed duration, that means duration is fixed. We are not manipulating. I mean we cannot. Like curing के लिए अगर 14 days लगता है तो 14 days लगता है. We cannot do anything over there, right? So fixed duration. If I double click here, let me have fixed duration, and without a foot ribbon, I'm not checking it. Okay, so without a foot ribbon. Now over here, if I'm going to deploy JD, you know that it is 6 days, 48 hours. Now if I'm going to deploy Tom as well, what will happen is the duration is fixed. Okay, the cost will increase. Like over here, last time I was driving a car. This time suppose I'm driving a bus. Right? Now I'm driving the bus and I need one more person to conduct the bus. So I'm driving for full 4 hours and that conductor is also working for 4 hours. So I'm also working for full time, he's also working for full time. And the duration is fixed because the time lag nahi hai. So that thing we can say fixed duration is not. Noting ये जरूरी चीज है task type समझना. At times what happens is by mistake we change the task type and the moment we deploy resource ये duration कम होता है and you don't understand कि duration कम क्यों हो रहा है. Okay, so for that purpose you can always check out what is the task type. I hope you are done.
इस सिस्टम में कैसा है ये जो भी कहाँ एंटर हो रहा है ये दूसरे जगह
नहीं हमको चार्ट में चेंज करना है सर. यहाँ डबल क्लिक करके आप यहाँ से करना फिक्स ड्यूरेशन या बाय डिफॉल्ट वो हमेशा ये वाला टास्क टाइप रहता है फिक्स ड्यूरेशन डॉट. तो जब तक आप ये चेक नहीं करोगे वो सिस्टम को नहीं पता चलेगा.
इससे कॉलम आता होगा ना कि टास्क टाइप क्या है कॉलम
टास्क टाइप
है ना.
So fixed unit. Actually आपको affordable है without affordable तो यहाँ पे पता नहीं चलेगा.
चलेगा.
यूनिट ऑफ ड्यूरेशन
आपने जवाब दिया था ना.
एक्चुअली क्रंचिंग क्या होता है प्रोजेक्ट का सर कि क्रंचिंग अगर आपका एक टास्क 20 दिन का है और आपको उसको 10 दिन के अंदर कंप्लीट करना है
रिसोर्स बढ़ाना पड़ेगा.
तो रिसोर्स बढ़ाना पड़ेगा.
कॉस्ट भी इंक्रीज होगा.
कॉस्ट हाँ तो डिपेंड करता है वो एक कॉस्ट नहीं वर्क तो फिक्स है ना सर. वर्क फिक्स है ना तो कॉस्ट नहीं बढ़ेगा. आप बोल रहे हो 10 दिन का काम है
और 10 डालेंगे.
नहीं एक सेकंड सर आपका 10 दिन का टास्क है 8 घंटा 80 का घंटा है 80 घंटे का काम है. आप बोल रहे हो 10 दिन का टास्क आपको 5 दिन में करना है तो 80 घंटा तो 80 दिन में कर रहा है 80 घंटे का काम तो करना ही है ना. तो कॉस्ट उस वजह से चेंज नहीं होगा सर.
मेरा कहना है सर आप डिले किया प्रोजेक्ट 30 डेज आपको नेक्स्ट 3 मंथ्स में कंप्लीट करना है. 1 महीना डिले हो गया और 3 महीना में करना हो तो सेम प्रोडक्टिविटी सेम यूटिलाइजेशन सेम अप्रोच नहीं होगा. उसके लिए एडिशनल रिसोर्स
हाँ करेक्ट. तो तब आपका
ट्रैकिंग टेक्निक यूज होता है. उसमें अल्टीमेटली 1 महीना डिले किया मतलब कॉस्ट इंक्रीज होगा ना सर.
देन इट हैज टू
वो एक अलग चीज हो गया सर क्योंकि आप रिसोर्स भी अलग लगा रहे हो. राइट आपका जो भी पेनल्टी भी आप अगर आप भर रहे हो तो वो एक अलग चीज है. बट आई एम सेइंग कि अगर वर्क आपका चेंज नहीं हो रहा तो कॉस्ट आपका चेंज नहीं होगा अगर आप कोई रिसोर्स के साथ जा रहे हो. ओके आई जस्ट टेक द लास्ट आस्पेक्ट एंड देन यू डिसाइड. सो ओवर द थिंग आई एम सेइंग फिक्स्ड वर्क. सपोज यहां पे मैं इसको चेंज कर देता हूं. आई जस्ट गो देयर एंड आई पुट से फिक्स्ड वर्क. ओके फिक्स्ड वर्क मतलब ये मेरा वर्क फिक्स्ड है. ओके अगर यहां पे सपोज 6 दिन का काम है ओके तो लेट मी जस्ट डिप्लॉय लेबर. मैं अगर लेबर डिप्लॉय कर रहा हूं तो मेरा 48 आवर्स का काम है. 48 आवर्स का काम है और 6 दिन में हो रहा है. अब अगर सपोज यहां पे कोई बंदा ये बोल रहा है कि मुझे 2 दिन के अंदर एक टास्क कंप्लीट करना है. क्या एक सर आपका एक क्वेश्चन ले रहा हूं. तो अगर ये 6 दिन का टास्क कह रहे हैं लेबर है तो एक लेबर वर्क कर रहा है 6 दिन में राइट. बट अगर मेरा मैनेजमेंट बोल रहा है ये वाला टास्क आपको 2 दिन के अंदर कंप्लीट करना है तो अगर 2 दिन में कंप्लीट कर रहा है तो मैंने यहाँ पे फिक्स वर्क आई ऑलरेडी चेंज इट फिक्स वर्क राइट. नाउ व्हाट आई विल डू इज आई चेंज द ड्यूरेशन. वंस आई चेंज द ड्यूरेशन it will find out how many labors we will require. Okay, so it will do the reverse calculation. So duration was there, we were deploying the resource. Now if I am saying the duration, it will recalculate the resource. So if I have to complete this task within 2 days over there, so the moment if I type 2 and if I press enter, so it will let me know task fixed work तो fixed है sir, right? तो cost भी same ही रहेगा, but यहाँ पे मुझे labor calculate करके बता रहा है. वो यहाँ पे नहीं पता चलेगा, वो रिसोर्स यूसेज में मैं जाकर पता करता हूँ. ओके यू कैन सी दैट टास्क की जो है एक्चुअली हमको 24 घंटे का नहीं है राइट. मतलब ये 2 दिन में पहले 6 दिन में था बड़े 2 दिन में टास्क नहीं. वो एलोकेटेड इसलिए कि हमारे पास में एक ही लेबर है तो अभी आपको पता करना पड़ेगा ओवर एलोकेशन कब निकालोगे आप और कब तक निकालोगे. जस्ट क्लिक ऑन रिसोर्स शीट किया तो आप चेक करोगे यहाँ पे लिबर्टी है 2 लगा के देखता हूँ, ओके 3 लगा के यहाँ पे रिसोर्स ओरिएंटेशन तो बता रहे कि मुझे 3 लेबर लगे, राइट। तो अगर वो शेडिंग का कॉस्ट में रहेगा क्योंकि फिक्स्ड वर्क है ना, तो आपने 3 लेबर लगा दिया, तो एक्चुअली वर्क उतना ही था, लेकिन आप उसको कम कर रहे हो, तो उसके अंदर आपको रिसोर्स ज्यादा लगेगा, बट रिसोर्स आपके पास होना चाहिए, वो प्रॉब्लम।
हमारा केस में प्रोडक्टिविटी कम है विद द सेम लेबर, 1 महीना डिले किया, सेम रिसोर्स सेम एवरीथिंग स्टोरी सेम, 1 मंथ डिले किया, बट नेक्स्ट 3 मंथ्स में एक्सेलरेट करना पड़ेगा वो अचीव करने के लिए। तब तो ये रिसोर्स नहीं होगा, रिसोर्स क्योंकि डिले किया ना, सेम कॉस्ट अलग हो गया, अब डिले किया,
तो उसके अंदर तो आप वही ले सकते हैं, आपको फिर लेबर दूसरे रिसोर्स लगाना पड़ेगा, तो उसमें कॉस्ट तो पाएंगे, तो फिर तो डिपेंड करता है कि आपका कॉस्ट। सो दीज आर द टास्क टाइप। तो आप आई थिंक आपको जो क्वेश्चन है सर, अगर मैं इसको इसलिए से ले रहा हूँ तो यू कैन रिकैलकुलेट इट, बट आप जैसा बोल रहे हो कि वो नहीं होगा एग्जिस्टिंग रिसोर्स से, क्योंकि एग्जिस्टिंग रिसोर्स से वी वर नॉट एबल टू फॉलो द शेड्यूल, ओके। सो दैट इफ यू आर एडिंग द एडिशनल रिसोर्स यू हैव टू, बट स्टिल देयर यू कैन फाइंड आउट कि आप कौन से वर्क ऐसे जो आप कम कर सकते हो, क्रंच कर सकते हो। तो क्रंच करने के लिए यू हैव टू चेंज द टास्क टाइप एंड यू कैन जस्ट चेक आउट कितने आप। ये दो चीज है, रिपोर्ट्स आई एम गोइंग टू टेक, ओके, एंड आई एम गोइंग टू टेक टाइम प्रोजेक्ट, आई मीन स्केल, टाइम स्केल। वंस वी आर डन, तो आई थिंक हमारा को डेट डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कौन सा करना है। बेटर है कि अगर आपको प्रोजेक्ट डाउनलोड कर लो, आई मीन इफ यू कैन वर्क, आप आपका एक बार शेड्यूल बना के देखो, यानी अंडरस्टैंड कि वी आर एबल टू डू इट। इतना ड्यूरेशन फॉरगेट किया, आप कैन जस्ट चेक आउट फॉर द ड्यूरेशन, आपको ड्यूरेशन आप यूनिट करके कैलकुलेट करके आप करो, आई थिंक यू विल डू इट। हाँ, सो 3 थिंग्स आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट दैट पार्ट, एंड एक रिसोर्स पूलर सब प्रोजेक्ट है, वो हम लोग नेक्स्ट सेशन में ले सकते हैं, अदरवाइज इट विल टेक। कैन वी टेक अ ब्रेक ऑफ 15 मिनट्स और 10 मिनट्स? 3:35 विल बी बैक। Take a break. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. columns, right? I'll keep the total slack on with me. Okay, what I want is team, for some reason, I would like to take all critical activities together and non-critical activities together over there, right? Or I would like to take all the activities of coordinator at one place, trainer at one place, because it could be contractor, right? They are the consultant, and I have to share these activities with them, that these are the activities you have to perform on my project, so I have to email these activities to them. Okay, so at any point of time, if you want to group the activities, we can group the activities, and how do we group them? I need to click on View tab, and here in View tab, we can see that we have group. Now we can group the way we want. I can go there, and if I'm going to say critical, so we can see that these are the non-critical activities we have, okay, and these are the critical activities we have, okay, and we can see we can cross check here, like critical activities, that means the slack is 0, non-critical activities, we have some slack over there, right? So just to let you know, team, if we have to group, right, now you know the better answer for it, when to group it, because he was asking me how do we group it, but it is very useful, time to time we have to group the activities, correct, for some reason. Now these report or these activities what we are doing just to understand our planning better way, to understand our projecting better way, to find out the answer of some questions, so we can keep on creating this part. If I would like to group all the activities as per the resource name, I can click on here View tab again, and I will take you to group here. This is critical as of now. If I take you to resource name, resources, so these activities are assigned to coordinator, correct? These activities are assigned to trainer. So at any point of time, if you want to focus which activities we have assigned to trainer, okay, irrespective of date, irrespective of predecessor, but I will get all the activities which are assigned to trainer together, so that I can be very focused on that part. We can filter it over there, right? So group is going to group them. If we want to filter, we can apply filter, right? So over here, we can group the way we want, right? So just to let you know, team, we have this group. I will go there, and if you want to have no group, we will say no group, and we don't have. Now, where we are going to use group, if we can just let you know, where you are using groups of?
Critical,
non-critical, right? Contractor based, right? Resource name wise. Sometimes, you think that, this is very high consumed items, right? So we can group by cost over there. Okay, so that if we have the cost, we can make a group. We can have different brackets.
We can define by the text as well.
We can group by text. You can group the way you want, right? If you know the column, you can group the way you want, right? So over there, you are saying the text, right? If you have taken any notes over there, okay, and if you have to group them on notes, you can go there, group, and you can just say you have all the columns over there, right? If you don't have the columns, you can create your own group, right? You can say new group over there, and you can take group by, I can say notes, I can say text 1, I can say text 2. You can have this part, you can create your name, and you can go.
Suppose important task, IMP.
So in one column you have taken IMP, so you can take all important one, or maybe you can say, you were talking about weight of the task, right? So you have given the weight of task as 500, 400. So you want to group all the 500 first, second, and then you can group that, right? So we can give the weight also, right? So you can have and you can give the weight to those activities. Actually for weight, we have a column. For weightage, actually you will have to take that column because we have the weight only at project level, not over here, right? So we can group them, right? So team group is going to answer a lot of questions over there, right? Now number 2, if you want to highlight all the critical activities very quickly, say if you want, we can apply filter, right? But applying filter, we will be very precise with those activities. I would like to see other activities, and I would like to see other activities, but I want to have more focus on critical activities, so that time we can color them. Like I can go no highlight. If I'm going to say critical, so all the critical activities we are going to get them in yellow color. Okay, so over there you can keep on moving, and you can see that okay, this activity is critical. So you can say color them. I'll go there. If you want to have no color, I'll say no color over there. Okay, so I have no color. If you want to keep color only the activities which are assigned to trainer, so I can go with resource name here, color. I'll say using resources, right? So I'll just say using resources, right? Let me give color to those activities which are assigned to trainer. So over here, the activities which are assigned to trainer, we can color them. So as we can group different activities, so it depends on the category. Important, right, weight 500, 400, right, we can give. If you want to have, we don't want to have color, we can go there, we can say no color and no hardness is there. Correct. I think filter we all know, but one filter is very important. Like if I want to list all the activities which are assigned to trainer, I know this is nothing but resource name. I can go there and I can apply filter. Like in Excel, we get the drop-down enemies. We are getting the drop-down enemies for each individual column. I'll go there. If I'm going to say the trainer, so over here, these are the activities which are assigned to trainer. Correct. If you want to take my records back, I'll just say select all. We are able to get all the activities. If I want to be very cautious about my critical activities, so I have to share those activities with my finance team, asking them that these activities are critical, I need to have the fund in time. Okay, so I can go there and I will just say critical here, wherever the 0 days is there, 0 days is there. So these are the list of all critical activities. Okay, on top of it, okay, so we can apply filter. So my point is this is nothing but, we apply filter here. So we can apply filter. This is nothing but auto filter. Correct? Custom filter, what it means is that we are giving the range from this date to this date, from this cost to this cost. Like if I want to get the list of all those activities, I'm going to say insert column, and if I'm going to say cost, so if I click over there on down arrow, we have so many options over there. Filter, and I can say equals to, do not equal to, I'll say between. So get me the list of all those activities which are between 1000 to 2000. So it will get me the list of all the activities. So I'm saying that whenever you are providing the range here, that is nothing but the custom filter we are talking about. Okay, if you are not giving the range, if you directly click over there and you select, that means you are taking the auto filter. So we have auto filter and we have custom filter. But a very important filter is advanced filter, or we can create our own filter. And these filter you can keep on creating, right? Actually, I cannot take, say filter here. I'm saying we have this no filter. I can click on this down arrow key, and I can apply filter based on all the columns over here. Correct? And now, if we want, we can create new filter over there. Correct? So if I click on new filter, in new filter I can specify all the conditions over there. For example, if I would like to understand, I would like to get the list of those activities which was started on time but did not finish on time. Okay, we would like to have a report. Okay, we would like to get the list of all those activities which was started in time but did not finish on time. Now let me know how you are going to do that. Because in project we don't have that kind of report. So how you are going to do that in the sense how you are going to get the list of those activities or what logic we need to use. I hope you have the clarity in the question. Yes, the bottom line is I want to get the list of those activities which was started in time but did not finish in time.
If condition is लगाते हैं.
तो क्या लगाओगे condition?
If the start date is equals to equals to start date and
actual
condition.
Correct, right? So actually we have to know this column over that, right? So if I would like to get the list of those activities which was started in time but did not finish in time, what basically we are saying, the baseline start date is equal to actual start date, but baseline finish date is not equal to actual baseline finish date, right? So if you know this column, then you can create your report. If I don't know this column, whatever you do, we won't be able to create.
But which is in tracking one?
हाँ, जो भी है, right? So that is in tracking. अगर मैंने track नहीं किया है, तो यहाँ पे नहीं मिलेगा. मैं tracking का project on करता हूँ. So just to let you know, this is what the concept we should know. क्योंकि at times our management asks, let me know, give me the activities जहाँ पे आपका cost change हो गया. So what we say, where the baseline cost is not equal to actual cost. ये ऐसा कौन सा activities है जहाँ पे आपने earn किया है, you have saved the cost. So I'll say baseline cost is greater than actual cost. हमारे कई बार तो ये हो सकता है कि कॉम्प्लेक्स क्वेश्चन के एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट बराबर है, एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट इज इक्वल टू बेसलाइन स्टार्ट डेट, एक्चुअल फिनिश डेट इज इक्वल टू बेसलाइन फिनिश डेट, एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन इज इक्वल टू बेसलाइन ड्यूरेशन, बट स्टिल द कॉस्ट हैज चेंज्ड. सो किस सिनेरियो में हो सकता है कि डिफरेंट रिसोर्स, राइट? रिसोर्स मेरा पहले 100 रुपीज का था, मैंने 150 रिसोर्स का लगाया, राइट? जैसा या बट उनको बोलना है कि ड्यूरेशन सेम है, स्टार्ट डेट भी सेम है, राइट? ओके, सारी चीज सेम है बट कॉस्ट चेंज हो गया है.
एक्चुअल कॉस्ट तो डिले है ना.
हाँ, लेकिन उसमें डेट भी चेंज हो सकता है ना. से अंडरस्टैंड द कंसेप्ट. मेरा कंसेप्ट क्या है? ड्यूरेशन बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज का कई बार लोग क्वेश्चन करते हैं कि 4 दिन का था 400 रुपए कॉस्ट है, अभी भी आप 4 दिन का 400 रुपए कॉस्ट है, बट ये कैसे हो रहा है? तो रिसोर्स चेंज हुआ है। तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि अगर आपको वेरी प्रिसाइज जाना है कि ड्यूरेशन इज सेम, स्टार्ट डेट इज सेम, फिनिश डेट इज सेम, बट स्टिल द कॉस्ट हैज चेंज्ड, यू हैव टू क्रिएट दैट काइंड ऑफ फिल्टर एंड देन यू कैन क्रिएट दैट। अगर आपका सिर्फ कॉस्ट में वेरिएंस है तो देन यू आर नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट द रेट, राइट? सो यू जस्ट से कॉस्ट इज नॉट इक्वल टू बेसलाइन कॉस्ट. So my point is, team, whenever we have to create those kind of report, my suggestion, better you create your own filter, okay? Get the record, copy that data, paste it in Excel and create that report. So I'll just take one, actually, this is not tracking because I don't have any baseline over here, right? Because मैंने इसका baseline set नहीं किया है, तो मैं जो tracking वाला project किया है, मैं वो open करता हूँ. I'll just open this tracking project. Yeah, just to take one example here. So if I would like to understand, यहाँ पे मेरा 2 baseline है, so I'll just take this part. Okay. So over here, I would like to get the list of those activities which was started in time but did not finish in time. So what we need to do is we have to create the filter. And how do we create the filter? We can click on View tab. I'll take you to this filter here, filter. I'll click over there and I'll put a new filter. Once I say new filter, so over here, I'll just say okay, any name, whatever name you want to work. Now, once we are creating this filter does not mean that it will work only for this project. You are creating this filter and it can work for any project. So my point is, every month if you have to submit the report, better you can keep on creating the filter. You can apply filter. Later on, I will let you know how do we take the data into Excel. But just to, you can keep on creating the filter. आपको monthly report submit करना है, weekly report submit करना है, contractor को report submit करना है, and you think that ये 4-5 report तो आपका standard है, तो better है आप उसका एक filter बना के रखो. And not necessary कि एक बार आपने filter बनाया, वो सिर्फ ये project पे work करेगा. जब भी आप कोई दूसरा project खोलेंगे, आपको सारे filter दिखेंगे. तो यहाँ पे जो मेरा question है, we would like to list those activities which was started in time but did not finish in time. So I can go here and we will get the list of all the columns over there. Okay. So here I'm going to say actual start equals to, I can say actual start equals to, and here we can say values in the sense either I can put it in the square bracket, actual start date 1st Jan 2026, right? So I can put very specific, or I can compare it with existing column here. I can say square bracket, and I'll just click on this down arrow key. So I'm going to say actual start, and if I go over there, we are getting this part, right? Actual start is equal to baseline start. So let me take baseline start here. Baseline start, and after that we have another condition with AND combination. That means you have to follow this condition plus this condition, and here I'm going to say actual finish does not equal to baseline finish. Does not equal to baseline finish. So over here we are saying actual start is equal to baseline start and actual finish does not equal to baseline finish. You can keep on adding number of combinations. Okay, if you say that okay, it is not there, but still the cost is same, so I can say and actual cost is equal to baseline cost. Okay, so the duration got varied, but still the cost is same. So you can keep on adding all the combinations. So my point is, the way you think, we can create the report. Now, if I'm going to say apply here, Vikran filter, if I'm going to say apply here, so then I've applied filter and I have only a task which was starting in time. Okay, this was 12 Jan, but we were not able to finish it in time. It is 19 Jan and it is 12 Jan. It is 20 Jan and it is 19 Jan. Right? So over there, we understood that whatever, and this filter is already there, right? If I don't want to apply filter this, I can go there and I can say clear filter and I can clear filter. Now, once you have created the filter, you can take an advantage either to highlight those activities or to group them. Like I would like to highlight those activities, so I can go there and if I take you over there, so we have this filter, what we have created, so we should get that filter. If I'm going to apply filter, so this task is getting highlighted. So my point is, you can keep on creating the filter and then you can make use of filter group, okay, and you can highlight. So these are very useful. I hope we understood this part. Okay, so that is one way thing, right? Now, what I'm saying is, you need to keep on creating filters so that you will have the filter data. Not as of now, I don't want to highlight. I will say no highlight. Okay. Now, if I want to create a report, I have to share it with my management or maybe with my finance team because I want to let them know that how I have invested and how much fund I will require or whatever. So better what you can do is you can click on, you can take the relevant table. I'll take you to cost table as of now. So this is what the cost table we have. Now if you think that you have to add a couple of more columns over there, you can keep on adding the column. Now what I will do is simply I can copy this data. Let me say Ctrl+C to copy, and I will go to Excel file. I'll go to Excel file and I can paste over here, right? If I'm going to paste it, so we can see that I have copied and pasted that data. And now from here you can create pivot table, you can work with index, you can work with match, you can work with complex condition formatting, you can analyze the data, you can forecast. Okay, like if I want to create a pivot table, I'll click on insert, I'm going to say pivot over here. Pivot table, I'm going to say okay, let me take out the task name. I would like to know, I got the variance on which column, which task here. I got the variance of 100 here and 100 here. Correct? For some reason, if you have to take the chart, you can go there. You can click on insert. If you are going to say pivot chart, for example, let me take pivot chart. I'm going to say okay. Let me have task name, and let me have variance. So here I get to know that I got the variance in task and task is here. Okay. If you want to create the S curve, for S curve, you have to have a cumulative part, right? So you can have the S curve for duration, you can have the S curve for cost. Okay, so if you know how do you have the data, you can easily create the S curve. Ideally, S curve will take that as a line. Okay, so that you can keep on taking the data over there. Correct? Secondly, I hope you are following me. My point is, team, if you know which column, which information is there in column, the best way you can take this data, paste it in Excel, and over there in Excel you can analyze the data you want. Okay, you can have conditional formatting and work with index and match. Okay, say as of now, I'll just talk about this part. I'm tracking this table. Not tracking, I'm just saying. Okay. Supposing, I'm tracking, I would like to track this project over here, right? I gave some activities to my coordinator, I gave some activities to my trainer, to hardware engineer, to coordinator, right? Now, I'm the project manager, right? I'm managing this project, but once I am sharing these activities with them, I would like to take the update from them. First of all, I hope you are able to visualize what I'm trying to explain to you. कि मैंने project बनाया, plan complete हो गया, right? अभी ये जो है coordinator, I would like to understand कि उसने कितना काम किया है, correct? लेकिन उसके पहले मुझे एक टास्क उसके साथ में शेयर करना पड़ेगा. So what I will do is I'll just share these tasks in Excel. Okay? मुझे जो भी उसके साथ में शेयर करना. First of all ये जो summary है टीम, अगर मुझे सिर्फ summary देखना है, तो there is a column called insert column. I can say summary. Okay? अगर मैं यहाँ पे summary को yes करता हूँ filter करके, yes कर रहा हूँ टीम, तो we know that we are able to get only the summary part. Correct? For some reason, if you want to avoid summary, okay? If I want to avoid summary, now you say that I will go there and if I want to apply filter as no, okay? So what will happen कि ये summary यहाँ से निकलता नहीं है. तो आप yes के लिए summary को list कर सकते हो, but other than summary अगर आप यहाँ पे no कर रहे हैं, तो ये filter नहीं होगा. तो अगर आपको ये चीज handle करना है, तो what you can do is you can click on format tab from your get chart format, और ये जो summary task है मैं इसको निकाल देता हूँ. If I'm going to exclude summary task, ये सारे summary task निकल जाएंगे. So for some reason, you want to focus only on the activities and on the milestone, you can uncheck summary task. At times, you have so many summaries over there. So if you want to remove the summary, you can go there and format Gantt chart and you can uncheck and you can check it. Okay, suppose if I have to share this information with my resources, either make the group करूँ इसको, I'll click on view tab, let me group it. Let me group it on resources. Not if suppose if I have to share these activities with my team, okay, let me share these activities only. Okay, let me take this data, right? So this data I'm going to take Ctrl+C to copy. I'll go to Excel file, and in Excel file team, what I will do is I'll take that data. Okay, let me right click here, format cell. I'll just say alignment. Okay, and I'll unread that. Okay, now over here, if I have to share, I'm just giving you one example, right? say I'm just talk about coordinator, right? Okay. So over here I have grouped, I have taken all the data of coordinator. Now I have to let coordinator know that he has to perform all these tasks over there. Correct? He has nothing to do with work, cost and everything, fixed cost. Maybe I have not shared this column with him. I just want to let him know the duration, the start date. He has nothing to do with the predecessor. Okay, I am sharing these tasks with resource coordinator, so he knows that is this task. So what I am saying is that you can take the relevant column in table, you can copy and paste it, and time to time if you have to share the task with them, you can share it. Assume that I am sharing this task with my coordinator and I would like to take an update from him. क्योंकि एक दिन का टास्क है, उसमें Jan 5 को करना है, तो अगर वो Jan 5 को किया या नहीं किया है, मुझे उससे पता करना है. तो I know that he can update via email, he can update SMS, he can call me. But if I have so many activities and I want him that he should work in the background and he can email that file to me. But against these activities, what information I'm going to ask, what information I can demand from him, that question I have. Let me put it this way, team. Okay? ओके ठीक, मैंने बता रहा हूँ कि ये मैंने कोऑर्डिनेटर के साथ में ये वाला इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर किया, राइट? अब अगर मुझे ये पता करना है कि उसने टास्क किया या नहीं किया है, मुझे ट्रैकिंग के टाइम की इसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी, तो इसके अगेंस्ट में मैं उससे क्या इंफॉर्मेशन डिमांड कर सकता हूँ? करेक्ट, आई कैन से एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट, लेट मी नो एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट, एक्चुअल फिनिश डेट, आई कैन से लेट मी नो एक्चुअल ड्यूरेशन कितना लगाया, आई कैन से लेट मी नो परसेंटेज कितना कंप्लीट किया तुमने, राइट? नो मुझे पता है वो इस और रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन कितना है, रिमेनिंग ड्यूरेशन. सो टीम ओवर हियर मुझे पता है कि वो सारे कॉलम का इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं देगा, बट एटलीस्ट अगर वो 2 या 3 कॉलम का भी इंफॉर्मेशन देता हूं तो माय टास्क इज डन. सो ओवर हियर अगर मैंने उसको बोला है 5 जैन को करना है, वो बंदे ने रिपोर्ट भेज रहा है कि उसने 6 जैन को स्टार्ट किया, मतलब मैं समझ गया कि टास्क ठीक हो गया, राइट? अगला बंदा बोल रहा है कि ये मैंने एक्चुअल स्टार्ट डेट नहीं दिया, उसने फिनिश डेट दिया, मुझे एक्चुअल फिनिश डेट उसने 6 तारीख को कंप्लीट किया, आगे आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, राइट? अगर एक टास्क ज्यादा दिन का है, 6-10 दिन का टास्क है, तो he can let me know in between कि कितना परसेंट कंप्लीट हुआ. So my point is कि अगर हम रिसोर्स के साथ में उनका टास्क बराबर से शेयर किए that these tasks we need to perform, so we can demand output from them. Okay, I saw that in many corporates the people they are very good in the planning part, but after this they are not able to do it. The reason is they themselves they don't know that what information they have to share and what they can demand from them. Right? तो वो मुझे पता है कि सारे कॉलम का इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं देगा, बट 2-3 कॉलम का भी इंफॉर्मेशन अगर मुझे मिल रहा है तो I'm good enough to track my project. I hope you are following me, right? Okay, so my point is, team, if we know that which information is going in which column, in which table, which columns we have, what are the best view, how do we format it, so better you copy and paste it in Excel and you can create the report the way you want. That is point number 1, right, team? So point 1, actually I spoke about this part, filter, creating filter. You can apply filter, you will get the relevant. Point 2, I'm saying that you can take the relevant columns, copy the data, paste it in Excel, and then that is your Excel skill. How do you work with advanced conditional formatting? How do you work with index and match function? Say अगर एक ही दिन में मेरे पास में 100 अपडेट आ रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि I will just make common entry here, right? What I can do is मैं यहाँ पे एक इंडेक्स मैच लगा दूँ, जब भी मुझे अपडेट आएगा, वो फॉर्मूला यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी लगा है, जब भी अपडेट आएगा ऑटोमेटिकली I'm going to get the information in one go. I can copy and I can paste it in project. It will take some time to fine tune, right? Maybe हो सकता है आपको 1 या 2 प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर ठीक से वर्क करना पड़ेगा, but it will get fine tuned. Okay, but if we have the base like this is what we have to do, then it will be done.
How can I copy paste? How can I import this data into MS project?
MS project में आप import मत करो, सिर्फ copy और paste करो, right? तो अगर आपको पता है कि यहाँ पे basically आप क्या करोगे, आप पहला वाला टास्क जो है, ये पूरा टास्क एक साथ ले लोगे, right?
Columns paste करना.
Column paste करना है, say so over the team, what you will do is that आप ये पूरे टास्क एक साथ पेस्ट कर दोगे, राइट? एक मेन शीट के अंदर टास्क आईडी वहां पे डाल दोगे एंड देन आपको यहाँ पे टास्क आईडी भी रहेगा, जब आपने रिसोर्स भेजा यहाँ पे टास्क आईडी भी रहेगा. तो जो मेन शीट है वहां पे यू जस्ट से इक्वल्स VLOOKUP, तो VLOOKUP लगा के बेस्ड ऑन टास्क आईडी यू विल अपडेट इट. Once you got this part over here, you will simply copy this data, actual start date, control is to copy, go to tracking table and paste in that column. तो आपको ये लगेगा ऐसा कि बहुत ज्यादा काम है, बट हार्डली विद इन 10 minutes you will be able to track that project. I hope we are able to understand, right? Okay, so that is the second part I spoke about. So the first part I spoke about, this tool, highlighter, filter, Second part, how do we copy and paste? Now the third part, we have some predefined reports. But even if we are working with predefined report, we should know the information in background. Like we have already report here. If I take you to report tab, in report tab, we have these are the reports. Like we have dashboard, we have resource, we have cost, we have in progress. Okay. Let me talk about cost as of now. If I take you to cost, if I say cash flow, now it is talking about the cash flow. Okay. Now what exactly the cash flow is here? It is just giving me what is the remaining cost we have. Now to understand this report in a better way, you select this table for any report, right? I just repeat it. I was there with this report tab. And yeah, I went with this cost, cash flow, and now here what I will do is I will select this table. Once I select the table, here I get to know all the columns over here. Correct? Now which columns we have, it has given me, these are the columns we have. Okay? Cost, we have cost variance. Okay? We have resource. Like here, we are talking more about the cost. And we are talking only at summary level. If you would like to take the second level, we can say we have outline level. If I take you to second level here, so it will give me the summary task or whatever the tasks are at level 2. If I would like to talk about all the costs over there, right? So I just say level 3 here. If I say level 3, it is giving me level 3, that is all the tasks over there. Okay, I'm not getting the summary task, but I'm getting all the level 3 tasks. Correct. Now here we have remaining cost. Remaining cost is as it is because we did not set the project as baseline. So पूरा cost वैसे यहाँ पे हमको invest करना है. Actual cost में मुझे 0 मिल रहा है क्योंकि मैंने काम ही start नहीं किया. Baseline हम लोगों ने set ही नहीं किया इसका. ठीक है, ये cost और actual cost है. अगर आपको more about resources, you click on resource tab and not is talking about resources. ये हमारे पास में resources है. Coordinator का पूरा हमको इतना 4000 देना है. Trainer को इतना देना है. It could be consultant. It could be resource, but ये पूरे प्रोजेक्ट की हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं. पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में इस बंदे को इतना कॉस्ट मुझे देंगे. ये एक्चुअली जब आप सेट करोगे ना बेसलाइन, सो दैट वी विल टॉक अबाउट एक्चुअली, राइट? सो ये आई जस्ट टॉक सम विद रियल टाइम data, right? So that just to avoid confusion, I'm not taking this part, earned value and other part as of now. I'll take in the next session when I'm going to take some data. If you think that you don't want to have these columns, you can always go there and you can remove these columns. These are the selected fields. Like here we have the task name. If you don't want to take this column, you can uncheck this, and we don't have these columns over there. That's right. If you want to take some other column, we have the list of all these columns. You can go there and you can take the columns. So this is nothing but the report we are talking about. If I take you to report design, again if I take you to report tab here, when report tab I spoke about cash flow. Okay, if I say earned value report, we are not able to get as of now because we did not set the baseline. But if we have a project of 30 days, 10 days are over, but within 10 days we have done the task only of 8 days. 10 days are already over, so the earned value is only for 8 days, not for the remaining 2 days, right? So that is what the earned value is. Then I'm going to take the figure, you'll understand it. If I take you to report again here, so we have cost, okay, task, cost overview. So over here we are just able to understand task cost and the resource cost overview. Okay, so how much cost? So we know that the range 120 is the, and we know that if we have table, this is just talking about, if I want to take level 2, okay, simply talk about level 2, all the tasks over there. Okay, so here we are talking about all the cost. So remaining cost कितना है, baseline cost कितना है, actual cost कितना है. तो actual cost और baseline cost तो नहीं हमारे पास में because we did not set the baseline. If I take you to report again here, report will take you to cost. So we have cost. Okay. Now if I talk about in progress, okay, critical activities, it will just give me the list of all the critical activities. Now either you can take the list from here, or the better you can apply filter, you can copy and you can paste it in Excel file and you can share it. Now it depends if you have to share it with your consultant. You don't want to share in Excel file, you just want to say PDF. You come here, you take a report, and even if you want to say as PDF, you can say print, and you can have a print in PDF format. So ये यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? I just went to this report here, in progress, critical tasks, so it is giving me the list of critical activities. Now for some reason, if we have to take a printout, okay, I can click on file, I can say print over here, and in printing, I can have it in PDF format. I can either have it on the paper, or maybe I can have in PDF format, or maybe in XPS format here. So it is in PDF format. Okay, if I'm going to say print it, it will give me print, right? I hope you understood that, right? Now here, if I take you to in progress, late task. Now what do we mean by late task? Delay. But late task, what we are saying is that we have not started the task. So late task, like this, today is suppose 3rd Jan. We were supposed to start one task on 2nd Jan, but we are not able to start it on 2nd Jan. Today is 3rd Jan. So this is the late task. So late task is based on the start date. The same way we have slipping task is based on the finish date over there. So if I click on report here, okay, we have in progress. So we have slipping task, correct? Now if I take you to resource, we have more precise reports. Dashboard is nothing but if I want to say burn cost over there, it is just a dashboard it has given me. But later on you can customize it. You can go there and you can just take which column you want. So dashboard is nothing but you have most of the things predefined here. You can change it to level 2 so that your table will have more information. So this is the dashboard in one way, you can say. Basically, report, you can create the report the way you want, right? But
one basic report that we expect is for PSUs, say it's a 12 months project. Every month we have to do the progress report, and in that we have to have the critical path and present status for the balance work percentage. So whether date and all will be mentioned on the right side with only that main chart, Gantt chart. Because you are now presently showing cost and all. Only projects there that will be only project schedule where it is status. And one more doubt I have. We have assumed one critical path, and after say duration of 4 months, I have consumed all the slack, and now critical path has actually changed because I have consumed the slack, and now critical path has become a new critical path because activities which are supposed to start are not started. Now what should I do? Should I change the critical path, or should I only, because now the critical path has changed because the activities have not started, so now they are in critical line. So how that goes in status reporting?
Yeah, actually, if I take you to view tab here, team, Gantt chart. Now, even if you want to have a printout of this critical and non-critical activities over there, if I take you to task, let me have scroll to task here. Now, if we have, say, basically over here we are not able to understand which are the critical activities and non-critical activities, right? If you want to know the critical and non-critical activities, what should I do, team?
Tracking
Gantt, right? So if I click on Gantt chart, if I take you to tracking Gantt here, so in tracking Gantt, I will be able to understand tracking Gantt. So I will be able to understand कौन सी activity is critical, कौन सी activity is non-critical, right? तो यहाँ पे tracking Gantt है, not ये non-critical है, ये critical activities है, correct? अगर आपने progress start किया तो आपको percentage में मिलेगा कितना percentage है. अगर मुझे इसका print out निकालना है, तो what I can do is I can click on file, I can say print over here, and this is going to give me the print, and it is going to give me the legends also, कौन सा task इसके लिए. So we can see that this is.
नहीं सर, मेरा डाउट क्या था कि मैंने क्रिटिकल पाथ ड्रा कर दिया,
हाँ,
स्लैक कंज्यूम कर दिया ऑलरेडी, से आफ्टर 4 months इन 12 month प्रोजेक्ट 4 months हो गया, मैंने जो नॉन क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटीज को स्टार्ट ही नहीं किया और जो स्लैक है कंज्यूम कर दिया, तो फिर वो क्रिटिकल में आ ही जाएगा, क्रिटिकल पाथ चेंज हो जाएगा.
हाँ,
कुछ एक्टिविटीज क्रिटिकल पाथ में ही आ गए जो पहले क्रिटिकल पाथ में नहीं थे, तो उस टाइम क्रिटिकल पाथ चेंज करूं या फिर क्रिटिकल पाथ फिर भी वही रहेगा, फिर मेरा ट्रैकिंग क्योंकि आपको क्रिटिकल में आके मेरा ट्रैकिंग कैसे चेंज
सर
ये मेरा जैसे एक प्रोजेक्ट शेड्यूल है कौन सा
बेस लाइन हमने बनाया ना, बेस लाइन हमने बनाया सर, एक बेस लाइन बना दिया, उसमें हमारा कोई और क्रिटिकल पाथ था जो आप बोल रहे हैं, पर आफ्टर 4 months हमारा क्या है कि जो हम प्रोजेक्ट से ट्रैक कर रहे हैं ना, उसके हिसाब से हमारा जो स्टार्ट और एंड डेट है वो ऑटोमेटिक चेंज हो रहा है क्योंकि हम रिपोर्ट अपडेट कर रहे हैं, और उसके हिसाब से ही नया क्रिटिकल पाथ बनेगा. जब रिपोर्ट में निकालेंगे ना तो एक नया
न्यू क्रिटिकल पाथ अपने आप सिस्टम से ट्रैक कर.
एक्चुअली आपका क्रिटिकल पाथ जो है, क्रिटिकल पाथ इज ओनली फॉर आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि आपकी क्या क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटीज और नॉन क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है, राइट? तो अगर जैसे हम लोगों ने बताया था सर कि अगर इसको एज लेट एज पॉसिबल करूं तो ये ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिटिकल हो गया. तो क्रिटिकल path will always keep on changing over there, right? We don't do anything. Critical path दो वजह से चेंज होता है, right? एक तो आपका लिंकिंग की वजह से और दूसरा ड्यूरेशन की वजह से, राइट? तीसरा कोई और रीजन नहीं है उसका। अगर आप फिनिश एज लेट एज पॉसिबल अगर आप करते हो, बेसिकली आपका पाथ चेंज हो रहा बट आपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स डाला है, तो मैं पॉइंट इज नो ये हम लोग मैन्युअली कभी भी चेंज नहीं करते, ये ऑटोमेटिकली प्रोजेक्ट हैंडल करता है एंड इट विल कीप ऑन चेंजिंग, सो वी डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट इट।
सर वो जो आपने ट्रैकिंग वाला बनाया था वो
हाँ
करेक्ट
करेक्ट। तो एक्चुअली सर क्या होता है, ये क्रिटिकल और नॉन क्रिटिकल आपका कब तक यूज होता है, जब तक आप प्लान में, जब आप ट्रैक कर रहे हो तो ट्रैक को तो आपको जो डेट में दिया वो डेट में ट्रैक करना ही है। अगर आप ट्रैक नहीं कर रहे हो तो इसका मतलब वो आप डिले हो गया, राइट? तो फिर मीनिंग नहीं निकलता क्रिटिकल। और एक बार क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटी को आपने 100% कंप्लीट कर दिया तो इट इज नो मोर क्वेश्चन कि वो क्रिटिकल है या नॉन क्रिटिकल, उसका टास्क कंप्लीट हो गया। तो क्रिटिकल नॉन क्रिटिकल स्लैब ये आपका ज्यादा कंसर्न रहता है प्लानिंग स्टेज तक। जब आप उसको एग्जीक्यूट करना शुरू करते हो तो आपको तो डेट पे करना है। अगर आप नहीं कर पा रहे हो, 4 दिन की एक्टिविटी को आपने 5 दिन ले लिया, तो वो तो फिर आपका स्लैक है तो ठीक है, यू आर सेविंग इट। अगर स्लैक नहीं है तो आप डिले हो गए। तो एक्चुअली आपका प्लान कितना दिन जाने वाले हो वो आपका प्लानिंग तक रहता है। जब आप एक्चुअली एग्जीक्यूट करने वाले हो तो वो आपको जो सिचुएशन है, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि आपको 100 क्वांटिटी करना था, आपने 80 क्वांटिटी की और आपने बता दिया 100 क्वांटिटी, ऐसा नहीं होगा, राइट? अगर ऐसा होता हो सकता है आपको कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आप अगले दिन रिपोर्ट सबमिट करने वाले अगले दिन तक के हो जाएगा, तो देन इन दैट केस यू कैन। ओके, सो
सर एक बार ये जो ट्रैकिंग वाला पार्ट था जो हमने बेसलाइन किया था वो वाला है सर।
हाँ,
ये तो अपना प्लान है। हाँ, ये नहीं सर, इसमें रिपोर्ट हमको देखना है सर, जो आपने कैटेगरी वाली रिपोर्ट दिखना है ना।
हाँ,
सेम रिपोर्ट यू वांट टू सी सर।
तो इसके अंदर अभी ट्रैकिंग ऐप में तो
सब कुछ कंप्लीटेड है।
हाँ, सब कुछ कंप्लीटेड है, राइट? तो यहाँ पे अगर ये रिपोर्ट आपको ये देखना है तो आपको रिपोर्ट कैसे देखना है, ये गैर चार्ट में देखना है, तो then you can take a print out। Like here, if I'm going to say file, if I'm going to say print over here, so we can see that यहाँ पे स्टेटस क्या था, ये टास्क जो है 100% कंप्लीट हुआ, आपको डेट भी दिख रहा है, राइट? एंड we can see that we got delayed over there, right? So we were supposed to finish।
सर सर का भी क्वेश्चन आंसर कर लेगा। सपोज जो ये स्टार्ट और एंड है ना हमारा, ये थोड़ा सा इधर टास्क में आते हैं ना सर, टास्क में हाँ, तो 3 टास्क में 0 कर दीजिए इधर जो हमारा कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है शुरुआत के बीच में कोई सा भी। हाँ, अब ऑटोमेटिक से इधर क्रिटिकल बन गया सर हमारा, क्योंकि हम मैनुअल अपडेट कर रहे हैं ना, इधर क्रिटिकल बन गया सर रेड लाइन जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना, वो ऑटोमेटिक क्रिटिकल बन गया सर, उधर रेड दिख रहा है। यस, और वो उसमें तो एक्सटेंडेड है तो दिखेगा सर
सिस्टम बाय डिफॉल्ट क्रिटिकल पर
हाँ,
डिजाइन कर देगा।
यस, वी नेवर डू दैट। जो हम लोगों ने पढ़ाई की है वो हम लोगों ने मैन्युअली किया था कि बफर कैसे ढूंढना है, राइट? अगर किसी को याद हो तो हम लोग लेफ्ट से राइट में जाते थे, फिर राइट से लेफ्ट में आते थे, बीच का फिगर निकालते थे, फिर एक्टिविटी का ड्यूरेशन वगैरह वापस चेंज होता था, तो वी हैव टू डू दिस प्रोसेस। इट्स अ वेरी लेंथी प्रोसेस, राइट? बट यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट को खत्म हो जाता है।
सर 1 मंथ का लुक एट प्लान देखना है, 2-3 महीना का लुक एट
फिल्टर लगा के, फिल्टर लगा के
मैं एक पर्टिकुलर डेट, आज से 3 जनवरी को क्या एक्टिविटीज किस स्टेज में होना है और उसको किस स्टेज पे है स्टेटस देखो, कौन सा एक्टिविटीज आई हैव टू स्टार्ट से 4 एक्टिविटीज, वो 4 एक्टिविटीज का स्टेटस जानना है। मीन्स एक्टिविटीज विच फॉल बिफोर 3 जनवरी वेदर दे हैव स्टार्टेड और नॉट, वो कैसा इसमें
फिल्टर में
स्टार्ट इक्वल्स बेसिस अगर कोई डिविएशन हुआ,
या और अगर आप एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हो तो एक्चुअल स्टार्ट इज लेस देन व्हाटएवर यू आर सेइंग 3 जनवरी को स्टार्ट होना था, ओके वो नहीं हुआ, यू कैन से स्टार्ट डेट इज ग्रेटर देन 3 जन, ओके, एंड यू विल नो दैट
we can enter date too, right?
yeah, so you can as I said, once you go to filter, so what there you start bracket.
Is it possible to get any indication or notification कि next weeks में क्या start date आने वाला है या next weeks में क्या है?
Actually इसके 2 वर्जन है सर, ये हम लोग जो कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट प्रोफेशनल
He is from the core control.
हाँ,
Core control. And is it not possible to track the 50-60 project or 20-30 project? कि next months में क्या है? But he get the notification from that, or he get the some inputs or say outputs directly to email.
एक्चुअली इसका दो वर्जन होता है सर। ये जो प्रोजेक्ट प्रोफेशनल है, तो प्रोजेक्ट प्रोफेशनल में आप प्लान बनाते हो, राइट। आप ट्रैक भी हम लोग इधर ही कर रहे हैं, बट आइडियली आपका अगर बड़ा टीम होता है, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स योर टीम इज अ बिग टीम, बट अगर ये प्रोजेक्ट आप 3-4 मतलब कर लेते हो, तो व्हाट यू डू इज यू गो विद प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन। तो ये प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग अलग अलग ट्रैक नहीं करते। जैसा आप बता रहे हो, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर मैं हूँ, मैंने प्रोजेक्ट प्लान बनाया, मैंने शेड्यूल पब्लिश जब करता हूँ प्रोजेक्ट, तो ये भी रिसोर्स है, आप भी रिसोर्स है, बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेज है, तो उनको उनका एक्टिविटी चले जाता है सर पोर्टल के ऊपर, राइट। और वो पोर्टल के ऊपर दैट इज प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन से। सो प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन, तो इनको सिर्फ पोर्टल पे जाना है और वहां पे चेक करते हैं कि इनको 10 टास्क असाइन है, और उसके अंदर अगर हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन वर्क कर रहे हैं तो वहां पे एक जॉब बना सकते हैं कि whenever he is going to get, so he is going to get an alert in his email box, in inbox में, तो that alert you can get, but उसके लिए आपको प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन करना पड़ता है।
कितना कॉस्ट है
उसका पर यूजर है, बट सर एक्चुअली उसके लिए पूरा टीम मतलब आपको बहुत ज्यादा फोर्स लेना पड़ेगा इनिशियली इफ यू आर नॉट डूइंग इट। तो
नोटिफिकेशन आ गया, इंडिकेशन।
हाँ, तो नोटिफिकेशन आपको बनाना पड़ेगा,
जस्ट लाइक मीटिंग का कैसे आ जाता है।
हाँ, तो वो सारे टास्क को नोटिफिकेशन वहाँ पे ईमेल में मिलेंगे। आइडियली जब आप प्रोजेक्ट पे वर्क करते हैं तो पोर्टल हमेशा रहते हैं। जैसा आप ईमेल में, आपको ईमेल के अगर अलर्ट चाहिए तो ईमेल का अलर्ट नहीं मिलता है, आपको इनबॉक्स में आके देखना पड़ता है, तो वैसे ही। तो एक्चुअली ये जो है ना सर प्लान 3 का है, विच इज 2495 पर यूजर पर मंथ, ओके, पर यूजर का मंथ। तो इसमें एक्चुअली क्या होता है कि प्लान 1 के अंदर आप प्रोजेक्ट प्लान नहीं बना सकते हो। मैं प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर हूँ, मैंने पब्लिश किया प्रोजेक्ट, तो जो सामने वाला बंदा है सिर्फ उसको उसकी एक्टिविटी दिखी थी, यू कैन जस्ट अपडेट हिज एक्टिविटी। ओके, प्लान 3 के अंदर है कि आप प्लान भी बना सकते हो और दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट भी देख सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडेड इफ आई गिव पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजमेंट के अंदर आपके अगर मल्टीपल प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, तो देन यू कैन क्रिएट सम एडवांस रिपोर्ट, यू कैन लिंक इट विद पावर बीआई एंड द डेटा विल फेच टू पावर बीआई एंड फिल। बट मेरा सजेशन है सर प्लान 3 हो गया, आई मीन डिपेंड्स, आप 2 या 3 यूजर आप प्लान 3 लो, बाकी के प्लान 1 रखो, एंड देन आई मीन ऑल ऑफ यू कि आपका कैसा स्ट्रक्चर होता है। बट बॉटम लाइन ये है कि आप प्रोजेक्ट प्रोफेशनल यू कैन नॉट एस्केप, यू हैव टू वर्क विद प्रोजेक्ट प्रोफेशनल। यहाँ पे आपको प्लान बनाना है, देन यू हैव टू पब्लिश इट।
इसको इतना
प्लान नहीं बनेगा
नहीं, प्लान इसमें बनेगा, प्लान 3 के अंदर ऑनलाइन बनेगा, प्लान 1 में प्लान 3 में बनेगा।
We require that indication only for easy key operation होगा या full scope key operations are required?
Only the alert you are talking.
Easy key operations are required or full scope key operation, then that will be start.
नहीं, तो वो आप जाके चेक करें। तो वो अगर आपको
So that one alert, we just require.
नहीं सर, वो नहीं, जब तक ये नहीं रहेगा अलर्ट।
सर 2 दिन मैंने तो प्लान देखना है, नेक्स्ट कमिंग 3 मंथ्स का प्लान देखना है।
इधर आप
2 डेज का देखना है, नहीं इधर तो इतना दिन नहीं है बोल के।
हाँ, नहीं 2 दिन का तो आप फिल्टर ही कर दो ना सर, तो फिर आपका स्टार्ट है 2 दिन का है तो आप फिल्टर
नेक्स्ट 3 मंथ्स का
तो अब यू कैन जस्ट क्लिक ऑन व्यू एंड कैलेंडर व्यू, राइट, यू कैन क्लिक ऑन व्यू टैब, कैलेंडर व्यू, सॉरी मैंने आपको व्यू बताया था, मोर व्यूज, कैलेंडर व्यू, राइट। कैलेंडर व्यू में आप कस्टमाइज भी कर सकते हो, सो यू कैन गो टू कैलेंडर व्यू, दिस इज कैलेंडर। तो यू कैन जस्ट से कस्टम, आई मीन 1 मंथ का देखना है, यू कैन से कस्टम फॉर
Exactly, यही चीज मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये नोटिफिकेशन ये अलर्ट आ जाता है,
ये टास्क
गेट
करना है,
क्या फॉलोअप्स लेना है, इजीली
इसको प्रिंट कर सकते हैं फाइल।
हाँ, ये फाइल
ये प्रिंटेबल
PDF
एक्चुअली आप उसका प्रोग्राम बना सकते हैं। अगर आपको प्लान 3 नहीं करना है, ऑनलाइन नहीं जाना है, आप उससे प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं। सारे डेटा लेके आप एक्सेल में डालो और एक्सेल में आप मैक्रो सीख सकते हो, बड़ा लेंदी प्रोसेस, आपको आईटी का नहीं। इनिशियली तो आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी सर, कि जितना आप ज्यादा प्रोजेक्ट जाओगे, दैट कंसर्न इज वैलिड, राइट।
हाँ, लोग भी वीडीए मैक्रोस में काम करते हैं, मैं करता हूँ।
तो यू टेक दिस डेटा इनटू एक्सेल एंड ओवर दैट।
इससे अभी कब नहीं किया, ये एमएस प्रोजेक्ट है, विदिन आवर डाटा एसएपी से उठा के ऑटोमेटेड वो मैं कर रहा हूं।
हाँ, लेकिन अलर्ट नहीं जाते ना सर,
अलर्ट नहीं
अलर्ट के लिए कैसे इंटरफेस दूसरा लगता है।
आपको आ जाएगा तो दैट एक्टिविटी इज
तो सर एक्सेल ऑनलाइन में मैं ये भी देख सकता हूँ कौन अपडेट किया, कब क्या कर रहे हैं,
हाँ
ये गलत क्या एंट्री किया, वो उधर तक ठीक है।
आप जाके देखते हो राइट?
हाँ मैं
ये बोल रहे हैं कि बंद है राइट, इनको अलर्ट आना चाहिए।
ऑटोमेटेड ऐसे भी जैसा
एवरी इसका नहीं नेक्स्ट वीक या नेक्स्ट क्वार्टर
आपका बचा हुआ इंटरफेस एंड आपका जो
मैं टाइम स्केल करता हूँ।
हाँ टाइम स्केल
Right. So Deep, over here, now I'm just talking about time scale, right? Now time scales, so reports I have already shown you. अब next week में अगर आप आपका प्रोजेक्ट खुद का बनाओगे तो आपको ज्यादा बेसिस समझेगा टीम, better and you create your plan and you can understand report how it is.
Tomorrow I'm working on different projects, that is recent project.
हाँ.
So I'll complete the schedule. We'll work on that.
Perfect.
Because I don't have a license version.
Yeah.
So you can have my laptop.
Perfect. Great. Yes. Okay. Now, where do we use the time scale? I'm just taking the concept over here. I'll take you to project, new project. यहाँ पे एक task है मेरे पास में, task A, and I have another task, but let me have only one task here. ये टास्क एक दिन का टास्क है, okay? We know that what exactly the cost and work is. Cost and it will take work. Okay, till we don't deploy the resource, we have no meaning for cost and work, right? Let me take two resources here, team. I'm going to say Tom and Jerry. I'll click on View tab. I'll go ahead with resource sheet. I'm going to say Tom and I'm going to say Jerry. Okay, now Tom is, I'm paying 100 per day. 100 per day, and the same cost we are giving to JD as well, 100 per day. Okay, I'll click on Gantt chart. Now, if I'm going to deploy Tom here, we know that the cost is 100 per day, and the work is 8 hours, the cost is 100. What is the default task type we have? We have already spoken about task type, fixed unit without a foot ribbon. So, if I'm going to deploy JD, what will happen to me? The work will be 16 hours and the cost is 200, right? If I go there and if I'm going to deploy JD, the work is 16 hours and the cost is 200. We have already spoken about it. But actually what I want is, I want Tom to work for half day and JD to work for half day. And I want them to work on a very specific time. Like this task we have for one day full. Okay? From 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. But I want Tom should work from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock and Jerry should work from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. We want them to deploy 4 hours. Now, if you want, we can click on View tab, Resource Usage, and here I can say Task A, like Tom. For Tom, I'll say 4 hours, and here I will say 4 hours. But what will happen if I'm going to change the duration over here, Task A, Tom, 4 hours and 4 hours? That means both the resources we are going to deploy from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Okay, I want them to work on a very specific time. So if we want them to work on a very specific time, we can change the time scale over here. Wherever we want, we can change the time scale. Like आप यहाँ पे देखो टीम, एक common mistake हमसे होता है, and we don't understand it. ये जो time scale है, ये Monday का एक column है मेरे पास में, right? Tuesday का एक column है, Wednesday का एक column है. अगर suppose मेरा project में सारे जो duration है, वो weeks में है या months में है, right? कोई भी ऐसी activity दी है जो 2 दिन या 3 दिन में complete हो रहा है, तो अगर मैं एक column में फिर मैं एक दिन का नहीं लूंगा, मैं इसको weekly schedule करूंगा, right? अगर मैं यहाँ पे डबल क्लिक करता हूँ, अगर यहाँ पे मैं जूम इन एंड जूम आउट करता हूँ टीम, तो कई बार क्या होता है, वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट एक्जेक्टली इज हैपनिंग हियर. Actually, zoom in and zoom out in Excel in other MS Office, we know that we can zoom in and zoom out over there, but actually zoom in and zoom out यहाँ का मतलब time scale होता है. And what exactly the time scale is here is I'll just double click here, and we can see that we have 3 tiers. As of now, 2 tiers are on. We can say 2 tiers. So जो bottom tier है, जो नीचे का tier है, मुझे days में है और एक days के लिए एक कॉलम है. अगर मैं मिडिल टियर पे जाता हूँ, तो मिडिल टियर मेरा वीक है, ये वाला मिडिल टियर है, राइट? 4 जैन और एक वीक के लिए मेरा एक वीक है, राइट? अगर मैं यहाँ पे डेज बॉटम टियर में डेज लेता हूँ और 2 दिन का काउंट करता हूँ, इसका मतलब क्या होगा कि 2 दिन के लिए मुझे एक कॉलम मिलेगा. यहाँ पे मंडे ट्यूसडे का एक कॉलम आएगा, लाइक इफ आई सी, ओके, सो वी कैन सी दैट संडे मंडे का एक कॉलम है, सॉरी हाउ इट इज गोइंग, संडे मंडे, ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then again Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? So दो डेज का मुझे एक कॉलम आ रहा है. अगर मैं यहाँ पे डबल क्लिक करता हूँ टीम, यहाँ पे बॉटम टियर को अगर सपोज मैं यहाँ पे मंथ रखता हूँ, ओके, सॉरी मिडिल टियर को मैं मंथ रखता हूँ, राइट, मंथ रखता हूँ, और बॉटम टियर को अगर सपोज मैं यहाँ पे वीक रखता हूँ, so what will happen? I'll let me have one column for 1 week. तो यहाँ पे जो बॉटम टियर है ये एक वीक का एक कॉलम आ रहा है, राइट, ये सेकेंड वीक का एक कॉलम आ रहा है, थर्ड वीक का एक कॉलम आ रहा है. ये टियर है, ये बॉटम टियर, बॉटम वाला रो और ये ऊपर वाला रो जो है, तो ये नीचे वाला रो वीक का है और ये ऊपर वाला रो जो मिडिल टियर है वो हमारा मंथ का है. अगर मुझे उसके ऊपर भी एक और लेना है टॉप टियर, तो ऐसा होगा कि वर्किंग 2 tier I can go there and I can take one more tier, 3 tiers. All of course, right? But I think it is depends. आपका ड्यूरेशन कितना दिन का है? अगर आपका 2 या 4 दिन के ड्यूरेशन है सारे एक्टिविटीज, better you take the bottom tier as days over there, right? You take the bottom tier as days, right? अगर आप activity और middle tier let me have it as week over there, so we can do that. So basically, what we are doing is we are changing the time scale. Okay. Now I'll come back to my question. Oh, sorry, here team actually मैंने किया नहीं.
You can also filter from the view directly.
हाँ, ऊपर से. So over here I'm going to say days, 1 day, and bottom tier, middle tier है मेरा week का, right? Middle tier मेरा week का है, right? एक बार I'm going to say okay. So ये days एक column का एक days आ रहा है. Not ये days है, right? Now I'll come back to my question over here. What I was saying is that ये एक ही दिन की एक्टिविटी है, बट मुझे पहले 4 घंटे जो है टॉम को डिप्लॉय करना है और बाद के 4 घंटे जेरी के लिए असाइन करना है. तो if I want, I can change the time scale here or wherever we want. Now, as we have to assign those resource on a very specific time, I'll click on View tab, Resource Usage, and in Resource Usage team, I will double click on this time scale, the resource usage, and here मैं bottom tier अभी कहाँ पे किस चीज का लूँ? ये bottom tier किस चीज का लूँ? Hours का, right? तो यहाँ पे days का है, मुझे hours में deploy करना, I'll just go there and let me take that in hours. So if I see okay, अभी आप चीज देखो यहाँ पे जो है ये पता चल रहा है कि 8 से 9 बजे तक के 9 से 10 we have lunch time here, right? अगर यहाँ पे आपको दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है तो नॉन वर्किंग टाइम को मैं कुछ अलग कर देता हूँ. ओके, सो ये नॉन वर्किंग टाइम हुआ. सो यू कैन सी कि यू नो दिस इज नॉन वर्किंग टाइम. तो मेरा डे यहाँ से स्टार्ट हो रहा है, ये लंच ब्रेक है, लंच ब्रेक के बाद में ऑफिस खत्म हो रहा है 5 बजे, फिर नेक्स्ट डे हमारा ऑफिस शुरू हो रहा है. Correct? So over that time I have taken hours. Now what I was saying is, okay, Tom, we want him to work 8 to 9, 9 to 10. In afternoon we don't want him to work, so I can say 0, 0, 0, and 0 here, right? And in morning time we don't want Jerry to work on this task. Okay? So basically what we are saying is we have deployed Tom, okay, on a very specific time from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and Jerry is working. If I take you to Gantt chart, so we know that now the cost is 100, right? And the work is 8 hours. So both the resources they are working, okay, but they are not working for full time, they are working for half of time. So just to let you know team, this is the time scale, time to time we can go there, we can change the time scale. Okay, it is better for the purpose. Now we are saying that this is also the time scale we have. You can just notice this is the time scale. Now if you want to be very focused, मैं कोई थोड़ा बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट लेता हूँ, टीम में जिसका ड्यूरेशन ज़्यादा है, I'll take you to this project here. So, and let me take that in hours. Still I'm able to see the time. So we can see this is what a time scale we have. Okay? Actually, you know, come duration ka hai. What I will do is I just say change the scale. Let me change it to hours. Hours over here. Right? Okay, so we can see that this is what the time scale we have. Basically what we can do is we can zoom in and zoom out from here also. Okay, for some reason the time scale is not working in my case, but here if I take you to time scale, so you will get you will get over here, for which date you are following. As of now, I'm able to see from Jan 6 to Jan 14. Okay, this is the day we have, but Jan 6, this is Monday. So Jan 5 basically, Jan 5 to Jan 14. I'm able to see all the schedule, but here, we can manage the time scale. Maybe in next session I can just talk about that part. But we have time scale. In your case, what will happen? You will be very specific about the time and you can zoom in and zoom out over here. So my point is, team, this is the time scale and we can keep on using the time scale time to time if it is required. So these are the points we can just check when we are planning, when we are tracking. We can keep on creating the reports and we can understand that part better. Anyone, any question here? I'll just take 2 more concepts over there and the concept wise we are done. Then next session we will keep only for your project and for your question. Will it be okay? Okay, I'll just talk about the resource pool. Now what exactly the resource pool is? Okay, I have 2 projects with me, right? I have project A here, right? This is project A. And here I have project B. This is project B. Okay, and now we would like to have some resources which are common. They are working on project A and they are working on project B. So we will not keep on creating the resources for each individual project. We will have a different file over there, okay, which is resource pool. Okay, and we will keep on typing all the resources over there. So like here, what I'm saying is that I may have my activities over here, someone else is also working on a project, and here we have a couple of resources. Now what if you want to take this resource, okay, this project manager requires this resource, so he can pull out the resource from this file to this file, and at the same time, same date, if this project manager is taking the same resource over here, so both of them, they will be able to know that that resource got overallocated, because this activity and this activity is the same date. So the bottom line is, we don't have to keep on creating the resource for each individual project. Maybe we can have a common file for resource, or maybe I'm the owner of both the projects. So rather deploying the resource for each individual project, I'll take the resources, I'll create a separate file for resource, and then we can do it. Okay. So how do we do that? That part I'm showing you. So I'll just take a project over here, and let me have this project as project A. This I'm going to say task A, and here I'm going to say task B. Okay, both the tasks are of 1 day. Both the tasks are of 1 day. This is for 1 day. This is for 1 day. And let me link this task. Here, this is dependent on this task. Okay, let me save this project as project A. Save as. Project A, right? Now I have another project E. Okay, in another project, here let me take task C, and this is task D I'm talking about, and let me say this is project B. Project B, right? So we have 2 projects with us, project A and project B. I'm creating a new project, and why we are creating this new project is for the resource pool, right? For resource pool, okay, so I'm creating this file over there where we will have the list of all the resources. So here I'll not take any task over there. Here I will just type the resources, right? I'll click on view tab, resource sheet, and here I'm going to say, let me have one resource as top. Okay, and let me save this file, save as, I'm going to save this file as resource pool. Okay, and I will let this file be open. Okay, let me open project A over there. I'll just go there and let me open project A. I'm opening project A. Now what I want is, I would like to deploy those that talk to this task A. Now we know that we don't have Tom in this resource sheet. If I click on view tab resource sheet, we did not take the resource in this file over here, right? We have taken the resource in another file. Now if I would like to take that Tom here, if I click on this down arrow key, we can see that we are not able to list Tom. So what we want is, we would like to share that resource from that file to this file. So what we need to do is stay here. We'll have to share the file. I'll click on view tab. Sorry, I'll click on resource tab, and here we have resource pool. I'll click on resource pool, and I'm going to say share resources. Once I click on share resources, not even we know that that file is already open. It has to be open at least once. Okay, and I'm going to take the resources from this. If I'm going to say OK, now I've shared that file with this file. If I click on down arrow key now, we can see, we are able to get the list of resources. I'll deploy Tom here, so I've deployed Tom. This is for project A. Now project manager B is also working, and let me open this project B here. Okay, so here I'm working with project B, right? And in project B, now if I want Tom, like another manager, he would like to use Tom on task C. If he goes there and if he's trying to take no resources, right? So what he has to do, he has to share that file with this file, that resource pool file. So he will click on resource tab, resource pool, share resources, and he's going to share the resources from here. And now it's going to take Tom. Now the moment if he deploys Tom, he should get over allocation sign, right? If I just go here, we can see that Tom is getting over allocated. Because some other project manager is using Tom, okay, and that person is also getting the over allocation now. In project A. So both the managers, they know. Now, how do we clarify that, which task is there? Because, I know that I'm using Tom only for one task. So that time, what we can do is we can just check out from the resource pool file, and I will click on view tab resource usage. So resource usage will give me a clear picture, like Tom is working on task C and Tom is working on task A. Maybe if I'm a project manager A, okay, so I know that Tom is working. I know that Tom is working on someone else's project, but what is the project? Who is the manager? If I would like to know that information, so from which project, so I can right click here, I can say insert column, and if I take one column as project, so it will let me know that okay, someone from project B, because from the file I can make out that what is the project, right? So I will maybe offline I can connect that person, let me know if you have slack time or if you want me to reach Tom, or you can give it on. So offline we can sort it out. But that is how we don't have to keep on creating the resources for all individual files. I hope you understood it. So that can give us the clarity कि अगर एक ही resource को हम at one point of time we are using on multiple projects, so quickly we can understand. Okay, now the last part I'm saying, how do we talk about multiple projects or sub-project. So what I'm saying is, I am working with my own project here, right? I have a very big project. Okay, I have my own task. I have my task over here. But what I'm saying is, then for this particular phase, I want someone work independently. He should create his own project, and once he has created his project, I should be able to take his project into my project. Maybe in between when he is preparing a plan or once he has completed whatever stage, right? So that I should be able to monitor or I should be able to. So I'm saying कि ये मेरा project है, master project I'm talking about, master project. But in this project, this portion someone has already done. Let me take this project into my project, right? The same way project manager B, I would like to take this project into my project so that whatever changes they are doing here, I should be able to know that what changes they are doing. Like we can use it like two different ways. I'm a portfolio manager, right? Under me, 5 project managers are working. Now every time asking them what is happening, share the file, what I will do is let them create the project, or when we are creating a project, I'll take their projects into my project and I'll keep on monitoring from here only. So rather calling them every time, whatever changes they are doing, I will be able to do, right? So this is nothing but we are working with master project. So let me create one master project. How do I do that? I'll just go to this project and I'm creating a new project which is a master project. So let me have summary here. summary. I'm going to have task A, task B, task A, task B. Let me have auto schedule. I will say auto schedule here, and let me take these two tasks inside the summary. Okay, here is one day, and I'm saying that this task is depend on 2. Okay, now I'm a master project manager. I rather taking task A, I just say task 1, and task 2, because task A I have already in some other project. Okay, so this is what the master project I have. Before doing this, let me see it. Okay, now what I want is I would like to take project A into this particular project. Okay, so how do I take that project? At least I will leave 2 or 3 rows. Let me leave 2 rows blank in between, and here I would like to insert project A. So how do I insert project A? I need to click on project tab. And here we are saying sub-project. Project tab, and here I'm going to say sub-project. Once I click on sub-project, I go with project A. Project A, I click on insert. So here I'm able to take project A. Now before I expand, I take project B also, right? Because if I expand this project A and then if I insert project B, it will go inside, that is the indent. So I would like to take at the same level. So let me have 2 rows blank. And let me insert project B. I click on project, sub-project, and I'm going to say project B. Now we can see we have taken both the projects. Now if you want, we can expand it here. Okay, and as the resource pool is associated with that file, it is asking me to open that. We are okay with it. So these are the activities. Now, whatever changes that project manager A is doing, even if he's going to add on activities, I will be able to see it here, right? Or vice versa, right? Or even if I'm going to suggest him, this task is for 4 days, I can change it over here and he will get the notification over here. Correct? So whatever changes or whatever addition they are doing in project A, I will be able to monitor over here. Or if I have some suggestion, I can just do some changes right here and he will be able to. Number 1. On top of it, we can link it as well. Like I'm saying that this, I have 3 phases. The first phase I'm looking. The second phase is dependent on this task 2. Like I'm saying, task A is dependent on task 2. Now I know I can go here and what should I type in predecessor? If I type 3 here, if I press enter, so what exactly is happening? It is giving me another task over here. The reason is, for each individual project we have the same ID, right? 1, 2, 1, 2 over here. You understand my point? So अगर मैं यहाँ पे 3 लिख रहा हूँ, इसका मतलब क्या हो रहा है कि वो यहाँ पे टास्क ऐड कर रहा हूँ, इसका टास्क 3 समझ रहा है. So if I have to say that this task A is dependent on task 2, so what I need to do is I have to select task 2, and by holding the control key, I can select task A. Correct? And now I can click on task, and I can say link task over here. Once I say link task, now we can see that I have linked, and now once I'm able to finish node 6, we are able to start it on 7. No, we don't have to drag, right? You have to select this, select and select these 2 tasks over there, and then you are going to say link. By default, it is finished to start. Later on, I will let you know how we change it. Now, if I would like to say task C is dependent on task B, so I'm going to select task B here. By holding the control key, I can select task C, and then I'm going to say link the task. So we are able to link the task, and we can see that here. So I'm doing my phase. Once my phase is over, okay, someone else is working on phase 2. Once the phase 2 is over, someone else is working on phase 3, right? And by default, it is finished to start, right? Finished to start. So later on, if you want, you can always go there and you can change it. Like if I were to say 3 finished to start plus 2 days. So let me have a lag of 2 days. So here we know that we will have the lag of 2 days. So we have a lag of 2 days, and then we are starting this class. अब ये कब करोगे? बहुत कम बार ऐसा होगा जब आपका पूरा प्रोजेक्ट भी कंप्लीट हो रहा है, उसके बाद में सेकंड प्रोजेक्ट है, तभी आप लिंक करोगे. अदरवाइज आपको लिंक करने की जरूरत नहीं है. बहुत कम बार ऐसा होगा. अदरवाइज अगर आपको लग रहा है फ्रीक्वेंट हो रहा है, तब दे आर द पार्ट ऑफ दिस प्रोजेक्ट ओनली, राइट? बट अगर आपको लग रहा है कि एक आपका साइट पंजाब में प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है, कुछ यूपी में चल रहा है, आज ए पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजर मुझे पता है पंजाब का प्रोजेक्ट खत्म होगा तो मुझे यूपी का स्टार्ट करना है, बिकॉज उसका फंड वहां पे डायरेक्ट करना है, तभी मुझे इसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी, राइट? बहुत मॉनिटर करना है
उनका एक ही प्रोजेक्ट है, डिफरेंट स्टेज पे.
और एडवांटेज क्या है, आप जहां पे भी चेंज हो रहा वहां पे यहाँ पे रिप्लिकेशन है. सो दिस इज व्हाट आई स्पोक अबाउट रिसोर्स पूल एंड सब प्रोजेक्ट. एक्चुअली टीम अगर आप खुद वर्क करो ना एक बार तो आपको पता चलेगा. एंड इफ यू डोंट डू दिस, यू नो, इफ यू डोंट हियर दिस एंड इफ यू ट्राई टू डू, यू विल फाइंड दैट इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. इन द सेंस अगर आपको एक छोटी चीज भी ढूंढना है ना तो यू हैव टू वर्क फॉर आवर्स. अगर आपको ये स्पेशली प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में बोल रहा हूँ, फॉर एक्सेल यू कैन फाइंड सो मच इंफॉर्मेशन, बट फॉर प्रोजेक्ट इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. इवन फॉर अ स्मॉल कॉन्सेप्ट, यू नो, you have to keep on turning the pages or watching the videos for hours, right? तो अगर आप finish to finish linking भी आप पर थोड़ी देर के लिए समझो ना तो it becomes ट्रैकिंग. आज भी ट्रैकिंग अगर आप कौन से कॉलम में कोई क्या एंटर करना है, अगर if you don't watch, if you don't hear that part, it becomes very difficult. We get confused कौन से कॉलम में डालना है, and the result will be something different. So team, whatever was scheduled for the day, actually for training we are done. Next session we are going to talk about your project. I will also work offline, okay? But we have to decide the date. तीसरा दिन कौन सा है?
6th sir.
जितना जल्दी कम हो जाए.
6 सब लोग है अवेलेबल, बिकॉज़ यू विल कम बट यू शुड बी अवेलेबल.
ये तो नहीं है.
मैं हूँ ना 6 7 को.
6 का 7 रखते हैं. I'm okay with it. I mean, we will not take this. We will do it in our office literally. वहीं बैठ के अपना प्रोजेक्टर लगा के and you can see our projects. If you have the license, we लगा के देंगे. Yeah. So let him take his number, share with us. We can actually prepare whatever our projects are. That will be.
6 is Tuesday, right?
बट टोटल बुक करना पड़ेगा प्रोसीजर पता नहीं.
हाँ, बाकी तो आज हो जाएगा. ये बस करके आए कि लोग का कुछ
देखने लगे रिलीज का शेड्यूल.
हाँ.
मेरा क्या पता है.
With those learners, you would have learned something. Challenge is practicing.
All 6